Chapter 1486. Look for someone. Chapter 1486. Look for someone. There was a huge threshold between universe God in the third heaven and real God. Unlike leveling up to universe God in the second heaven from the first heaven, when the time came, it'd happen when one passed the God's test. There were many universe gods in the third heaven in eternal chaotic world. Even in a smaller world, they could give birth to universe God in third heaven and more than one of them. However, real gods compared to universe gods, there were much lesser real gods. Countless universe gods would stop at the level of universe gods in the third heaven for their entire life. Under such conditions, it was normal that the number of disciples of lineage of star who were universe gods in the third heaven would be more than universe gods in the first and second heaven. Because there are too many disciples who are universe gods in the third heaven, the fight is the most vigorous, especially to fight for the quota as disciples of Star Palace. Ling Feibai explained. Then, among the disciples of lineage of star who are universe gods in the third heaven, the top two are listed in universe god ranking list. Besides the two of them, the others who are close to having fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, and even those who have fighting power like one on the universe god ranking list, are almost a dozen of them. The duration that I've been a universe god in the third heaven is too short. In terms of power, I might not be in the top 20 among the disciples. You mean when the fight for the quota as disciple of Star Palace starts, I might not be able to retain my position as a disciple of Star Palace? Jian Wushuang was quiet. Ling Feibai was a genius through and through. However, it was a short time since he had broken through and become a universe god in the third heaven. His power had yet to increase to its extreme limit. He still couldn't fight against the genius disciples who had been trapped at the level of universe god in the third heaven for many years. With your gifted talent, even if you became an ordinary disciple, when the next fight comes, you can easily take it back no. Jian Wushuang smiled. That's true. Ling Feibai nodded with confidence. All right, I shall leave first. I have business to attend to. Ling Feibai left very quickly. Jian Wushuang continued to walk forward, but his facial expression grew strange. Battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. If Ling Feibai didn't remind me, I would have forgotten about it. However, with my current power, I might play the bully if I were to participate the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang laughed from the bottom of his heart. 4,000 years ago, when he had first passed his inverse cultivation test in the second heaven and comprehended a slight bit of power of reincarnation, he had fought against an expert on universe god ranking list, Zhao Han. Back then, his fighting power wasn't much weaker than Zhao Han's. Then, after he went through 4,000 years of training in Sky Sword Prison, his power had increased tremendously. Previously, Hall Master Yuan never once see him when he launched his full power. He merely heard about him killing 10 real gods in Sky Sword Prison and determined that he possessed the fighting power of the top 30 on Universe God ranking list. One should know that the two most outstanding people from the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven, their ranking on universe god ranking list was not in the top 40s. Hence, neither were Jian Wushuang's match. Hence, Jian Wushuang felt like a bully to participle the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace with the other universe gods in the third heaven. The current me in lineage of star or even 10 cultivation sanctuaries already stands steadily on my feet. Plus, I have many resources to hand. I can go and do that now. Jian Wushuang's eyes gave out a gleam. Vientiane Tower, also known for covering all manifestations of the universe. Its force covered every single corner of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. In the secret room of Vientiane Tower on Starland, Jian Wushuang sat in his crimson robe with a sword on his back. There was tea served before him, too. I wonder what Vientiane Tower can do for you. A purple-haired elderly stood before Jian Wushuang with a smile. I want you, Vientiane Tower, to look for someone for me, Jian Wushuang said. Look for someone. The purple-haired elderly was surprised. I know Vientiane Tower does all kinds of deals. Looking for someone should be one of the deals, right? Jian Wushuang lifted his head to look at the purple-haired elderly. Of course. In Vientiane Tower, as long you can afford to pay, there's nothing Vientiane Tower cannot do for you. The purple-haired elderly smiled faintly and then asked, I wonder what's the name of the person you're looking for, and where is he from? Her name is Lung Rushua, or maybe Lung Rushuang. She's a lady from Snow Kingdom, an ordinary eternal world. She only arrived in eternal chaotic world in the past recent 10,000 years, Jian Wushuang said. The level of her power? The purple-haired elderly asked. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Maybe a universe god. Also, she may have broken through and became real god. You don't know the level of her power? The purple-haired elderly thought and continued to ask. Do you know the person's other characteristics? And she's an inborn sinner. Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. What? The purple-haired man's face changed and immediately creased his eyebrows. Why, is there a problem? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, a little. The purple-haired elderly nodded. You should know that inborn sinners represent calamity. The experts in eternal chaotic world deep-seated hatred against inborn sinners, not much better than Holocaust sect. Hence, as long as the inborn sinners aren't stupid, they will intentionally hide their identity, and they will keep a low profile. They won't even use their name. Hence, it'll be rather difficult for us to look for them. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. He knew what the purple-haired elderly said was true. After Lung Rushua left Green Fire World, theoretically, she should first depart to Dayu World. However, when Jian Wushuang was wandering in Dayu World, he once requested for the overlord of Dayu World, Dayu Palace and Scarlet Island to search for Lung Rushua's carefully. However, after the search, there found no trace. Over the years, he had been looking for ways to find Lung Rushua's whereabouts, but he had achieved nothing. He knew that it wasn't easy to look for Lung Rushua. Hence, he had came to Vientiane Tower. In the entire eternal chaotic world, he reckoned that only Vientiane Tower had the ability to look for Lung Rushua for him. Vientiane Tower is also known to be formidable. No matter how well she has hidden, you should be able to find her. Jian Wushuang stared at the purple-haired elderly as he spoke. That's true. The purple-haired elderly smiled. However, to find a person who has tried all ways to hide her identity in the boundless, eternal, chaotic world, and without the knowledge of the inborn sinner's power level, it is really not easy. Hence, the payment required is extremely expensive. How much? Jian Wushuang asked coldly. 1 billion chaos gems. Vientiane Tower can guarantee that we will find Lung Rushua's whereabouts in 10,000 years' time. The purple-haired elderly said with full confidence. 10,000 years? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. 10,000 years is a little too long. Chapter 1487, The Fight for Prestige. Chapter 1487, The Fight for Prestige. Jian Wushuang was not too concerned with 1,000 million chaos gems. What he was concerned about was time. After all, his wife had been completely suppressed by Lung Rushua. Moreover, it had been a very long time since Lung Rushua left the Green Fire World. In that period of time, he had absolutely no idea how Lung Rushuang was doing. Did her circumstances become worse? Jian Wushuang was as anxious as a burning fire. Naturally, it was better for Lung Rushua to be found as early as possible. 10,000 years is already considered short, the purple-haired old man said. All of a sudden, his expression changed. By the way, do you have a picture of Lung Rushua or portrait-related items? I have her portrait. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He would naturally have a portrait of his own wife. Even if he didn't, he could rely on his own memory and draw one on the spot. After receiving the portrait, the purple-haired old man swept his eyes past it. Afterward, he revealed a smile. What a great beauty! In the whole eternal chaotic world, there are not many people with such good looks. This makes it easier for us to find her. How about this? The cost will remain unchanged at 1,000 million chaos gems. My Vientiane Tower will do our best to give you an answer within 3,000 years. 3,000 years? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. No problem. This is the 300 million chaos gem deposit. When there is news, I will give you the remaining amount. All right. The purple-haired old man accepted the chaos gem heartily. Jian Wushuang left his own transmission token behind and left. Inside a pub, Jian Wushuang sat on a side desk and drank wine by himself. Schwanger, an extremely beautiful figure that could move people, appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. 3,000 years. No matter where you are, I will definitely find you. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and his eyes glowed brilliantly. Lung Rushuang was his wife, as well as the love of his life. Jian Wushuang. A message was sent over abruptly. Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang replied immediately. Where are you? Are you within the lineage of Star? Hall Master, Yuan questioned. Nope, but I am about to go back now, Jian Wushuang said. Don't return first. I need your help for a small matter, Hall Master Yuan said. Oh. Jian Wushuang revealed a surprised expression. This is what happened, Hall Master Yuan spoke. Within our starland there is a weak, small sect known as Green Lightning Sect. The Green Lightning Sect is under the charge of the lineage of Star. Not long ago, Green Lightning Sect and its opponent Seven Planet Sect agreed on a duel between their disciples. Naturally, this duel concerned the benefits the sects would get respectively. Hence, both sides had a tacit agreement to invite experts from the outside. Naturally, the Green Lightning Sect requested the aid of the lineage of Star at once. The lineage of Star had never declined before, and we sent a Star Palace disciple over. Initially, with a Star Palace disciple who is a universe god of the third heaven, it would be easy to help the Green Lightning Sect win the duel. However, the Green Lightning Sect lost the duel. Oh! Jian Wushuang shuddered. All of the Star Palace disciples were geniuses among geniuses. A Star Palace disciple who was a universe god of the third heaven should have fighting capabilities nearing that of the universe gods on the universe god ranking list. However, the universe god of the third heaven had actually lost to a disciple of the Seven Planet Sect. Could it be that the Seven Planet Palace invited an expert from the universe god ranking list? Jian Wushuang questioned. It would be good if the Seven Planet Palace invited an expert from the universe god ranking list. After all the experts in the universe god ranking list were extremely famous, and they would be recognized straight away. The lineage of Star and the Green Lightning Sect would be able to take precautions. However, the main point is that the person whom the Seven Planet Palace invited is a universe god that he has never been heard of before. His name is Ling Dan. Before this, Ling Dan did not have any reputation. However, he is extremely powerful, Hall Master Yuan said. When that duel began, one of the deacons was present. The deacon believed that although the universe god whom the Seven Planet Palace invited had no reputation, looking at his abilities, he could be ranked within the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he might be in the top 50 or even the top 40. Jian Wushuang became stupefied at once. Top 40 of the universe god ranking list. The two most outstanding Star Palace disciples of the lineage of Star were unable to rank in the top 40 of the universe god ranking list. The disciple of our lineage of Star was defeated in that duel. Moreover, the defeat was extremely tragic. Initially, this was nothing. However, the key point was that during the duel between Ling Dan and the disciple of the Star Palace, Ling Dan used every possible means to humiliate the disciple. Moreover, he spoke of the Star Palace and lineage of Star many times. After that duel ended, he also mentioned that he would stay within the 7-planet palace for this period of time and wait for the lineage of Star to send an even more outstanding student to fight him. Moreover, this was said in front of many cultivators. What do you think he is trying to do? Hall Master, Yuan questioned. That is very simple. He wishes to use our Star Palace disciples as a stepping stone and make a name for himself in the eternal chaotic world, so that he can get into the universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang replied. That's right, Hall Master, Yuan laughed. He wishes to make a name for himself by using the Star Palace disciples as a whetstone. How can my lineage of Star allow that? If he really gets his way with it, would our lineage of Star still have face? Understood. You wish for me to go to the Green Lightning sect and defeat that Ling Dan head-on. Jian Wushuang giggled. That's right. Ling Dan's strength is very impressive. Among the Star Palace disciples, you should be the only one with the power to defeat him, Hall Master Yuan spoke. Moreover, letting you take action is not merely for the lineage of Star's face. It is also for yourself. You already have the fighting capabilities to be in the universe God ranking list. However, within the 10 cultivation sanctuaries, you remained silent and unknown. This is the opportunity for you to prove yourself. I do not wish to prove myself. Being unknown to public might not be bad, Jian Wushuang said. If you were an expert by yourself, it would be fine even if you didn't have a reputation. However, you are a disciple of the lineage of Star. Since the lineage of Star has such a splendid disciple, how can we not let the people know about it? Hall Master Yuan said. At the end of the day, isn't it for prestige? Jian Wushuang said. Since you understand, all is well. Stop with the unnecessary complaints. Please go. After finished talking, Hall Master Yuan terminated the transmission. Jian Wushuang, do you feel that you have no choice? Although you are unwilling to make a reputation for yourself, the lineage of Star has forced you to do so. The King of Venomous Worm's voice, which was filled with interest, echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. Actually, this is very normal. To a sect, especially a great force like the lineage of Star, there is no longer any huge benefit to fight for. Hence, they can only fight for prestige. By having a very powerful disciple under them, it is beneficial to the lineage of Star in terms of recruiting other exceptional disciples or in terms of other areas. I know, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. As he knew the thought process of the highest administration of the lineage of Star, such as Hall Master Yuan, he could understand. Since Hall Master Yuan has given an order personally, I shall make a trip to the Green Lightning sect. At the same time, I will fight for the lineage of Star's prestige. Jian Wushuang moved his body immediately. Chapter 1488. Jian Wushuang's Arrival. Chapter 1488. Jian Wushuang's Arrival. Green Lightning Sect in a lofty palace. There were 2 figures sitting together. One was an elegant man with long purple hair, while the other was an old lady in black robe. Elder Chiu, is there any update from Hall Master Yuan? The elegant man with long purple hair asked. Yes, the old lady in black robe answered. Hall Master Yuan has already arranged for his disciple to come over. Do you know who the disciple is? The elegant man with long purple hair asked. No idea, the lady in black robe shook her head. However, with Ling Dan's ability, among disciples of lineage of Star, there should only be the 2 strongest, Longya and Xian Yi, who are qualified to fight against him. Hall Master Yuan should have sent one of the 2. I hope the one who came is Senior Longya. He's number 51 on Universe God ranking list. If he were to take action personally, he could definitely defeat Ling Dan, the elegant man with long purple hair said. The old lady in a black robe creased her eyebrows slightly when she heard that. She was the deacon elderly from lineage of Star. She watched the fight between the elegant man with long purple hair and Ling Dan clearly. She was the one who had determined that Xian Yi had the fighting power of one on the top 40 on Universe God ranking list. From his point of view, even if Longya were to fight Ling Gan, he would be out of the running. I wonder where did Ling Dan popped out of? I've never heard of him previously. However, he is so strong. The elegant man with long purple hair clenched his fists. He had fought with Ling Dan, but he was heavily defeated. There are countless experts in Eternal Chaotic World, and there are many geniuses that aren't famous but very strong. Ling Dan is just one of them. However, Ling Dan has the guts. How dare he use the disciple of Star Palace as his stepping stone? The old lady in a black robe had rage in her eyes. She really wanted to kill Ling Dan personally. Just you wait. When Hall Master Yuan was talking to me earlier, he sounded rather at ease. He should have a solution for this, the old lady in black robe said. In a few days' time. He's here. The old lady in a black robe and the elegant man with long purple hair who were waiting in the palace stood up simultaneously. They already sensed the existence of the disciples' token on the figure outside of Green Lightning Sect. It is the disciple token of Disciple of Star Palace. It is definitely Senior Longya, the elegant man with long purple hair exclaimed in surprise. Let's go. Let's go and greet him. The old lady in black robe revealed a smile. The two of them immediately got up and came outside of Green Lightning Sect very soon. From afar, they saw a figure in a crimson robe who stood calmly in the void. Not Senior Longya? The elegant man with long purple hair creased his eyebrows. When the two of them got closer, they finally get to see the face of the figure in a crimson robe. Jian Wushuang. The elegant man with long purple hair couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It's him. The old lady in black robe was extremely shocked. They originally thought it would be the strongest among disciples of Star Palace, who is also the 51st on Universe God ranking list, Longya. Even if it wasn't, it should be Xian Yi, who is 82nd on Universe God ranking list. But in the end, it was one who had no fame at all in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, one who was never listed on Universe God ranking list, one who had broken through and become Universe God in the third heaven. It was Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! Swoosh! The old lady in a black robe and the elegant man with long purple hair appeared before Jian Wushuang. Elder Qiu, Senior Hu Feng. Jian Wushuang greeted them. He knew both of them. Jian Wushuang, Hall Master Yuan sent you? The old lady in a black robe, Elder Qiu asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang smiled as he nodded. Just you alone? Senior Longya or Senior Xian Yi isn't here together. The elegant man with long purple hair, Hu Feng, asked in a deep voice. Just me alone. Jian Wushuang was still smiling. Hall Master Yuan is joking, right? Hu Feng's face grew grave. Ling Dan is so powerful, and he could definitely be listed on Universe God ranking list. He might even be quite high up in Universe God ranking list. If I am not his match, you have no chance, Jian Wushuang. Since when did Hall Master Yuan not worry much about Lineage of Stars' reputation? Senior Hu Feng. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim and unhappy. Hall Master Yuan is one of the 3 Hall Masters in Lineage of Star. How could he not bother about Lineage of Star's reputation? As he sent me, he naturally has his own intentions. What intentions? Could it be that you could really defeat Ling Dan? Forget about Ling Dan. I'm afraid you won't even stand a chance against me. Hu Feng stared at Jian Wushuang. How will you know if you don't try? Jian Wushuang stole a glance at Hu Feng. All right, Elder Qiu finally spoke. I believe in Hall Master Yuan. However, Ling Dan is really strong. From what I can see, he could be listed in the top 40 on Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang, are you really confident? Yeah, Jian Wushuang nodded. That's great. We'll look for Ling Dan now. How about that? Elder Qiu said. Okay. Jian Wushuang immediately agreed. Immediately, Elder Qiu brought Jian Wushuang towards where Ling Dan was. As for Hu Feng, although he didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could fight evenly with Ling Dan, he followed as well. Heavenly Fire Summit, where Green Lightning Sect fought against the disciple of Seven Planet Palace. After Ling Dan defeated Hu Feng, he stayed back at Heavenly Fire Summit and waited for the other disciples of Lineage of Star to come forth. When Jian Wushuang came near to Heavenly Fire Summit, his soul power instantly sensed the existence of countless cultivators' aura. The number of cultivators gathered around Heavenly Fire Summit just then was definitely more than 1 million people. Why are there so many people? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. A bunch of people are here to enjoy the excitement. They came because Ling Dan intentionally spread news to attract them, Elder Qiu said. Because he attracted a large crowd, we of Lineage of Star didn't dare to flagrantly take action. Otherwise, Ling Dan would have died over and over again. However, he wouldn't be happy for too long. When this is solved, Lineage of Star will keep watch of him. We will kill him with our own hands once we get the chance to. Hearing that, Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. He could feel the murderous intentions of Elder Qiu. Merely to gain fame and be listed on Universe God ranking list. He could have challenged whichever experts on Universe God ranking list. Of all things, he decided to tease Lineage of Star and provoke us flagrantly. This Ling Dan is so irrational. Or maybe his provocation isn't simply just to gain fame? Jian Wushuang muttered. Who knows? Elder Qiu pouted. Regardless, let's go and meet him. With a smile on his face, Jian Wushuang's figure plunged towards Heavenly Fire Summit. Ling Dan! A low bellow was heard from Jian Wushuang, and it reverberated through the universe. Ah. Chapter 1489 Ling Dan. Chapter 1489 Ling Dan. Inside a cave that had been opened temporarily in the Heavenly Fire Summit, 2 shadows sat upright in front of a long, narrow table. They were chatting and drinking wine. If nothing goes wrong, the disciple that the Lineage of Star has sent should be arriving soon. A young man whose face emitted a slightly evil aura chuckled. This evil man was Ling Dan. Mr. Ling Dan, the Lineage of Star contains countless geniuses. They even have 2 experts in the Universe God ranking list. Are you sure that you can take them on? A bald-headed old man beside Ling Dan frowned. He was the master of the 7 Planet Sect. However, at that moment he felt restless. After all, Ling Dan stayed on purely because he was willing to do so, and it had nothing to do with the 7 Planet Palace. Even in that duel between the 7 Planet Palace and Green Lightning Sect previously, it was Ling Dan who had invited himself in. He said that he would fight for the 7 Planet Palace, and he would do so for no cost. At that moment, the 7 Planet Palace master felt extremely suspicious. However, when he thought about the benefits, he gave the green light. However, he had never thought that Ling Dan would actually provoke the Lineage of Star after the duel. They were in the Starland, and the Lineage of Star was the overlord, who would be able to live a good life after offending the Lineage of Star. However, things had already become as such. Even if the 7 Planet Palace master were to regret it, it was too late. The Lineage of Star contains countless geniuses. Ling Dan laughed loudly. The Lineage of Star contains many geniuses. However, in this generation, there isn't a genius who is very exceptional. Moreover, only 2 of them managed to make it into the Universe God ranking list. For the 2 of them, one of them ranked 51st on the Universe God ranking list, while the other ranked 82nd. Hence, I do not think anything of them. In other words, among the disciples of the Lineage of Star of the current moment, there is no one who can fight against me. That is what you think. However, that is the Lineage of Star. Mr. Ling Dan, now you actually wish to use the Lineage of Star as a stepping stone to build your reputation. This would offend the Lineage of Star greatly, and after that, the seven-planet palace master did not manage to finish his speech. After that, we shall talk about what happens after that another time. Ling Dan grinned. On the surface, Ling Dan looked as if he did not care. However, he knew everything clearly from the bottom of his heart. According to that great person's agreement, as long as I can make the lineage of Star lose their prestige and use my own abilities to make it into the universe God ranking list, he will agree to take me on as his disciple. Ling Dan's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He is an expert in the real God ranking list. Moreover, he is an extraordinary existence that is in the top 5 of the real God ranking list and is almost able to compete with an almighty. If I could be under the supervision of such an expert, how lucky would that be? Now, the opportunity is right in front of me. Even though there is some risk involved, how is it significant? The lineage of Star was one of the overloads of the Purple Moon Sanctuary. Hence, they were definitely one of the great forces in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. However, the lineage of Star also had its own enemies. Among the enemies, one of them was a real god who was so frightening that he could get into the top 5 of the real god ranking list. Ling Dan had seen the real god before and even had an agreement with him. As such, he did not hesitate to spend a great amount of energy and use the duel between the disciples of Seven Planet Palace and the Green Lightning sect as an opportunity to provoke the lineage of Star. In other people's eyes, they thought of him as an idiot who aspired to be famous and only wished to use the Star Palace disciples of the lineage of Star as a stepping stone. Just look on. I will definitely get myself accepted by that great person. Ling Dan clenched his fists tightly and felt extremely eager. At that moment, Ling Dan! A shout resounded across the universe, and naturally it also traveled to the inside of the cave. They have come! Ling Dan stood up and he wore an icy cold smile. He moved his body at once and he appeared outside the cave. As for the Seven Planet Palace Master, he was frowning. He then gave a sigh and followed after Ling Dan. The vast sky stood Jian Wushuang with a cold expression. At the same time, many cultivators had also appeared by the side of the Heavenly Fire Summit. The cultivators were all looking at Jian Wushuang and talking to one another. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. Looks like he is also a disciple of the lineage of Star. The people with the rights to challenge Ling Dan should only be Longya and Xian Yi, the 2 experts in the universe God ranking list. However, this person in front of us is obviously not either of them. Amidst the talking voices, a fluttering light was shot onto the Heavenly Fire Summit. A loud, hearty laugh reverberated across the universe at the same time. Haha, they have finally come. I thought that the disciples of the lineage of Star were a bunch of cowards. It was obvious that this voice was filled with disdain. Ling Dan's body also appeared in the void, and he was standing in front of Jian Wushuang. Oh! As Ling Dan looked at Jian Wushuang, he raised his eyebrow. I have seen the portraits of Longya and Xian Yi before. You are not them. Senior Longya and Xian Yi are busy with their work. Hence, do you think they have the time to fight with you? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Moreover, not just any average guy can pick a fight with the both of them randomly. Oh! Ling Dan's gaze turned cold, and he laughed indifferently. You have a sharp tongue. Tell me, who are you? Jian Wushuang of the Star Palace. Jian Wushuang said magnanimously. Jian Wushuang? I've never heard of this name before. Ling Dan shook his head. However, since you are a Star Palace disciple, you should be capable. Go ahead and make your move. As you wish. Jian Wushuang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. His Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hands, and remarkable sword essence rose slowly. Swish! As soon as Jian Wushuang moved his body, 9 shadows appeared at the same time. At the next moment, he had already appeared beside Ling Dan. Yes, this speed and martial art motion are both not too bad. Ling Dan chuckled, and he remained unconcerned. A large hammer could be seen appearing in his right hand, and he swung it with a swing of his hand. Although the swing looked random, it contained an extremely shocking strength. In the places that the big hammer passed through, the air rumbled. Jian Wushuang's body stretched and became a huge bow. As for the Blood Mountain sword, it became an arrow and shot forward abruptly. Clang! With a loud sound, the quake caused by the collision of great strengths caused Ling Dan's body to shake, and he could not help but retreat a step. Ling Dan raised his head with surprise. He then realized that Jian Wushuang had already turned his body around, and a bright sword light appeared with a whistle. 10,000 shadows. Swoosh! 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 Countless sword lights appeared and headed toward Ling Dan. Every sword light was extremely fast, and its power was shocking. Ling Dan's expression changed, and he immediately swung his big hammer to block crazily. This resulted in heavy collision sounds one after another. At that moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed. Go down! Swish! A scarlet sword light, which looked like a crimson lightning in the sky, was unleashed. Real God's unique skill. Crimson light. The crimson lightning pierced the big hammer and struck Ling Dan's body. Puff! Ling Dan spit out a huge mouthful of blood straight away, and he retreated pathetically. Chapter 1490 Defeat. Chapter 1490 Defeat. The originally noisy voice suddenly turned deadly quiet. It was dead silent. There were more than 1 million cultivators spectating Heavenly Fire Summit. Every one of them was surprised at the sight. How could he? Hu Feng stood there with his eyes wide opened. As for Ling Dan himself, he was dumbfounded too. 3 moves. From when Jian Wushuang had started taking action until then, he had only made 3 moves. In a short time, like the blink of an eye, Ling Dan spurted blood and retreated. What did it mean? Ling Dan, you lost. Jian Wushuang held his sword with one hand as he towered in the void, and he looked at Ling Dan. Lost? What kind of joke is that? I was merely careless, and you seized the opportunity. You think you're stronger than I am? That's a joke. Ling Dan's face was distorted in agony, and his gaze towards Jian Wushuang was cold. As he bellowed, there was a terrifying aura that his body gave out. Jian Wushuang die. Ling Dan's figure turned illusionary as he took action again. This time his action brought about a terrifying, murderous intention, just like a furious beast with raging anger. Jian Wushuang's face grew cold as he saw the sight. Ling Dan was already defeated, but he didn't accept failure. He wanted to fight again. Humph! A cold harumph, and Jian Wushuang took a step forward. The moment he took a step, Blood Mountain sword in his hand led an imposing sword intention and suddenly swung out. 9th Heaven stroke. A boundless sword intention soared out of 9th Heaven, and a huge, towering sword shadow suddenly appeared in the void out of nowhere. The sword shadow brought a long sword intention. Just like Nemesis' sword, it struck at Ling Dan like lightning. At the same time, the secret skill from the blood feather reincarnation armor that Jian Wushuang was wearing was triggered, and Jian Wushuang's power was instantly pushed to a brand new, explosive level. Earlier, when Jian Wushuang had been fighting against Ling Dan, he didn't trigger the secret skill of blood feather reincarnation armor. But then, bang! A low thud, and in the instant, the surrounding void shattered into pieces from the force. A terrifying divine power storm swept out. From such divine power storm, a crimson figure that was covered in fresh blood suddenly plunged out. Everyone could see clearly that the explosion was from Ling Dan. Then Ling Dan's aura was extremely weak, and he was just like a dead dog when he was slammed back at Heavenly Fire Summit. Rumble. Heavenly Fire Summit was instantly pierced while Ling Dan fell under a ruin. He didn't move an inch, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. In the middle of the battlefield, the divine power storm gradually dispersed and revealed Jian Wushuang's figure. Such an idiot! Jian Wushuang glared at the ruin where Ling Dan was as his anger soared to the air. It was deadly quiet in Heavenly Fire Summit. Dead silent. If they were to say that Jian Wushuang had severely injured Ling Dan 3 moves earlier, it might be Ling Dan who was careless. But then merely with 1 stroke. Ling Dan had obviously gone all out. However, with 1 stroke, no one knew if he was dead or alive. He was in an even more pathetic state than before. What was going on? The people on the scene were not fools. They could see, clearly. 1 stroke and he defeated Ling Dan. This Jian Wushuang is so strong. The funniest part is that Ling Dan regarded himself as infallible. He said that he was careless, but now he has been defeated by 1 stroke. Too strong. This Jian Wushuang is too strong. Countless exclamation was heard in the air. The millions of cultivators surrounding Heavenly Fire Summit were in unprecedented shock. Hu Feng, who was not far behind Jian Wushuang, had his eyes wide opened. He couldn't believe the sight before him. While Elder Chiu, who was next to Hu Feng, clenched her fists tight as her eyes beamed with joy. In the universe, everyone's focus was on Jian Wushuang. Right then, Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly became illusionary. When he reappeared, he was already before 7 Planet Palace Master. 7 Planet Palace Master. A bright, loud voice was heard from Jian Wushuang, and it reverberated through the entire void. 7 Planet Palace Master is definitely involved in this. So fight! Jian Wushuang pointed at 7 Planet Palace Master with his sword. Suddenly, the entire universe was in shock. This Jian Wushuang challenged 7 Planet Palace Master after he had defeated Ling Dan. 7 Planet Palace Master, he is a true, real god expert. This Jian Wushuang he wants. He wants to challenge real god? Stunned. Everyone was stunned. 7 Planet Palace Master was stunned on the spot too. I, 7 Planet Palace Master stuttered, and he then explained, Jian Wushuang, this is a misunderstanding. Our 7 Planet Palace never once thought of provoking lineage of star, nor do we have the guts or capability to do so. You save your bullshit to explain yourself to the higher-ups in lineage of star. Now, you have 2 options before you. Either you give your all and defeat me, or I'll kill you and exterminate 7 Planet Palace. You can make your own decision. Jian Wushuang sounded cold. On the way there, Jian Wushuang had thought clearly. He fought to save lineage of Star's reputation. However, Hall Master Yuan also told him to display his power. As he had already decided to display his power, he might as well make a scene. So what if he defeated Ling Dan? His goal was 7 Planet Palace Master. He wanted to challenge a real god. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the 7 Planet Palace Master's face grew grave. 7 Planet Palace Master, as you're not moving, I will not be courteous. Jian Wushuang said, and his figure immediately turned illusionary. Wow. A sword shadow suddenly wreaked havoc next to 7 Planet Palace Master and slashed toward 7 Planet Palace Master's head. 7 Planet Palace Master's face changed, and he moved backwards to dodge the sword light. Then, Jian Wushuang dashed forward and lifted the tip of Blood Mountain's sword in his hand. In the void before him, there were 3 crimson snowflakes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 sword lights aimed in between 7 Planet Palace Master's eyebrows, throat, and his heart at the same time. Every angle was extremely critical. 7 Planet Palace Master moved his body and made a narrow escape from the 3 sword lights. 7 Planet Palace Master, why aren't you moving? Jian Wushuang wielded his sword again as he roared. If you do not try your best to kill me, I will kill you without hesitation. You have no choice. Jian Wushuang's roar reverberated in Seven Planet Palace Master's ears, and his face grew grave. Then there was madness that flashed through his eyes. Rumble. Boundless aura that only a real god expert could give out exploded from Seven Planet Palace Master's body. Seven Planet Palace Master finally wanted to fight back. Looking at the scene, Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. Ah! Chapter 1491, Fighting a Real God. Chapter 1491, Fighting a Real God. A real god. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and his eyes glowed with excitement. He had fought with real gods before. Moreover, 10 of them had fallen by his hands. However, the real gods were those within the sky sword prison. Hence, their divine power was restricted to a great extent, and they were unable to display the true abilities of a real god. But at that very moment, the Seven Planet Palace Master in front of him was not under any restrictions. It would be the real fighting capabilities of a real god. Jian Wushuang also wished to experience exactly how strong a genuine real god was. Let's fight! With a shout, Jian Wushuang's figure changed magically, and 9 shadows appeared immediately. The 9 shadows plunged across the void with amazing speed and appeared beside the Seven Planet Palace Master. At the same time, they also swung their swords. Crimson lightning came forth at once. Real God's unique skill, crimson light. The Seven Planet Palace Master's eyes squinted slightly. A great amount of divine power moved about and became a thick layer of black light on his body. The black light was like black armor, which covered the Seven Planet Palace Master's body completely. At the same time, a black long gun appeared on the Seven Planet Palace Master's hands. By cocking the gun and exerting strength upon it, the Seven Planet Master shot the black light directly. Boom! It was as if the universe around the area was affected by the black long gun, and a giant, jaw-dropping black vortex appeared abruptly. The Seven Planet Palace Master also used the unique skill of a real god. Moreover, he had also unleashed his full abilities. Go head-to-head. A head-on confrontation. Bam! The pitch-black long gun and the crimson lightning clashed, and the space broke into pieces. The terrifying divine power then became shock waves, which swept past all areas in a frenzy. This was due to the head-on collision, which generated reverse shock waves, and they headed toward Jian Wushuang and the Seven Planet Palace Master at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body shook, and he resisted the reverse shock wave easily. What? The Seven Planet Palace Master's expression changed. At that moment, he could not help but retreat a step. It was this retreated step that caused the power of the Seven Planet Palace Master's long gun to be utterly defeated. He is merely a universe god. In a head-to-head battle with one another, he is actually stronger than me? The Seven Planet Palace Master raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang with shock. He did not know that Jian Wushuang was a universe god of the second heaven. However, due to his inverse cultivation, his divine power had already achieved the peak of a universe god of the third heaven. Moreover, he also possessed the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. By activating the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, the power that he had released was not very different from a normal real god. The most important thing was still his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. His comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had already reached the stage where he could clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. But what about the Seven Planet Palace Master? He belonged to real gods of the lowest end, and he had never comprehended even a small portion of power of the Heaven Way before. With the amplification by the reincarnation power, the full power that Jian Wushuang had released was a tad stronger than the Seven Planet Palace Master. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang grinned. His Blood Mountain sword followed along the pitch-black long gun of the Seven Planet Palace Master. By slanting his sword slightly, He struck the seven-planet palace master's hands like lightning. The seven-planet palace master was so astonished that he shuddered. Although he wanted to retreat, with a random stride of Jian Wushuang, he appeared in front of the seven-planet palace master. This martial art motion! The seven-planet palace master was astounded. Jian Wushuang had already launched his next attack. His body had changed into a sharp sword. His body served as the back of the sword, whilst the Blood Mountain sword served as the edge of the sword. Whoosh! With a simple front pounce, the sword light came forth like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast. Clang! The seven-planet palace master swung his gun continuously to block with difficulty. However, Jian Wushuang turned his body nimbly, and the long sword headed straight for the seven-planet palace master's head. Clang! 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 Intense sounds of collision resounded across the void. Jian Wushuang had either changed into a sharp sword or a ferocious beast. By combining his transformation with the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom, he displayed his ability to fight in close combat. It must be known that he had used a few thousand years to hone his close combat abilities in the Sky Sword Prison. Moreover, he could still combine it with the Flowing Light Phantom, a secret skill of the martial art motion. By using them together, it could be said to be stunning. Too fast. His speed is too fast. His sword principles are also fast. One stroke after another, continuous and unending. This does not give me any opportunity at all. Moreover, his body is abnormal. A real god like me actually cannot find an opportunity to counterattack. The seven-planet palace master's face was filled with fright. He had already displayed the strongest abilities that he had as a real god. His divine power and unique skill, as well as his gun motion, had been unleashed thoroughly. In spite of that, he was still being pushed back by Jian Wushuang. Yes, he was being pushed back. Moreover, he was pushed back in all areas. The seven-planet palace master retreated continuously whilst being pushed back, and he was in an extremely difficult position, to the point that he did not have any chance to counterattack. On the sidelines of the Heavenly Fire Summit, millions of cultivators were looking at the fighting scene with awe. A universe god was fighting with a real god. However, the result was a one-sided match, with the real god being pushed back. How is this possible? The seven-planet palace master was infuriated by Jian Wushuang's crazy suppression. With a furious howl, the black armor that the seven-planet palace master wore grew abruptly. In no time, it had transformed into a black, giant exotic beast. The black exotic beast had 3 heads, and it was extremely hideous. The seven-planet palace master's eyes turned completely back. The long gun in his hands was brimming with appalling power, and he cocked the gun. Dark heavenly song. Boom! The whole universe turned completely black. Not even the slightest bit of light could be seen. The long gun that had been cocked abruptly became the only focal point of the universe. It was extraordinarily powerful and earth-shaking. Haha, bring it on. Jian Wushuang laughed loudly, and an enormous amount of soul power erupted, forming a giant golden divine ape. As soon as the golden divine ape appeared, it roared fiercely. The giant long sword in its hands followed Jian Wushuang's movement and was swung abruptly at that very moment. Among the 3 real gods' unique skills that Jian Wushuang created, the skill with the greatest power, Ninth Heaven Stroke, a nemesis sword which carried supreme sword essence, descended again. The nemesis sword and the black long gun clashed. Boom! The universe shook. The minds of everyone by the sidelines of the battlefield could not help but ring with the terrifying sound. After the sound had disappeared, the seven-planet palace master gave a groan, and some blood came out of the corners of his mouth. He retreated in an extremely sorry state. As for Jian Wushuang, although he had experienced an extremely strong shock wave, the shock wave was weakened by his blood feather reincarnation armor. By the time it reached his body, it was unable to affect him at all. He still stood firmly in the void and did not move. His aura remained tremendous, and it did not look like it had weakened. The Seven-Planet Palace Master had lost the battle. Chapter 1492. His name is well known in the universe. Chapter 1492. His name is well known in the universe. Lost. Seven-Planet Palace Master, a real god, lost. More than 1 million cultivators at the scene were dumbfounded by the outcome. When Jian Wushuang defeated Ling Dan with one stroke, they were already astonished. But then, Jian Wushuang had defeated a real god directly, a true real god. Top 20. Fighting power of a top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Definitely do. Only experts in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list have the power to fight against a real god face to face and be at an advantage, and even defeat a real god. This Jian Wushuang turns out to be a super genius that is qualified to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. He's a superb expert. Everyone at the scene, there was a commotion stirred in the bottom of their heart. Universe God ranking list was full of experts. However, to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, every one of them were monstrous monsters. Such a monster they didn't normally get a chance to witness. But then the cultivators on the spot saw him and witnessed the battle of a rising monstrous expert. They saw Jian Wushuang's thundering manner and how he had defeated Ling Dan with their own eyes. They also witnessed how he had defeated the real god expert, Seven-Planet Palace Master. They could only imagine Jian Wushuang's name would definitely be famous all across 10 cultivation sanctuaries and across the entire eternal chaotic world. In the void, Jian Wushuang stood coldly, and Blood Mountain's sword was sheathed in his scabbard. His gaze was cold as he glanced at Seven-Planet Palace Master from afar and said, "Seven-Planet Palace Master, this is a lesson for you. If there is a next time, you'll suffer Lineage of Star's true rage. The dignity of Lineage of Star definitely isn't something that anyone could provoke." Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated in the universe and didn't disperse until much later. Seven-Planet Palace Master forcefully recovered the churning vital energy and blood in his body and stole a glance at Jian Wushuang. He heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had lost to Jian Wushuang before everyone and he had been discredited, the incident came to an end regardless. At least, Lineage of Star wouldn't find trouble with them in the future. Discrediting in exchange of Seven-Planet Palace. In exchange for his life, Seven-Planet Palace Master was grateful for Jian Wushuang. Seven-Planet Palace Master immediately bowed politely before Jian Wushuang to show his respect. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly at his action and didn't bother with Seven-Planet Palace Master, but walked towards Elder Qiu and Hu Feng. "Elder Qiu, it has been done. I shall return." Jian Wushuang stood before Elder Qiu. Elder Qiu nodded, his gaze full of admiration. Then, Jian Wushuang immediately left without giving a second look to the surrounding spectators. At the end, Jian Wushuang took another look at Hu Feng. Hu Feng was still in amazement. Until Jian Wushuang had walked far away, he finally came back to reality. He said in surprise, "Elder Qiu, Jian Wushuang." "No, Senior Jian Wushuang, how can he be that strong?" Lineage of Star, one speaks with his power. They were both disciples of Star Palace. Jian Wushuang's power was obviously not something he could compare to favorably. He naturally had to refer him as Senior Jian Wushuang. "Strong? Why didn't you look up to him earlier then? You even commented that he wasn't your match. Why? Your attitude has changed entirely," Elder Qiu said playfully. "Elder Qiu, don't tease me. How should I know? Senior Jian Wushuang broke through and became universe god in the third heaven not too long ago. Plus, he isn't famous at all, but he is so strong. I reckon even Elder Chiu didn't expect it yourself, right? Hu Feng said. Previously, he had really held Jian Wushuang in contempt. However, he had his reasons. After all, Jian Wushuang really did have too short of a time for growth. Forget about him. Among disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven in lineage of star, he reckoned not many would be bothered about Jian Wushuang's power. That's true, Elder Chiu nodded. She admitted that although she believed in Hall Master Yuan's arrangement, she was in doubt of Jian Wushuang's power. Until then, she had only understood when Jian Wushuang revealed his true power. Oh yeah, how's Ling Dan? Is he dead? Elder Chiu looked down into the ruin that Heavenly Fire Summit had become. Long Dan was still in the ruin, not knowing if he was alive or dead. Humph! He had the guts to provoke lineage of star. Who cares if he's alive or dead? Hu Feng smirked coldly, but Senior Jian Wushuang is really amazing. He defeated Hu Feng with one stroke and defeated a real god head-on, a true real god. If not mistaken, with Senior Jian Wushuang's power, he is already qualified to be listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Elder Chiu smiled and replied, on Universe God ranking list, only geniuses in the top 20 are capable of defeating a real god. When Jian Wushuang was fighting against 7 Planet Palace Master earlier, he was on the winning side the whole time. With such power, he definitely can be listed in the top 20. Vientiane Tower should receive the news very soon. Then, they'll amend the ranking on Universe God ranking list. This young man will also be well known in the universe. Fame was based on absolutely compelling battle achievements. Just like 4,000 years ago in the boundless void, when Jian Wushuang had met Zhao Han and they had had a vigorous fight. Not many people saw the fight, and the fight was too close to call. Those who watched the battle couldn't determine if Zhao Han had used all his power too. Hence, even if the news traveled, no one could determine if Jian Wushuang possessed the fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list, let alone putting Jian Wushuang on Universe God ranking list after the battle. That was why Jian Wushuang still wasn't famous after battle. However, it was different then. Then there were 1,000,000 cultivators. Before 1,000,000 pairs of eyes, Jian Wushuang defeated Ling Dan with one stroke, and he was also on a winning streak and had defeated 7 Planet Palace Master, who was a real god. Everyone approved of Jian Wushuang's battle achievements, and his power naturally could be determined. Just as Elder Chiu had said, on the day Jian Wushuang defeated 7 Planet Palace Master, Vientiane Tower received the news, and there were even images of the battle. Vientiane Tower covered all manifestations of the universe. It held an extremely special position in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. The Universe God ranking list and Real God ranking list were created by Vientiane Tower. Then, after they had obtained the image of Jian Wushuang in the battle, the higher-ups in Vientiane Tower watched carefully and determined that Jian Wushuang really did possess the fighting power of one in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Hence, very soon, a brand new Universe God ranking list appeared. The brand new Universe God ranking list listed Jian Wushuang as the 20th member. Along with the announcement of the brand new Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang's name spread across every single corner of 10 cultivation sanctuaries. Jian Wushuang became truly well known in the universe because of this. Chapter 1493, Number 20 of the Universe God ranking list. Chapter 1493, Number 20 of the Universe God ranking list. Inside a cave created by special gems in the lineage of Star, Hall Master Yuan and the 10 deacons of the lineage of Star had gathered together. Everyone, this is the most updated Universe God ranking list by the Vientiane Tower, Please take a look. Hall Master Yuan smiled and passed down a ranking list. The deacons looked through the ranking list. After some time, they focused their attention on the name in the 20th position of the Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang is ranked 20 on the Universe God ranking list. Jian Wushuang? That little kid in our lineage of star? Number 20. How can this be? After the deacons had seen the rankings, none of them were able to remain calm. Jian Wushuang. During the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, we saw him display his outstanding talent among the disciples who were universe gods of the second heaven. After he made a breakthrough and became a universe god of the third heaven later on, we thought that he would still need a period of time before he could get into the universe god ranking list. But now, in less than 5,000 years, he got into the universe god ranking list. Moreover, he got into the 20th place straight away. According to our information, Jian Wushuang defeated the 7-planet palace master. We know that although the 7-planet palace master belonged to the lowest end of the real gods, he was still a genuine real god. Haha. Top 20 of the universe god ranking list. How long has it been since a genius disciple who could get into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list appeared in the lineage of star? The previous appearance of such a disciple was 3 million years ago, when Elder Wu was still a universe god. He got into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list before. I remember that Elder Wu was ranked 19th back then, one rank above Jian Wushuang now. That Elder Wu remained universe god of the third heaven for a total of 300,000 years. Moreover, it was only because of him obtaining many opportunities and treasures that he got into the 19th position of the universe god ranking list. However, how long has it been since Jian Wushuang made a breakthrough to the universe god of the third heaven? Comparing talent, it is obvious that he is more talented than Elder Wu. This little kid has an unimaginable future. Many deacons were gasping with admiration, and the whole cave was filled with delighted laughter and cheerful voices. As for Hall Master Yuan, who was the leader, he was also over the moon. Previously, he knew that Jian Wushuang had killed 10 real gods in the Sky Sword Prison, and thought that Jian Wushuang had fighting capabilities to get into the top 30 of the universe god ranking list. However, looking at it then, Jian Wushuang was obviously stronger than he had thought. It is rare for such a genius to appear in the lineage of star. This is great news. However, keep in mind that we must always protect Jian Wushuang. After all, although the 10 cultivation sanctuaries at moment look peaceful, they have actually been doing something behind the scenes. The lineage of star also has some dangerous enemies. Hence, there is no guarantee that they will not lay their hands on the geniuses of our lineage of star, and, naturally, Jian Wushuang will be the first to be affected, Hall Master Yuan warned. Naturally. All the deacons present nodded their heads in succession. The lineage of star had always paid great attention to their disciples, especially the most outstanding Star Palace disciples. Hence, there should be no problem in terms of protection. By the way, Jian Wushuang himself might not even know the news about him making into the 20th position of the universe god ranking list. Let me send him a message. Hall Master Yuan chuckled and sent this piece of news to Jian Wushuang, who had just returned to the lineage of star. Inside a secret room in the Sword Star, the complete list of the universe god ranking list was floating in front of Jian Wushuang. In particular, he was looking at his own introduction. Jian Wushuang. In the Heavenly Sky Summit, he defeated Ling Dan, who was ranked 39th on the universe god ranking list, with one stroke. Afterwards, he had an intense battle with the 7-planet palace master, a real god expert. He pushed back the 7-planet palace master throughout the whole battle and finally defeated him in the end. Such powerful abilities have allowed him to get into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list. However, as he has never fought with the other top 20 experts, he will be ranked in the 20th position in the universe god ranking list temporarily. Ranked 20th temporarily. Jian Wushuang felt strange. Jian Wushuang, with the abilities that you displayed, you should be able to get into the 16th or 17th position of Universe God ranking list. However, you have never fought with an expert in the 16th and 17th position. In addition, the Vientiane Tower has always been conservative when it comes to the ranking of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, they only placed you at the 20th position. After all, if they had placed you in the 16th or 17th place based on your fighting results, they would be unable to get the trust of everyone. However, by placing you at the 20th position, no one will say anything. As for the temporary part, the Vientiane Tower probably hope that you will come across experts that are of a higher rank, and after going through a fight, they will raise your ranking. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. Back then, when he had fought with the 7-planet palace master, he had more or less used his full power, although he still had trump cards remaining. There were not many of them. If he had shown all his trump cards, there might be a chance that his fighting capabilities would bring him into the top 15 of the Universe God ranking list. However, top 15 was his limit. He still lacked the power to get into the top 10. According to the information on the Universe God ranking list, the top 10 experts of the list have accomplished the feat of killing a real god. Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue. He had also killed real gods. However, the real gods that he had killed were those whose divine power was restricted and they were unable to display their full prowess. Hence, it was different. As for the real gods that the experts in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list had killed, all of them were able to release their power to its full extent. However, they were still killed in the end. Therefore, it could be seen how frightening the 10 people in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list were. The Universe God ranking list had also named them the 10 monsters. Compared to the 10 monsters in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list, I am still quite a distance away right now. Moreover, I am merely a Universe God of the second heaven. There is still room for my abilities to rise. Jian Wushuang laughed. He was extremely confident in his own abilities. The Jian Wushuang of the very moment was under the restriction of being a Universe God of the second heaven. Hence, his unique skills could no longer be improved. Otherwise, he might be able to compete with the 10 monsters. Moreover, as soon as he got past the third heaven's inverse cultivation test and become a real Universe God of the third heaven, he would be able to go against the 10 monsters easily. My journey is still long. Let me continue to train. Jian Wushuang giggled and put the Universe God ranking list away. As for that Ling Dan, previously, after taking one stroke of Jian Wushuang's, he was seriously wounded. However, he did not die. Due to the fact that he had fought a few times previously, the audience took note of him. The experts of the Vientiane Tower also felt that Ling Dan had the fighting capabilities to get into the top 40s of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, he was ranked 39th. For the next period of time, be it the lineage of Star or the movements in the outside world as a result of getting news about Jian Wushuang did not bother about them. He stayed on the Sword Star to meditate in seclusion so that he could train. In the blink of an eye, another 400 years passed. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace in the lineage of Star had arrived. Chapter 1494, not in the least bit suspenseful. Chapter 1494, not in the least bit suspenseful. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace was held at Titanic Star, located in the middle of the Milky Way. The rules of the battle were the same as they had been previously. It was segregated into 2 parts. The first part was to go through Supreme Tower. The second part was to fight rotation battle. It first began with the disciples who were Universe gods in the first heaven. Lineage of Star, where many geniuses gathered. The battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace among disciples who were Universe gods in the first and second heaven went extremely ferociously. It lasted for more than half a day's time until it ended. Then it was finally the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven. Walhalla, there was a large number of figures that appeared on Titanic Star. In Lineage of Star, disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were obviously many more compared to universe gods in the first and second heaven. Among the disciples, there was one who was extremely conspicuous. It was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. That's Senior Jian Wushuang. The superb existence of a top 20 member of the universe god ranking list. Outside of Titanic Star, many universe gods in the first heaven and second heaven looked over at Jian Wushuang in admiration and reverence. While surrounding Jian Wushuang, the disciples who were universe gods in the third heaven were staring at Jian Wushuang. Hu Feng. When Jian Wushuang fought against Lingdan and Seven Planet Palace Master, you were there too. Is he really strong enough to deserve being placed in the top 20 on universe god ranking list? A brawny man in red armor asked. The brawny man was the one who was previously in the first place among disciples in Lineage of Star, Lanya. He was also an expert on universe god ranking list, and at number 51, he was widely recognized as the top member in Lineage of Star. However, due to the rise of Jian Wushuang, the top place in Lineage of Star had naturally fallen to Jian Wushuang. How can I put this? Senior Jian Wushuang should be even stronger than his given ranking on Universe God ranking list. Hu Feng said solemnly, I watched the fight between Senior Jian Wushuang and Seven Planet Palace Master with my own eyes. He, who is just a universe god, cornered Seven Planet Palace Master and caused him to be in a fix. He forced Seven Planet Palace Master to perform his strongest, unique skill. Even so, he was defeated by Senior Jian Wushuang head-on. If it wasn't for the fact that Senior Jian Wushuang has never fought against the top 20 geniuses on Universe God ranking list, he could even be on the 16th or 17th on Universe God ranking list. That amazing. Lanya and Xian, next to him, exchanged a look and both shook their heads in silence. Jian Wushuang only broke through and became a universe god in the third heaven for less than 5,000 years, and he has already become this strong. In the future, he definitely has extremely great room for improvement. Who knows, he might stand a chance to stand side by side with the 10 monsters. Lanya complimented. It's really possible. At least, he isn't someone both of us could match evenly, Xian agreed. The two of them were experts on Universe God ranking list too. However, they well understood the difference in the rankings of Universe God ranking list. The top 10, top 20, and those below rank 30 were three entirely different tiers. Jian Wushuang. Someone called. The elegant-looking Ling Feibai walked before Jian Wushuang. You amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. I asked you if you were confident about the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace previously, and you told me you were sort of confident. But in the end, you gained fame in one battle and got listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Ling Feibai complimented as he sighed emotionally in his head. When he heard the news previously about Jian Wushuang being listed in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, he had got a shock. One should know that he had fought against Jian Wushuang during the last battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace. Then, both of them had broken through and became Universe God in the third heaven. Ling Feibai thought that although Jian Wushuang would become stronger, he thought the distance between them wouldn't be so vast. But who knew that Jian Wushuang would amaze the world with his great achievements? Ling Feibai, I finally understand your feelings when you participated in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace 5,000 years ago, Jian Wushuang joked. Ling Feibai raised his eyebrows and teased, How is it? A great feeling, huh? SOSO, Jian Wushuang shrugged. In the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace 5,000 years ago, out of disciples who were Universe God in the third heaven, Ling Feibai was widely recognized as the number one. His power made the rest of the disciples who were universe gods in the second heaven hopeless. They didn't blindly strive to keep up with Ling Feibai. Things was lonely at the top back then. But Jian Wushuang was at the same state as Ling Feibai then. Compared to the other disciples who were universe god in the third heaven around him, he was at a totally different level. No one had the intention to compete with him. Even Longya and Xian Yi had no intention to contest and see who was better. To me, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace is meaningless. It'd be best if it ends sooner, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Very soon, the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace for disciples who were universe god in the third heaven started. The disciples took turns to enter Supreme Tower, and Jian Wushuang naturally went in too. In the end, Jian Wushuang stayed in Supreme Tower for a total of 103 breaths before he came out. Compared to Longya, who was second, he had stayed for 40 extra breaths. There's a difference of 40 breaths. The distance is too vast. Longya shook his head in silence. Hall, Master Yuan, outside of Titanic Star and Milky Way, and the other deacon elderlies, saw the scene of Jian Wushuang going through Supreme Tower clearly. They were all astonished by the sight. This Jian Wushuang is impressive when it comes to close combat. Yes, not only that, his techniques are very amazing. Most importantly, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine is too high. If I'm not mistaken, his comprehension towards reincarnation doctrine should already be able to pass through the first level of Doctrine Palace. He's really amazing. After passing through Supreme Tower, it was followed by Rotation Battle. The Rotation Battle ended in merely 4 hours. Jian Wushuang naturally won 9 out of 9 battles and took first place. No one was shocked by the result. Everything was natural, not in the least bit suspenseful. In the cave dwelling, Jian Wushuang stood before Hall Master Yuan. Jian Wushuang, according to the rules in Lineage of Star, those who performed outstandingly in the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace will receive an extra bonus. During the previous battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace, I gave you the exquisite mirror as a reward to help you pass through the second inverse cultivation test. This time, your reward is a month's cultivation time in Real God Hall. What do you think? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded without hesitation. A chance to cultivate in Real God Hall was hard to come by in Lineage of Star. Previously, when I completed the ultimate disciple task, I received 3 months cultivation time in Real God Hall. In addition to this 1 month's time, I have a total of 4 months. It is not a short time at all. Maybe I can head to a Real God Hall for cultivation. Jian Wushuang was beaming with joy. After he left Hall Master Yuan's, Jian Wushuang came to Real God Hall directly. The deacon elderly guarding Real God Hall had already received Hall Master Yuan's message and knew that Jian Wushuang would be qualified to enter Real God Hall for cultivation. He naturally didn't stop Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1495, The Mysterious White Fruit. Chapter 1495, The Mysterious White Fruit. Jian Wushuang was sitting with his legs crossed in the vast Heavenway River in the Real God Hall. He could feel that his surroundings were filled with a tremendous amount of the power of Heavenway. The Supreme Four Doctrine and the 9 Heaven God Doctrine were all within the Heavenway River. Previously, I only stayed at the Real God Hall for a month, and I comprehended a portion of the reincarnation power. Hence, my abilities skyrocketed. This time round, I have 4 months, which is a lot more time. In these 4 months, I cannot even waste a second. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing brilliantly. He closed his eyes soon after and began his comprehension with great concentration. During his comprehension, time passed by. The eternal chaotic world was boundless and had no limits. Hence, it contained all kinds of wonderful things. Within this far-reaching land, an extremely valuable treasure was hidden. The Red Dragon Sanctuary of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. There was a vast sea with waves surging forward with great momentum. This sea was a big, perilous place in the Red Dragon Sanctuary, and it was known as the Wind-Fire Sea. The Wind-Fire Sea was extremely dangerous, and even the seawater was dyed the color of blood. At that moment, within a normal island that no one was aware of in the middle of the Wind-Fire Sea, boom! A piercing voice burst forth fiercely, and the whole island shook violently, as if the universe was shaking. Under the tremendous shaking, whiz, 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 3 shadows plunged out from the deepest part of the island, and it was only until they were in the void millions of miles away from the island that they stopped. Among the 3 of them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. At that very moment, they were puffing and panting. At the same time, they were also looking in the direction of the island with an extremely horrified look. Too frightening! That place is too frightening! Among the 3 of them, the red-clothed woman, who was the only woman, muttered, "Third sibling, 5th sibling, and the 6th sibling have died. Only the 3 of us walked out alive." The slim, bald young man clenched both his fists tightly. His face was filled with sorrow. "This is all my fault. I underestimated how dangerous the place was. Previously, I thought that was only a cave left behind by a normal expert. But who could expect that, among the 3 of them, the old man who was the leader of the group was wearing silver armor, and he had the ghastliest expression. Both the red-clothed woman and the bald young man looked at the silver-armored old man. However, they could only shake their heads. They knew that this matter was decided by the 3 of them, and it was not the idea of the silver-armored old man alone. Since things have already become as such, there is no use regretting it. "Second brother, didn't you get a fruit just now? Take it out and let us have a look," the red-clothed woman said. The bald young man's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, he took out a sweet-smelling white fruit. The white fruit was extremely delicate and pure. "It's this fruit that got the 3 of them killed." The bald young man stared at the white fruit, and his eyes were glowing fiercely. "We have never seen nor heard of this fruit before. However, I have a feeling that this fruit is special," the silver-armored old man said. "I have this feeling as well." The red-clothed woman nodded her head as well. "First brother, what do we do with this fruit?" The bald young man looked toward the silver-armored old man. The silver-armored old man muttered to himself for some time and spoke after that. "We have no idea what this fruit is, nor its uses. Hence, it would be a waste to keep it with us. Therefore, we should sell it to someone who knows about it." "Someone who knows about this fruit?" Both the red-clothed women and the bald young man each revealed a puzzled expression. "The Vientiane Tower!" The silver-armored old man's eyes were glowing brilliantly. In a secret room of the Vientiane Tower, the silver-armored old man took out the mysterious white fruit and handed it over to the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower for inspection. However, even the owner did not know about the background of the mysterious white fruit. "My guests, please wait a moment. I will send the information of this fruit to the higher-ups, and the high-level experts of the Vientiane Tower will appraise the fruit personally," the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower said. "Understood." The silver-armored old man pocketed the mysterious white fruit and waited at his position quietly. After an hour, the branch owner of the Vientiane Tower took out a token and broke it into pieces. Boom! A strong aura burst forth and became a big and dim shadow. Next, a pair of sharp eyes which could pierce through everything appeared. This is Tower Master Chi Fu of the Vientiane Tower, the second in charge of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. The branch owner himself, who took out the token, was surprised as well. The second in charge of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Tower Master Chi Fu. He was an expert of the highest level of the Vientiane Tower, and his consciousness had actually come down personally. "Greetings to Tower Master Chi Fu!" The branch owner bowed and greeted him immediately. "Where is that fruit?" An extremely dignified voice could be heard from the enormous shadow. "My lord, the fruit is with me." The silver-armored old man took out the mysterious white fruit, and his voice was very respectful. He could tell that the big shadow was a super expert who could shake the world. As expected, it's that fruit. When the big shadow saw that mysterious white fruit, his eyes glowed with a substance-like light immediately. After that, he shot a glance at the silver-armored old man and frowned. A universe god! Yes, the silver-armored old man felt a bit fearful. He was indeed a universe god. However, he was a universe god who stood at the peak of the third heaven. However, he was still very far away from the universe god ranking list. A mere universe god can actually find such a treasure. After muttering to himself for some time, the big shadow said with dignity, I will give you 2 choices now. Firstly, hand this fruit over to the Vientiane Tower. In addition, tell us everything you know about this fruit, including how and where you obtained it. After that, the Vientiane Tower will give you 200 million chaos gems. As for you, you must forget everything you know about this fruit from today onward. Secondly, the fruit will still remain in the Vientiane Tower, but you refuse to say anything. The Vientiane Tower will not blame you for that. However, after you leave, I guarantee you that countless experts from the 10 cultivation sanctuaries who stand at the top will think of all kinds of ways to find you and get you to spit out information of the fruit, even if they have to hack you into pieces. Among these 2 choices, pick one of them. My lord, I choose the first choice. The silver-armored old man picked the first choice without hesitation. He could also tell how important the fruit was. Hence, he would naturally not dare to withhold any information. Even though he knew that the fruit was extraordinarily valuable, and it could not be compared to a mere 200 million chaos gems, he agreed without hesitation and dared not bargain at all. 200 million chaos gems is more than all the family keepsakes and valuables of a real god. For a universe god like me to obtain so many chaos gems is more than enough. If I were to ask for more, I would just be asking for death. The silver-armored old man was clear about this point. Speak. Chapter 1496, Emergency Summon. Chapter 1496, Emergency Summon. After he had shared everything he knew about the mysterious white fruit, the silver-armored old man took the 200 million chaos gems and left. After that, he and his 2 brothers found a concealed place to hide. For 100,000 years, they would be off the trail. In a lofty tower, Tower Master Chi Fu, who had only revealed his consciousness shadow in Vientiane Tower's sub-branch, previously was standing there in person. White blaze fruit. It's really white blaze fruit. According to what the universe god said earlier, the place where he got the white blaze fruit is most likely a cave dwelling that was left behind by an expert. There was light shimmering in Tower Master Chi Fu's eyes. He thought for a while, and he took out one token after another. Holy Emperor Juyu, weren't you looking for a white blaze fruit all this while? Vientiane Tower found one for you. Emperor Qiyin, let me tell you good news. It's about white blaze fruit. Owner of Sky, Sword Mountain. Tower Master Chi Fu sent out a dozen messages in a short while. The people that he sent messages to were all top experts on high positions in eternal chaotic world. For instance, Holy Emperor Juyu, Emperor Qiyin, owner of Sky, Sword Mountain. They were all almighties. After they received the messages, the dozens of almighties were all excited. The news has spread. Vientiane Tower has already received enough advantages. As for how the almighties want to fight for it, that is their concern. Tower Master Chi Fu smiled maliciously. Go ahead and fight. The fiercer the fight, the more ferocious the fight, the better. Vientiane Tower will be here watching all of you fight. In Lineage of Star, after the battle to become a disciple of the Star Palace ended, Jian Wushuang entered Real God Hall to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, for months' time flew past. The door of Real God Hall opened and Jian Wushuang walked out slowly. When he walked out of the Real God Hall, Jian Wushuang was obviously smiling, and he was rather delighted. At first, during the time of comprehension of 4 months, I wanted to improve my comprehension level of reincarnation doctrine. Who would have guessed? I didn't improve much on reincarnation doctrine, but achieved beginner level in space-time doctrine. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Back when he had entered real God Hall to comprehend the doctrine for the first time, he could feel that his response towards reincarnation doctrine was the clearest. It was also the easiest to comprehend. Hence, he had fully concentrated and comprehended reincarnation doctrine for 1 month. In turn, he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. However, besides reincarnation doctrine, the other clearest response he had received was towards space-time doctrine. During the 4 months' time of comprehension, he was finally at the beginner level of comprehension of space-time doctrine, and he had mastered a slight bit of power of reincarnation. In other words, he then understood both reincarnation and space-time doctrine simultaneously. He had mastered 2 power of Heaven Way at the same time. Space-time doctrine is about space-time. It is unfathomable. Although I have only mastered a slight bit of power of space-time, and it is far behind my understanding towards reincarnation doctrine, the slight bit of power of space-time is sufficient to increase my moving speed, swordsmanship, and many other aspects tremendously. Even in terms of power, when the 2 power of Heaven Way are amplified together, it will also increase madly. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists. Comprehension of an extra doctrine, no doubt, brought about a huge improvement in his overall power. Space-time doctrine could cover many different areas and lead to an increase in power in various aspects. Previously, I was not confident enough to compete with the 10 monsters in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list. But now, Jian Wushuang lifted the corners of his lips while he gave a chilly smile. Jian Wushuang. A hoary voice was heard, and the one who spoke was the deacon elderly who guarded real God Hall. Hall Master Yuan sent me a message earlier and commanded me to inform you to see him immediately after you came out of real God Hall. He is looking for you for an urgent matter. Oh! Jian Wushuang was surprised. For the past 4 months, he had stayed in real God Hall for cultivation, and Hall Master knew about it. Hence, Hall Master Yuan didn't send any messages to him or bother him, but told the deacon elderly to inform him instead. Jian Wushuang, of course, didn't delay any further, but immediately departed to the cave dwelling that Hall Master Yuan resided in. In the cave dwelling made of unique crystals. Jian Wushuang, how did the cultivation in real God Hall for 4 months go? Hall Master Yuan smiled and asked Jian Wushuang. Not bad. My power has increased compared to before, Jian Wushuang replied. Your power increased again. Hall Master Yuan looked delighted, and he continued, That's great. There's something that I need you to do. The stronger you are, the higher the chance. Hall Master Yuan, what is it about? Jian Wushuang asked. The story starts from a unique treasure. The treasure is a fruit named White Blaze Fruit. Have you heard of it? Hall Master Yuan looked down. White Blaze Fruit. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but King of Venomous Worms in his body was caught by surprise. White Blaze Fruit? There's a White Blaze Fruit? King of Venomous Worms, you know about White Blaze Fruits? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course, it is a very precious and rare treasure. King of Venomous Worms sounded excited. Hall Master Yuan continued. This White Blaze Fruit is very precious. Even to Almighties it is rather useful. There are countless genius treasures in eternal chaotic world. But out of all of them, White Blaze Fruit is absolutely in the top 10. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. One that could be in the top 10 among all genius treasures in the entire eternal chaotic world. Extremely useful to Almighties. The White Blaze Fruit was so precious. The more precious and the more useful a treasure is, the more difficult it is to nurture. During an ancient time that was far away, there was once a white blaze fruit tree. The white blaze fruit tree ripened and fell in various corners in eternal chaotic world. Later on, the white blaze fruit tree was destroyed. Since then, white blaze fruit has been near to extinction. Over the years, we found one or two occasionally, but very rarely. A few thousand years ago, in a unique environment, there was a brand new white blaze fruit tree, and it was only a sapling. Once the news spread, it immediately attracted a large amount of experts, including many almighties. They participated in the fight for the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree. After a ferocious battle, the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree was won by real god Wu Bei in the end. Real god? Jian Wushuang was shocked. A battle among many almighties, but the sapling had fallen into the hands of a real god? How was that possible? If he was an inverse cultivator? Hall Master Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang and said. Jian Wushuang stunned. Inverse cultivation was beyond comparison with one on the same level. A real god who was an inverse cultivator taking the treasure from the hands of many almighties. It wasn't impossible. Real god Wu Bei happens to be an inverse cultivator on the real god level. He was extremely strong and no weaker than the almighties. After the battle, he took the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree under the watch of all almighties. The almighties couldn't do anything to him, Hall Master Yuan said. Chapter 1497, Wu Bei's Cave. Chapter 1497, Wu Bei's Cave. After acquiring the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree, real god Wu Bei went into hiding and no one knew where he was. Naturally, no one knew what had happened to the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree either. It wasn't until later on that a great battle broke out, and it lasted for a long period of time. Real god Wu Bei lost his life in this great battle, and the information regarding the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree was gone. Up until now, when millions of years have passed, no one knew where that sapling of the white blaze fruit was. However, a month ago, the Vientiane Tower obtained a white blaze fruit. At the same time, they found out that the white blaze fruit was found in a cave that was concealed cleverly. There is a high possibility that that cave was left behind by real god Wu Bei. As soon as the news got out, many almighties in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries were astounded, Hall Master Yuan said. Jian Wushuang could imagine the situation. The white blaze fruit was already so precious. Hence, the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree was more than enough to cause many almighties to fight for it crazily. Since the cave left behind by real god Wu Bei had been discovered and the sapling of the white blaze fruit might be inside, it would be strange if the almighties were not shaken up. Since so many almighties had been shaken up, the fight for the sapling of the white blaze fruit tree would definitely be between them. Hence, how is this related to us? Jian Wushuang said doubtfully. So many almighties were participating in the fight for the sapling, and he was merely a universe god. Hence, why would he head to the cave and fight with the almighties? This matter is not as easy as you think, Hall Master Yuan laughed and said. I have just said that real god Wu Bei's abilities are extraordinary and he has many tricks up his sleeve. Now, it has been confirmed that the cave was left behind by him. However, he set up a very special seal. The seal is extremely high class, and it is not known where it came from. Moreover, the almighties in the eternal chaotic world are completely helpless against the seal as they cannot break it. Due to the presence of the seal, almighties and real gods are unable to enter the cave. Only real gods and below, meaning universe gods like you, are permitted to enter. Only universe gods are permitted to enter. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Why did real god Wu Bei leave behind this kind of seal? Who knows? Since the almighties are blocked off from the cave, they have no choice but to allow universe gods like you to enter the cave and fight for the white blaze fruit. The most important thing is to fight for the white blaze fruit tree, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Hall Master Yuan, you looked for me this round as you wanted me to enter real god Wu Bei's cave and fight for the white blaze fruit, Jian Wushuang said. That's right. White blaze fruit is very useful to Almighties. My family's palace master has some use for it as well. Since there is an opportunity to obtain it, we would naturally not miss it, Hall Master Yuan chuckled. Also, even if there were no white blaze fruits in the cave that real God Wu Bei left behind, you would still have to make a trip there. You're right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Real God Wu Bei was an inverse cultivator. By relying on the inverse cultivation methods, he had achieved the peak of a real god and could even compete with the Almighties. As for Jian Wushuang, the inverse cultivation method, heavenly creation skill that he possessed could only be honed to the level of the universe gods. He had never possessed training methods higher than that of the level of universe gods. Without the method, even if his abilities were enough, he would forever be unable to make a breakthrough and become a real god. Previously, Jian Wushuang had already made plans. After making it through the third heaven's inverse cultivation test, he would depend on the lineage of Star and the Vientiane Tower to find the cultivation method for the heavenly creation skill of the real god's level. At that very moment, real god Wu Bei's cave was in sight. Inside the cave, Jian Wushuang might have a chance to obtain what he wanted. All right, if there is nothing else, you should make a move immediately, Hall Master Yuan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Without any delay, he made a move and headed toward Wu Bei's cave. The wind-fire sea of the Red Dragon Sanctuary. The cave, which was originally unheard of, was filled with people at that moment. Many experts gathered in the island. Those experts include a great number of real gods and a decent number of Almighties. However, it was a pity that Wu Bei's cave had only allowed universe gods to enter. Hence, even though the real gods and Almighties possessed exceptional abilities, they could only stay outside the cave and watch. The most they could do was send some universe gods into the cave and help them fight for the white blaze fruit. Russell. When Jian Wushuang arrived at the island, he was surprised by the situation on the island. So many experts. Jian Wushuang spread his soul power, and he could feel that in the island, hundreds of real gods had gathered. In addition, most of the real gods were extremely strong. As for the Almighties, Jian Wushuang's soul power was still unable to sense the existence of the Almighties. Aside from being filled with admiration, Jian Wushuang focused his attention on a space passage in the deepest part of the island. That is the entrance to enter Wu Bei's cave. After mumbling to himself, Jian Wushuang flew up and plunged toward the entrance. Quite a number of people on the island had noticed the arrival of Jian Wushuang. Another universe god has come. By the looks of this universe god, it seems to be Jian Wushuang, who is ranked 20 on the universe god ranking list. Yes, it's Jian Wushuang, a Star Palace disciple of the lineage of Star. The lineage of Star, is far away at the Purple Moon Sanctuary. However, they are also interested in Wu Bei's cave. Previously, they sent Long Ya and Shen Yi, the two disciples who have made it onto the universe god ranking list. At the very moment, they have also sent Jian Wushuang over. Could it be that they are not scared that the three of them will die in this fight? Some of the experts on the island were sighing. However, they were not too concerned. This fight for the white blaze fruit involved many Almighties. With these Almighties taking action, many experts on the universe god ranking list were invited. Although Jian Wushuang was ranked in the top 20 on the universe god ranking list. Among the experts of the universe god ranking list who were participating in this fight, there were a few of them with rankings higher than his. Buzz! After passing through the entrance in the deepest part of the island, Jian Wushuang arrived in a vast and independent space. The independent space was similar to the outside world. There was a sun in the sky. Mountains, forests, and water were present as well. Jian Wushuang, Long Ya, and Shen Yi entered Wu Bei's cave a month ago. I have also tidied up some information and sent it to you. Please take a look. This information contains what happened to Longya and Xian in Wu Bei's cave over the month, as well as the basic situation of this cave. Hall Master Yuan messaged. Also, Lei Chao is about to go to the island personally. At that time, he will pay attention to what is happening outside from time to time. This includes which experts of the universe God has come, as well as the changes in the cave. He will also send all this information to you immediately. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and cut off the transmission. Although a special seal exists in Wu Bei's cave, communication with the outside world is not completely cut off. Within this cave, we are still able to communicate with the people in the outside world, Jian Wushuang muttered. Chapter 1498, Grand Banquet. Chapter 1498, Grand Banquet. Many mystery lands and some unique places, such as Sky Sword Prison, had sealed off connection with the outside world entirely. But Wu Bei's cave obviously hadn't. Jian Wushuang immediately started going through the information that Hall Master Yuan had sent over. Very soon, he had a rough idea about Wu Bei's cave. Firstly, regarding the experts. Since the news about Wu Bei's cave had spread until then, there were many Almighties that were shaken by the news. However, the Almighties couldn't enter Wu Bei's cave personally. Hence, they could only make use of their influence and send the universe gods under their command to enter Wu Bei's cave. Some Almighties had even paid a high price to hire experts on universe god ranking lists, including universe gods who were extremely famous, to participate. Each and every force and sect in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries did the same too. Besides, there were even people passing a message that they had promised to give a real God Chaos unique treasure in exchange for White Blaze fruit. The real God Chaos unique treasure was not limited by category. In other words, one could also request a real God Chaos unique realm treasure with 1 White Blaze fruit. Many forces were willing to do the trade. As such, countless universe gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries heard the news and came, including a large number of solo experts. Regardless of if they were famous or not, they all participated in the battle for White Blaze fruit. It had only been 1 month's time since the news had spread, but there were more than 100,000 universe gods who entered Wu Bei's cave. The 100,000 universe gods were not any ordinary universe gods. Every one of them was confident in their power. The weakest among them should be a peak universe god of the 3rd heaven. As for the stronger ones, experts who were listed on the universe god ranking list, there were at least 60 of them in the place, and there were many who were on their way there. It could be described as a grand fight banquet of universe gods in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, an unprecedented grand banquet. Almost 100,000 top universe god are gathered here, and there are many more universe gods on their way here. Jian Wushuang looked around and sighed in amazement. In the eternal chaotic world, probably only when the involvement of the Almighties and also the temptation of real God Chaos unique treasure could attract so many top universe gods. If I'm not mistaken, some of the universe gods aren't here for White Blaze fruits, but for fame. This grand banquet attracted half of the experts on universe god ranking lists that are hard to meet on normal days. With all eyes watching, with all experts gathered, one only need to slightly reveal their power to be famous all over the universe. Plus, some might even be looked upon by real gods and almighties outside of the cave dwelling and become their disciples. To many universe gods who aren't famous, it is a great attraction for them, King of Venomous Worms said. If I have never joined Lineage of Star, and I am not famous, I'll definitely participate in this grand banquet without hesitation. After all, it is the grandest banquet for universe gods level in eternal chaotic world. If one were to miss the grand banquet, it would be a chance hard to come by again in the future. Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang, you're quite famous now. As you came to Wu Bei's cave, I'm afraid many people might eye you. It is inevitable that there will be people who come to challenge you. You'd better be prepared, King of Venomous Worms. I prepared long ago. Tell them to bring it on, Jian Wushuang smiled. Almost 100,000 universe gods. It was a large number, but they were then scattered all over Wu Bei's cave. The universe gods were scattered all around the cave dwelling to look for an exotic beast, Iron Wing Beast. The exotic beast was very rare in Eternal Chaotic World 2. However, there was quite a large number of them in Wu Bei's cave. No one knew how real god Wu Bei had got them. In the Iron Wing Beast's body, there were very few who had a Qian Kuan ring with them, and there was white blaze fruit in the Qian Kuan ring. The universe gods in Wu Bei's cave was then looking for those Iron Wing Beasts wantonly and trying to kill them to get the Qian Kuan ring in the Iron Wing Beasts' bodies. He put white blaze fruits in the stomach of those Iron Wing Beasts. On top of that, not every Iron Wing Beast carries them. Real god Wu Bei is quite strange, Jian Wushuang muttered. Then he started searching the cave dwelling too. Virum. A boundless soul power spread recklessly and permeated the surrounding 10,000-mile range. The 10,000-mile range that he had covered appeared before Jian Wushuang clearly. Within the 10,000-mile range that I covered, there are 8 universe gods. It is so crowded, Jian Wushuang frowned. Although the cave dwelling was spacious, it was naturally crowded when 100,000 people were scattered all around. In such a crowded environment, even if I found an Iron Wing Beast first, the very moment I launch an attack, my movement will definitely attract the surrounding universe god. By then, a fight will be inevitable. That'd be a little troublesome, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In the independent space, he was at an extremely great advantage. His advantage was because of his soul power. According to the information that Hall Master Yuan had sent, the aura of Iron Wing Beast was unique. One would not notice them if they only covered the area with consciousness and only probed inch by inch with consciousness carefully. However, the process of probing inch by inch was very slow. Just like back then in Sky Sword Prison, when Blood Emperor had invited Heartless King to help to look for Jian Wushuang within the 1 billion-mile range. Even Heartless King, who was a real god and good at consciousness attacks, required a long time to probe a 1,000,000-mile range inch by inch. It was naturally even more difficult if the universe gods in the independent space wanted to probe inch by inch. Hence, even though there were more than 100,000 of universe gods who had stayed for more than a month, but they didn't probe many places, many Iron Wing Beasts remained hidden. On the other hand, if Jian Wushuang were to probe using soul power, it would definitely be easier by 1,000-fold for him than the other universe gods. It was a pity that in the situation where the experts were scattered and so densely populated, even if he was the first who found the Iron Wing Beast, it wouldn't be easy to get the Qian Kuan ring in the Iron Wing Beast. Regardless, let's find an Iron Wing Beast first. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and immediately started searching wantonly in the independent space. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure pierced the void like a flowing light. While he plunged through the void, his soul power probed the surrounding thousands of miles, and he confirmed that there weren't any Iron Wing Beasts. While Jian Wushuang traveled at such terrifying speed, universe gods that he flew by were shocked. Such a swift speed, this person can't be looking for Iron Wing Beasts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be traveling at that speed. The universe gods didn't know that when Jian Wushuang flew past them, he had already swept through their surrounding area. Chapter 1499, Iron Wing Beast. Chapter 1499, Iron Wing Beast. At the island where Wu Bei's cave was situated. Swoosh! A red-robed woman with a bewitching figure arrived. The red-robed young girl was carrying a giant black sickle. After taking a glance at the entrance of the cave, she plunged into it immediately. On the island, many experts revealed a shocked expression after seeing the red-robed young girl. That's Demon Girl Ling Luo. It's her. She actually came as well. Those experts sent a message to the universe gods in the cave immediately. Jian Wushuang, also received Lei Chao's message in a split second. Demon Girl Ling Luo, the monster ranked number 3 on the Universe God ranking list? Jian Wushang's eyes twinkled slightly. When the news of Wu Bei's cave got out, many universe gods came in succession. Even the 10 monsters in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list were attracted as well. From the start, 4 of the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list had come. Demon Girl Ling Luo had the highest ranking as of the very moment. The person ranked 3rd has come. I wonder if the 2 monsters ranked 1st and 2nd, respectively, will come? Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. He was filled with a bit of anticipation. On the 4th day after Jian Wushuang entered Wu Bei's cave, Jian Wushuang stopped on a void. The soul power that he had released had detected the presence of an iron-winged beast that was 10,000 miles away in front of him. After entering this cave, I have been using soul power to search. In 3 days, the distance that I have covered has already exceeded hundreds of millions of miles, and finally, I have discovered an iron-winged beast. Jian Wushuang laughed apathetically. He wanted to check if the body of the iron-winged beast still contained a Qian Kun ring. However, before his soul power was able to permeate the iron-winged beast, it was blocked by a special power. I can't check it now. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, as his soul power was unable to seep into the body of the iron-winged beast. He was unable to determine if the body of the iron-winged beast still contained the white blaze fruit. Moreover, Jian Wushuang also realized that in the surrounding area, there were 7 other universe gods apart from him. Among the 7 universe gods, the one furthest away from him was more than 30,000 miles away, while the one closest to him was less than 5,000 miles away. In such a close vicinity, as soon as he attacked the iron-winged beast, the 7 universe gods would realize immediately and rush over rapidly. Although it's troublesome, there's no other way. I have to do it. Jian Wushuang's eyes shone fiercely. In the next moment, his body had already made a beeline for the iron-winged beast that his soul energy had marked. The iron-winged beast had got its name due to the fact that its whole body was filled with completely black scales like pieces of iron. The scales covered its whole body just like a layer of iron armor. However, it did not have wings. The iron-winged beast had a small body and 4 hooves. At that moment, there was an iron-winged beast strolling about in a thick forest. Jian Wushuang hid his own presence and showed up in the forest quietly. As he looked at the iron-winged beast, which was only hundreds of meters away from him, he took out the Blood Mountain sword and headed over silently. Jian Wushuang naturally covered the hundreds of meters in an instant. However, when Jian Wushuang was 10 miles behind the iron-winged beast, which was taking a walk leisurely, became terrified abruptly and turned vigilant instantly. Die. Jian Wushuang stopped concealing his aura. His frightening sword essence burst forth, and the Blood Mountain sword on his hands became crimson lightning instantly. His divine power was released as well. Real God's unique skill, Crimson Light. Roar. The iron-winged beast gave off a furious and loud roar. It then turned its body swiftly. While it was turning its body, one of its front claws attacked quickly as well. Likewise, its front claws were composed of the pitch-black scales. In spite of that, it was exceptionally sharp like a saber. Clang! The sounds of metals colliding with one another could be heard. The black scales on the front claws of the iron-winged beast were cut off. The crimson lightning that Jian Wushuang unleashed paused for a short moment and struck the iron-winged beast's body soon after. Roar! A shrill neigh could be heard from the iron-winged beast, and this voice was very unconventional. With its small body, the iron-winged beast retreated immediately. It's actually not dead. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned grave. Previously, he had obtained some information. Hence, he knew that the iron-winged beast had strong defense. Moreover, they were very agile. As such, a normal peak universe god of the 3rd heaven would be helpless against them, even if they were to come across one. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect the iron-winged beast's defense to be so strong. He had released all his divine power, which was combined with reincarnation power. With that, he unleashed the crimson light. However, he still didn't manage to kill the iron-winged beast. Swoosh! A black, glittering light appeared quickly. It was the iron-winged beast. Trying to escape. Jian Wushuang's expression turned cold. He unleashed his speed, and at the same time, the blaze quicksand gourd flew over and used all its power to prevent the iron-winged beast from escaping. This iron-winged beast's speed is faster than that of a normal universe god of the third heaven. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly, and the first stage of the secret skill of dragon blood was already activated. At that moment, when Jian Wushuang attacked the iron-winged beast, his shocking sword essence and vast divine power started to spread around. Within tens of thousands of miles of Jian Wushuang, the seven universe gods sensed the sword essence and divine power at the same time. What a strong sword essence! Someone is fighting in this area. Over there. Could it be two cultivators fighting, or could it be someone has found an iron-winged beast? No matter what, I have to head there straight away. The seven universe gods did not hesitate and hurried over to the forest instantly. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two figures, one in front and one behind, plunged out of the forest in a flash. However, the distance between the both of them was closing at an amazing speed. It's an iron-winged beast. Haha, I have finally come across one. One person alone is actually able to push back the iron-winged beast to the point that it is trying its very best to escape. The seven universe gods who rushed over had already realized the existence of the iron-winged beast. Previously, the iron-winged beast stayed inside the forest. If they had not passed by the forest or done a thorough check, they would definitely be unable to discover the existence of the iron-winged beast. However, at that moment, the iron-winged beast had dashed out of the forest and trying its best to escape. As a result, they found the iron-winged beast immediately. I wonder if the body of this iron-winged beast contains a white blaze fruit. I hope there is. The seven universe gods' eyes were burning with excitement, and they were also approaching Jian Wushuang and the iron-winged beast at an amazing speed. At that moment, Jian Wushuang, who had unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of dragon blood, which would increase his speed by tenfold, had already caught up with the iron-winged beast. Die! This time around, Jian Wushuang did not hold back. The same sword principle crimson light had been used, and it was completely filled with reincarnation power. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had also activated the secret skill of the blood feather reincarnation armor. Rustle! Sword light erupted, and with just one attack, the layer of black scales on the body surface of the iron-winged beast was shattered into pieces, and this caused a bloody wound to appear on the body of the iron-winged beast. What followed after was another stroke which went along the bloody wound and penetrated the body of the iron-winged beast. Chapter 1500, The First White Blaze Fruit. Chapter 1500, The First White Blaze Fruit. The moment the iron-winged beast died, the layer of black scales on its surface lost its spirituality, and its defense power was reduced tremendously. Jian Wushuang flipped his wrist, and his divine power shattered the body of the iron-winged beast. After the body of iron-winged beast shattered into pieces, a Qian Kuan ring hidden in his body revealed itself. Qian Kung ring. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He quickly picked up the Qian Kuan ring and swept it with consciousness. He then saw a white blaze fruit floating in the Qian Kuan ring quietly. White blaze fruit. Jian Wushuang gripped tightly, and there was light in his eyes. I'm quite lucky. The very first iron-winged beast that I came across had a white blaze fruit in it. Only some of the iron-winged beasts in Wu Bei's cave carried a white blaze fruit. Most of them didn't have one. It led to a situation whereby some universe gods found an iron-winged beast and went through the trouble to kill it but all the effort was in vain. From how it seemed, Jian Wushuang was quite lucky. Just then, swoosh, 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 a few figures plunged over simultaneously and appeared around Jian Wushuang. They were the 7 universe gods. He killed the Iron Wing beasts. I was the closest to him earlier. I saw clearly that he really did take out a Qian Kuan ring from the Iron Wing beasts. In other words, he has a white blaze fruit with him. The 7 universe gods naturally fixed their gazes on Jian Wushuang. Crimson robe, carrying a sword, this look, you're Jian Wushuang. One of the blue-haired old ladies recognized Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, a top expert in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. A white blaze fruit is in his hands. The few universe gods' faces grew grave. If it was an ordinary universe god who had gotten the white blaze fruit, they definitely would take action to fight for it without hesitation. However, the one who had the white blaze fruit was Jian Wushuang. He was in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. A person's name could protect them, just like a tree's shadow could shelter one from heat. The few universe gods naturally were reluctant. Humph! So what if he's an expert on Universe God ranking list? We are all universe gods, and I don't think these people on Universe God ranking list are stronger. They could kill peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven easily, and I can do that too. Plus, there are 7 of us. What's there to be afraid of? A middle-aged man with dark skin bellowed. Hearing what he had said, the other universe gods looked at each other in surprise and started hesitating. If you want to take action against an expert on Universe God ranking list, it's your choice. I'm not interested, the blue-haired lady said and retreated. That's great. We have one less person to fight with us. The middle-aged man with dark skin smirked coldly. He's just an expert on the Universe God ranking list, and he is only at the 20th rank. He's not even a real god. With the 6 of us joining forces, why should we be afraid of him? The few hesitating universe gods suddenly shimmered with joy, and they nodded heavily after giving some thoughts. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit, and we will let you off, the middle-aged man with dark skin roared. Pass us the white blaze fruit. Don't make us take action against you. The remaining 5 universe gods fixed their gazes upon Jian Wushuang and cornered him. Jian Wushuang smirked at the sight. He flipped and took out the Qian Kuan ring he had got from the Iron Wing beast's body. The white blaze fruit is here. If you are capable enough, come and take it, Jian Wushuang said calmly. Looking at the Qian Kuan ring in Jian Wushuang's hand, there was madness in the 6 universe gods' eyes. The middle-aged man with dark skin sounded cold. As he is courting death, let us grant his death wish. After we kill him, we shall fight for the white blaze fruit with our own power. All right, the other 5 universe gods nodded simultaneously. Then swoosh! The 6 figures plunged towards Jian Wushuang to launch an attack at the same time. There was a murderous intention that flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. His figure turned illusionary, and he appeared before the middle-aged man with dark skin who was at the far front. Then he wielded the Blood Mountain sword. Fast, too fast! At least to the middle-aged man, it was extremely unbelievable. He couldn't react at all, and his throat was pierced by Jian Wushuang's sword light. How could it be that fast? Before he died, the middle-aged man's eyes were wide open. After he killed the middle-aged man with one stroke, Jian Wushuang's figures became illusionary again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Jian Wushuang's figures appeared in 5 different positions creepily, and he performed the same sword principle when he appeared. It looked like an ordinary stroke, but because it contained a slight bit of power of space-time, the sword principle was so swift that the 5 universe gods were unable to respond in time. Pissed, 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 pissed. The sound of 5 blades piercing into bodies was heard. In an instant, the entire universe quieted down. The 6 universe gods who had coveted Jian Wushuang's white blaze fruit and taken action against him were killed by Jian Wushuang's quick attacks. After killing the 6 universe gods, Jian Wushuang slowly reined in his sword and stole a glance at the blue-haired old lady who had retreated far away. The blue-haired old lady, who was covered in fear and astonishment, noticed Jian Wushuang's gaze, and she immediately bowed politely at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't make it difficult for the blue-haired old lady. He moved and immediately left. The blue-haired old lady stood in the void as she watched Jian Wushuang leave. She then let out a breath of relief as she looked at the 6 dead bodies scattered on the ground. There was disdain in her eyes. These 6 idiots didn't even know who they were. They had the guts to take action against an expert in the top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Just how stupid were they? The blue-haired old lady said. But she also knew that the 6 universe gods definitely belonged to those solo experts who weren't experienced. They cultivated to that point, and they might not see any true experts on Universe God ranking list. Usually, they would only hear legends about experts on the Universe God ranking list. But hearing legends and witnessing with one's own eyes were 2 different matters. Most of them didn't believe in legends. Naturally, they were in doubt of an expert on Universe God ranking list's power, to the point where they thought that even if they weren't as strong as the experts of the Universe God ranking list, they shouldn't be too far off. Just like the middle-aged man with dark skin earlier who had reckoned so. She was different. She came from a medium-sized sect in Red Dragon Sanctuary. She once saw an expert on Universe God ranking list in action. The expert was only 70th on the Universe God ranking list, but he was extremely powerful. She felt totally hopeless and didn't have any intention to counterattack. The one earlier who had appeared before them was a superb existence from the top 20. Such an existence could match evenly or even defeat a real god. How could the few universe gods join forces and expect to be able to match evenly with him? The blue-haired old lady was glad that she hadn't taken action. Otherwise, she definitely would be the same as the other 6 people and have become one of the dead bodies scattered on the ground. She sighed with emotion. Then, the blue-haired old lady took out a token. Sect Master, there's a white blaze fruit here. Chapter 1501, The Owner of the Sky Sword Mountain's Message. Chapter 1501, The Owner of the Sky Sword Mountain's Message. The island that Wu Bei's cave was situated in was filled with experts. Atop the island, at the highest point of the sky, there was a floating lofty golden hall that was concealed by the power of space-time. The big hall was filled with many strong auras, and every aura was strong enough to earn the respect of real gods. At the highest part of the big hall, there were a total of 20 long, narrow tables. Behind the table sat a figure. For these 20 figures, every single one of them was a super existence who could cause a sanctuary to shiver with fear with a stamp of their feet. These 20 figures were all almighties. Close to 20 almighties were present in the big hall. Apart from the almighties, the remaining people were experts who represented the big forces of every area. This included Lei Chao, who represented the lineage of Star. However, all the experts belonged to the lower part of the big hall. Many experts were drinking wine and having conversation at the same time. At that moment, among the almighties, the expression of a red-haired old man with one horn on his forehead changed, and he laughed. I have just got news that the 5th white blaze fruit has appeared, and it was obtained by Jian Wushuang of the lineage of Star. Ever since the news of Wu Bei's cave got out, many universe gods started to search for the white blaze fruit in the cave. To date, 4 white blaze fruits have been found, and adding the white blaze fruit that Jian Wushuang found, there were only a total of 5 fruits. The people in the big hall started a discussion immediately. Jian Wushuang, From the lineage of Star? I know about this Jian Wushuang. Previously, he had no reputation. However, 400 years ago, he defeated Ling Dan, who ranked 39th on the Universe God ranking list, with one stroke. After that, he defeated the Seven-Planet Palace Master of the Seven-Planet Palace. With this, he became famous. Indeed, he has the ability of a top 20 member of the Universe God ranking list. This little kid has only entered Wu Bei's cave for a few days. However, he actually obtained a white blaze fruit. His luck is not too bad. Lei Chao, Jian Wushuang, is part of the lineage of Star. Since you are currently representing the lineage of Star, do you have anything to say? A good number of experts in the big hall looked toward Lei Chao. However, Lei Chao said indifferently, "There's nothing for me to say. If one wishes to get a white blaze fruit in Wu Bei's cave, it is highly dependent on their luck." On the surface, Lei Chao said that Jian Wushuang had obtained the white blaze fruit due to luck. However, in actual fact, he knew very well that the fact that Jian Wushuang was able to obtain a white blaze fruit was not merely due to luck. After all, he knew Jian Wushuang's real identity, where Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. For an inverse cultivator, it was much easier for him to search for iron-winged beasts in Wu Bei's cave as compared to the other universe gods. Hence his chances of getting white blaze fruits would naturally be higher. I heard that when Jian Wushuang obtained the white blaze fruit, he was seen by a few universe gods. Those universe gods overestimated themselves and wanted to snatch the white blaze fruit away from Jian Wushuang. In the end, they were killed by Jian Wushuang. The red-haired old man and a few almighties who were in the highest part of the hall talked and laughed. That Jian Wushuang has some connections to me. He has stayed in my Sky Sword prison for a period of time. The owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, who sat with the Almighty, spoke. Oh! A few Almighties around the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain looked toward him with interest. It was Hall Master Yuan of the lineage of Star who requested me to imprison him in the Sky Sword prison. The lineage of Star even paid a price for this. However, that little kid is indeed quite talented. When he was first imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison, his abilities were normal within the Sky Sword prison. Despite that, in just 4,000 years, he relied on his own abilities to kill 10 real gods and came out from the Sky Sword prison. He is indeed a genius, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain said. In a mere 4,000 years. His improvement speed is so fast. The Almighties also knew about the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain Sky Sword prison. Hence, they knew very well how frightening Jian Wushuang's improvement speed was. However, they were only slightly surprised and not too concerned. To them, who stood at the top, Jian Wushuang was just a little kid at the level of Universe God. No matter how talented he was, he would be unable to draw their attention unless it was someone under them. They only mentioned Jian Wushuang at that moment because they were having a random conversation to pass time. Lei Chao, the eyes of the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, looked down. "Your lord!" Lei Chao greeted him with a bow immediately. Previously, Jian Wushuang requested me to release an expert who was imprisoned in the Sky Sword prison, but I declined. However, now, tell him that he can release whoever he wants as long as he brings me 2 white blaze fruits, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain said. Lei Chao's expression changed. The Almighties around the area looked toward the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain in succession. "Sky Sword, isn't that too much?" "That's right. Could it be that you imprisoned a real god of the second stage in the Sky Sword prison? Even if that were the case, a real god of the second stage is not worth 2 white blaze fruits. At best, 1 white blaze fruit should be enough. Sky Sword, you are a bit too greedy." A few Almighties spoke in succession. Everyone, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, looked at everyone around him and said with a laugh, "Everyone should be able to tell that the fight for the white blaze fruit this time round is not as simple as we think. It has only just begun, and 5 white blaze fruits have appeared already." If I'm not wrong, when the fight ends, at least 50 or even more white blaze fruits will appear. For so many white blaze fruits to appear in such a short period of time, the price of the white blaze fruit will naturally not be as shocking as it was in the past. That makes sense, the Almighties around the area agreed in succession. Items were only expensive as they were rare. Previously, it was extremely rare to come across a white blaze fruit even after many years. Hence, the white blaze fruit would naturally be extremely precious. However, if tens of white blaze fruits were to appear in a short period of time, the white blaze fruits would naturally be not worth as much. Even though the white blaze fruits were not worth as much, they were still very valuable, and it was enough for Almighties like them to have their eyes on it. Lei Chao, send a message to that little kid as per what I have said. Of course, in the end, it will depend on how many white blaze fruits that little kid obtains. In short, no matter how many white blaze fruits he obtains in Wu Bei's cave, I only need 2 of them, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain said with a laugh. That's more like it, all the Almighties beside him agreed in succession. Lei Chao nodded his head and started to transmit a message to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Lord Lei Chao, Jian Wushuang, who was in Wu Bei's cave, replied immediately. I heard that you already obtained your first white blaze fruit. Lei Chao questioned. Yes, I have obtained it. Lord Lei Chao, you managed to get this piece of news so quickly? Jian Wushuang was surprised. At the moment, the experts of many big forces of the 10 cultivation sanctuaries are all gathered together, including many of the Almighties. As soon as a new white blaze fruit appears, we will get the news immediately, Lei Chao said with a laugh. I see, Jian Wushuang understood. Jian Wushuang, the owner of the Sky Sword Mountain, is among the Almighties who have come, and he requested that I pass you a message. Chapter 1502, The Second Iron-Winged Beast. Chapter 1502, The Second Iron-Winged Beast. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain. Jian Wushuang was surprised. The owner of Sky Sword Prison said that you wanted him to release someone from the Sky Sword Prison once, but he didn't agree. Now he has promised you that you can release anyone with 2 white blaze fruit, Lei Chao said. Oh, Jian Wushuang found it strange. Humph, to release a real god, 1 white blaze fruit is more than enough. He asked for 2? King of Venomous Worms humped in Jian Wushuang's head. You act at your own discretion. The 2 white blaze fruits are not definite. The owner of Sky Sword Mountain himself said it could be discussed. Lei Chao said. I understand. Jian Wushuang understood the situation. In Sky Sword Prison, Fiery King was still imprisoned. If possible, Jian Wushuang would figure out a way to bail Fiery King out. As for the white blaze fruit, it depended on the amount of white blaze fruit that he got after the grand fight banquet. He could decide then. Jian Wushuang, let me remind you that as we have received the news of you getting a white blaze fruit, various universe gods in Wu Bei's cave definitely will have received the news too. They know that you have a white blaze fruit with you, so it is inevitable that there will be an expert who wants to take it away from you. Hence, be careful. In Wu Bei's cave, there is quite a number of universe gods who are at a higher rank than you are. If you were to really be at a critical junction, give up white blaze fruit and save your own life, Lei Chao exhorted. Jian Wushuang nodded. He wasn't stupid either. He wouldn't really sacrifice his live for a white blaze fruit. After they cut off the connection, Jian Wushuang continued to wander around the cave dwelling. On the island where experts had gathered, the entrance to Wu Bei's cave was still wide open. There were universe gods from everywhere in 10 cultivation sanctuaries that entered one after another. At that very moment, there was a young man in a white robe carrying a saber on his back that had appeared on the island. The young man in the white robe had long brown hair, a pair of drowsy eyes, and a handsomely cold face. He was a man with a remarkable appearance. That's the entrance to Wu Bei's cave. During the years in 10 cultivation sanctuaries, I have been challenging experts from all over. However, the strongest that I've met is one who was close to Universe God ranking list. He didn't even make me have to give my all. But in Wu Bei's cave now, more than 80% of experts on Universe God ranking list are gathered here. This is a battlefield for true experts. It's a battlefield that belongs to me. The young man in a white robe looked at the cave dwelling below as his eyes shimmered with joy. I heard that Jian Wushuang is in Wu Bei's cave too. I hope I can meet him. With a faint smile, the young man in a white robe plunged down and entered Wu Bei's cave. There were many experts on the island who were astonished. Such swift speed. This speed seems to surpass ordinary real gods. Who is the person who went in just now? I don't know. He isn't an expert on Universe God ranking list. He should be a solo expert who isn't quite famous. The birth of Wu Bei's cave has led to the appearance of many universe gods who aren't famous before, but very powerful. The person earlier was one of them. In Wu Bei's cave, the fight over the white blaze fruit was still ongoing. On the 4th day, Jian Wushuang entered the cave dwelling. He found a white blaze fruit. But in the following 10 days, Jian Wushuang didn't even find one iron-winged beast. On the 11th day, a vigorous roar spread. Although it was very far away, Jian Wushuang heard it at the very first instance. That direction. Jian Wushuang immediately locked into one direction and rushed over in an explosion of speed. When he appeared in the battlefield, he saw 4 universe gods joining forces to hem the iron-winged beast and to kill it. The 4 universe gods besieged the iron-winged beast, and there were already wounds on it. Then Jian Wushuang joined the battlefield straight away without hesitation. His participation shocked the other 4 universe gods, and they immediately recognized Jian Wushuang. It's Jian Wushuang. Top 20 on Universe God ranking list. Shit! Jian Wushuang dashed into the battlefield, and the 4 universe gods didn't have the ability to stop him. They saw the eruption of Jian Wushuang's sword principle, and his thunder-like techniques instantly killed the iron-winged beast. However, after Jian Wushuang had killed the iron-winged beast, he didn't see the existence of Qian Kunring like the previous dead body. No white blaze fruit. The effort was in vain. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly, but he had no choice. The iron-winged beast in Wu Bei's cave, not every one of them carried a white blaze fruit. After killing an iron-winged beast, it depended on luck if there was a white blaze fruit or not. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A bunch of figures caught up with them. They were universe gods who rushed over due to the fighting. In addition to the 4 universe gods who had besieged the iron-winged beast, there was a total of 10 people. The 10 of them scattered as they stared at Jian Wushuang. The 4 of us joined forces, and we finally did injury to the iron-winged beast with great difficulty. However, Mr. Jian Wushuang, you killed the iron-winged beast on your own in an instant. You live up to your name as an expert in the top 20 on the Universe God ranking list. I admire you. One of the 4 universe gods who besieged the iron-winged beast earlier, a brown-haired elderly said. There's no use if I killed it. There isn't any white blaze fruit in the iron-winged beast's body, Jian Wushuang replied. The surrounding universe gods exchanged a look. They saw it themselves. Jian Wushuang really didn't get a Qian Kuan ring from the dead body of the iron-winged beast. Although this iron-winged beast doesn't have it, from what I know, Mr. Jian Wushuang killed an iron-winged beast alone previously and took out a white blaze fruit from it, the brown-haired elderly suddenly said. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly and smiled. Why? Unless you're interested in the white blaze fruit that I got previously? I dare not. I am only casually bringing it up. I do not have the guts to take anything away from Mr. Jian Wushuang. Farewell, the brown-haired elderly said, then turned to leave. The other universe gods took another glance at Jian Wushuang, but they didn't have the courage to fight him. They left one after another. Most of them had received a reminder from the higher-ups of their sections. If they were to come across experts in the top 30 on the universe god ranking list, unless there were tens of universe gods to launch an attack together, or if there was another expert on the universe god ranking list to join the fight, they should leave immediately. Without sufficient formation strength, fighting over a white blaze fruit with a top 30 expert on universe god ranking list was simply courting death. 10 universe gods, there were 9 who left very quickly, but there was one who didn't leave. It was an ugly young man with dark skin. The young man carried a strange crimson saber on his back, and the aura that he gave out was quite wicked too. With a tinge of a chilly gleam, his gaze was fixed on Jian Wushuang. Chapter 1503, Fight. Chapter 1503, Fight. Do you still have something for me? Jian Wushuang looked at the ugly-looking man. Jian Wushuang, the ugly-looking man, spoke. I am Jiu Cho of the Purple Feather Palace. Purple Feather Palace. Jian Wushuang shook his head slightly. There were countless sects in the 10 cultivation sanctuaries. However, Jian Wushuang had never heard of the Purple Feather Palace. Hence, it was obvious that the Purple Feather Palace was not considered a very powerful sect. You might not have heard of me before. However, from today onward you will know me. This is because I will use you as a stepping stone and get into the top 20 of the universe god ranking list. The eyes of the ugly-looking man Jiu Cho were burning with excitement. Oh! Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He understood that Jiu Chao's objective was not the white blaze fruit that he possessed. Instead, it was to fight him. Before meeting you, I defeated Shirwang, who was ranked 58th, and Suong, who was ranked 31st in the universe god ranking list successively. Now, I only need to defeat you so that I can challenge the 10 monsters who are in the top 10 of the universe god ranking list. Jiu Chao's loud voice reverberated across the area. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang's gaze turned serious, and his expression also turned grave. If Jiu Cho had no fighting achievements previously and had only wanted to challenge him, Jian Wushuang would not be too concerned. However, at the moment, Jiu Cho had already defeated 2 experts in the universe god ranking list consecutively. This included Suong, who was ranked 31st on the universe god ranking list as well. Hence, Jian Wushuang could no longer take him lightly. Jian Wushuang, show me your full strength and let me see how strong the top 20 of the universe god ranking list is. With a shout, Jiu Cho, who stood in front of Jian Wushuang, made a move. Whoosh! The void in front of Jian Wushuang was torn open, and Jiu Chao's body appeared immediately. As soon as Jiu Cho appeared, a shrill crimson saber light struck. Fast. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. During his course of training, he had met quite a number of experts. In particular, in the Sky Sword Prison, he had fought with many experts, which included a few real gods, and some of them wielded a saber. However, among those experts, not many of them could use a saber with speed, like Jiu Cho. Humph. Jian Wushuang gave a cold humph, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hands changed into electricity and clashed with the crimson saber light with lightning speed. During the clash, 2 divine power collided with one another. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword and Jiu Chao's crimson saber were pushed back to the point that they retreated slightly. 10,000 shadows. Jian Wushuang gave a loud cry. Rustle! 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 Countless sword lights burst forth, and every one of them was terrifically fast. In addition, its power was frightening. Haha, take this. Jiu Cho laughed loudly. A great amount of horrifying saber essence, which could tear apart everything, rose, and Jiu Chao's body changed into a sharp saber. The saber light was like ink, and it attacked instantly. The saber light, which could cover the universe, was like a crimson saber river and it headed for Jian Wushuang. Clang, 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 clang. Countless sounds of weapons clashing with one another could be heard. At that instant, in less than a breath's time, both of them had already clashed with one another hundreds of times. In such an intense battle, the Crimson Saber River, which was originally very dense, became even more dazzling. The speed of his saber skills is actually faster than mine. Jian Wushuang was shocked and his body moved. Swoosh! 9 shadows appeared at the same time, and Jian Wushuang's body had already appeared magically behind Jiu Chao's back. His shrill sword was like a crimson, glittering light which plunged across the void and headed straight for Jiu Chao's neck. Piss off! Jiu Chou turned his hand over and struck furiously. This stroke was strong. When it clashed with Jian Wushuang's sword principles, it actually forced Jian Wushuang to retreat 3 steps continuously. Jian Wushuang, as someone who is ranked 20th in the universe God ranking list, your abilities are only as such. Jiu Chao's body was filled with murderous aura, and an enormous amount of saber essence was locked onto Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with a fierce light. By activating his divine power crazily, his reincarnation power also activated the secret skill of the blood feather reincarnation armor. 9th Heaven Stroke. A supreme sword essence burst forth in a great amount and shot up to the highest heavens. At that void, the nemesis sword, a towering sword shadow which could destroy the world, descended. A fearsome power was putting pressure on the void. Haha, good going. Jiu Chao's face was filled with excitement. After laughing, the crimson saber on his hands became even redder. A tremendous amount of crimson mist was released, and the whole sky was dyed a scarlet color. Within the center of the crimson universe, Jiu Chou looked as if he had become the emperor of the universe. Crimson saber. Rustle. A captivating, brilliant saber light appeared out of thin air. The saber light was so unusually bewitching that it caused people to be charmed. When it was launched, it was as if everything in the universe had lost its color. In no time, the unusually bewitching saber light collided head-on with the towering sword shadow that Jian Wushuang had unleashed. Bam! A loud sound which shook the universe could be heard. At that moment, when the sound was heard, a vast amount of divine power had already become frightening shockwaves which swept past all areas. Within the enormous divine power storm, a glittering light appeared. Thud! The glittering light landed on the ground directly without any hindrance, and it created a big hole instantly. It was as if the land had completely subsided. However, with a release of powerful divine power from the bottom of the hole, a huge amount of crushed stone was smashed into pieces. A figure then stood up again. It was Jiu Chou. Jiu Chou had an extremely red face, and his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. As he stood on the ground, he looked at the void above. At the top, Jian Wushuang had a cold expression, and he was putting his blood mountain sword into its sheath slowly. You are indeed strong, and you will not have any problems getting into the top 30 of the universe God ranking list. However, you are still a bit lacking if you wish to get into the top 20. After finishing talking, Jian Wushuang did not care about Jiu Chao's reaction. He turned his body straight away and left. Jiu Chou stood at his position. His body was shaking a little, and he did not refute Jian Wushuang's words. He was very clear that the clash moments ago had decided the outcome of the match between him and Jian Wushuang. He had lost. His sword principles were definitely not too strong. Compared to my saber skills, his sword principles are slightly more inferior. However, his divine power is unusually powerful, and it is 1 grade stronger than mine. His comprehension of the power of heaven way also seems to be stronger than mine. Powerful divine power combined with the power of heaven way. Even though his unique skills are slightly inferior to mine, he still managed to push me back. I am not satisfied with this loss, Jiu Cho muttered. However, he didn't know that Jian Wushuang's divine power was not stronger than his by much. It was because of the secret skill of the blood feather reincarnation armor that allowed Jian Wushuang's divine power to rise to the next level. As for the comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei, Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine could already allow him to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace. As for Jiu Chao's comprehension of the Heaven Wei, he was still lacking slightly. With the combination of these two factors, Jian Wushuang would definitely be stronger if the two of them fought one another. As expected, the experts in the top 20 of the Universe God ranking list would not go down so easily. Moreover, although Jian Wushuang has only just achieved the 20th position, he is this strong. Hence, those people whose rankings are higher than his are definitely stronger. With that, the distance between me and them is definitely still very big. Jiu Cho shook his head and left soon after. Chapter 1504, Mighty Uproar. Chapter 1504, Mighty Uproar. In the void, Jian Wushuang was traveling forward slowly, but he was astonished. Jiu Cho from earlier was really powerful, and he was very close to the top 20 on the Universe God ranking list. Such strong a Universe God, but he wasn't famous at all? Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. Jian Wushuang, you must understand that 10 cultivation sanctuaries is huge. There's so many experts, and not every expert is famous. There are experts who possess amazing power but have kept a low profile and hardly revealed their true power. Such experts remained unknown to the public. There are tons of them in 10 cultivation sanctuaries. The birth of Wu Bei's cave gathered most of the Universe gods who were not famous here. Hence, don't belittle anyone just because he isn't famous or not listed on the Universe God ranking list. King of Venomous Worms said. True, Jiu Cho, who popped out of nowhere, has the fighting power of one in the top 30 in Universe God ranking list. Among the experts who are not famous but in Wei Bei's cave, there must be some who are stronger than Jiu Cho. I reckon some experts who could be compared favorably with the top 10 monsters might appear too, Jian Wushuang muttered. He could imagine that the Universe God ranking list would definitely go through an unprecedented, radical shakeup after the grand fight banquet. After making the fact known, Jian Wushuang became more careful and cautious with every action he took in Wu Bei's cave. The time flew past. Although Wu Bei's cave was extremely spacious, after the Universe gods probed inch by inch, one iron-winged beast was found after another and then killed. Even though most of the iron-winged beasts had no white blaze fruits in their bodies, there were few that had one. Once a white blaze fruit appeared, it would cause a fight. On the 13th day after Jian Wushuang had entered Wu Bei's cave, someone found the 6th white blaze fruit. The one who found the white blaze fruit was a Universe God in the top 10 on Universe God ranking list. Even though there were many Universe gods around him who saw when he got the white blaze fruit, there was no one who had the guts to fight for it. Hence, the 6th white blaze fruit didn't cause a great commotion. On the 18th day, the 7th white blaze fruit appeared, and the white blaze fruit was in the hands of an ordinary Universe God. The Universe God just got it out of the iron-winged beast's body, and the others killed it very soon. Then it transformed into carnage immediately. After a ferocious battle, the white blaze fruit fell into the hands of an expert in the 27th place on the Universe God ranking list. There were more than 100 Universe gods who had died from the battle. Among the dead, there were 2 experts on Universe God ranking list that passed away. It was extremely mad. On the 20th day after Jian Wushuang had entered Wu Bei's cave, Lei Chao sent him updated news. The monster on the 2nd place on Universe God ranking list, King Jin Wu, came. Since then, the 10 monsters on the Universe God ranking list, there were a total of 7 that were there. After Jian Wushuang had wandered in Wu Bei's cave for a month, shocking news suddenly spread. Demon girl Ling Luo, who was on the third place on Universe God ranking list, was challenged by a mysterious man in Wu Bei's cave, and she was defeated and killed on the spot. When the news spread, it immediately stirred a mighty uproar in Wu Bei's cave. The top 10 on the Universe God ranking list, also known as the 10 Monsters. They were widely recognized as the scariest 10 people out of all of the Universe Gods. To be able to be in the top 3 on the Universe God ranking list, they were surely the monsters of the monsters. Such monsters could easily kill a real god, and their power made one hopeless. However, the monster on the third place on Universe God ranking list had lost to a person who wasn't famous at all. It was naturally astonishing. Outside the island, in the lofty palace, where many almighties and representatives of each forces and sects had gathered. Compared to a month before, there was obviously more experts in the palace. Even almighties. There were about 25 almighties on the scene. At that very moment, the experts were all discussing demon girl Ling Luo being defeated. The superb genius in third place on Universe God ranking list. She lost just like that. We guessed earlier that there would definitely be a radical shakeup on the Universe God ranking list. However, the monsters in the top 10 shouldn't change much, especially the top 3. Who would have guessed that before the opening of Wu Bei's cave in 2 months' time, one of the top 3 would already be defeated? The mysterious man who defeated demon girl Ling Luo, who was it? Any names? No. According to the news I heard, the mysterious man didn't announce his name when he challenged demon girl Ling Luo, but instantly took action. He uses a knife as his weapon. His knife principle is so terrifying. He comprehended darkness doctrine and massacre doctrine of 9 heaven god doctrine at the same time. His darkness doctrine definitely possesses the ability to pass the first level of Doctrine Palace, although his comprehension towards massacre doctrine has not reached the first level. It's about there. TSK comprehended 2 powers of Heaven Way at the same time and with such a high comprehension level. He's so impressive. From the opening of Wu Bei's cave until now, there have been quite a number of experts who weren't famous before that revealed surprising power in the cave. There are many who possessed the fighting powers of one on the Universe God ranking list. However, the mysterious man who used a knife should be the strongest. Real gods from each force were chatting among themselves. In a higher place in the palace, the 25 almighties scattered around. Tower Master Chi Fu, the latest Universe God ranking list. Have you sorted it out yet? A red-haired elderly with a unicorn on his forehead asked casually. Don't be in a hurry. Tower Master Chi Fu shook his head and smiled. The grand banquet has just started. A ferocious fight leads to a radical shakeup of Universe God ranking list. It isn't easy for Vientiane Tower to tidy them up. Plus, although there are some people who have revealed their powers, Vientiane Tower has yet to find out their true identity. Just like the young man who defeated Ling Luo, Vientiane Tower has yet to find out who he is. How do we announce the list? That's true. The red-haired elderly nodded faintly. Wait a little while more. When the list is sorted, we naturally will announce it, Tower Master Chi Fu said. In Wu Bei's cave, Jian Wushuang had already received the news of demon girl Ling Luo being defeated. Awesome guy. He could even shake the monster on the third place on Universe God ranking list. Out of the Universe Gods who came to Wu Bei's cave, there are so many hidden talents. Jian Wushuang complimented in silence. He knew long ago that many experts who weren't famous would come to join the grand banquet, just like the few people he had found out from Lei Chao previously. Although they weren't listed on the Universe God ranking list, they were suspected to possess fighting powers like one in the top 10 of Universe God ranking list. But the person who had appeared then was the most eye-catching one. He plunged into the top 3 on the Universe God ranking list with one attack. It seems that if I hadn't cultivated in real God Hall for 4 months and mastered a slight bit of power of space-time, my position as the 20th on the universe god ranking list would be quite difficult to maintain, Jian Wushuang muttered. Just then, Chapter 1505 Rescue. Chapter 1505 Rescue. Jian Wushuang, where are you now? Lei Chao sent a message abruptly, and it was obvious that his voice was filled with anxiousness. I am at this place. Is there something wrong? Jian Wushuang informed Lei Chao of his location immediately. Quick, head toward your northwest. Longya is in that direction, and he is currently being pursued by someone. Please go over to save him at once, Lei Chao said continuously. Longya is being pursued. Jian Wushuang was stunned. In the fight for the White Blaze fruit this time round, all 3 disciples of the lineage of Star who had made it into the universe god ranking list had come. However, in Wu Bei's cave, the 3 of them were separated. Jian Wushuang had been acting alone, and it seemed that Longya, as well as Xian Yi, had been doing the same. Could it be that Longya has obtained a White Blaze fruit? Jian Wushuang questioned. That's right. In a stroke of luck, he managed to get 1 White Blaze fruit. However, he was targeted by quite a number of experts, and he is currently using the secret skill of Dragon Blood to escape with all his might. However, the secret skill of Dragon Blood uses up divine power at a very fast rate, and it will not last long. Xian Yi has also made his way over. However, you are the closest to Longya. I will inform Longyu to escape in your direction, and he might still make it, Lei Chao said. All right, I will head there straight away. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he unleashed his speed. Even he himself unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood and plunged toward the direction of Longya. In a vast void, swish, a glittering light was escaping with an amazing speed. However, a short distance behind him, there was a black, dim light giving chase, and its speed was quite fast as well. Jerk! There were many bloodstains on Longya, and he looked very miserable. After he shot a glance at the black, dim light behind him, his expression turned extremely ugly. Previously, his luck was good, and he had managed to get a White Blaze fruit during a fight that many universe gods had participated in. After getting the White Blaze fruit, he used the secret skill of Dragon Blood to escape straight away. Initially, he had thought that by relying on the secret skill of Dragon Blood, he would be able to lose all the universe gods. However, he totally did not expect to come across a fearsome guy while escaping. At that moment, Longya's divine power was being used up rapidly. By relying on the second stage of the secret skill of Dragon Blood, his speed had already risen by more than 100 times. Yet, he was still unable to lose the black dim light behind him. He was not like Jian Wushuang, who had the king of venomous worms attached to him to help him replenish his divine power. Since Longya's divine power was being depleted at a very fast rate, he would not be able to maintain his speed for much longer. I have exhausted 70% of my divine power, and I only have 30% left. At best, I can only last for 1/8 of an hour more. Longya clenched both his fists tightly. For a normal, intense battle, 1/8 of an hour was considered long. However, to Longya, who was escaping, it was too short. Longya's expression changed abruptly. He had already received Lei Chao's message and got the information that Jian Wushuang was rushing over. At the same time, he also got to know Jian Wushuang's location. Great! Longya was delighted. He did not hesitate and immediately escaped in the direction of Jian Wushuang. As for that black, dim light, it followed him persistently like before. As time passed, his divine power decreased rapidly. Previously, he had already used up 70%. Eventually, it became 80% and then 90%. When he had depleted 90% of his divine power, Longya finally started to panic. He's not here yet. Jian Wushuang is not here yet. Longya's body was shivering. He felt that he had exhausted all the divine power in the body. I cannot last any longer. Longya felt helpless. He then turned his head and shouted, "Universe, God Xiong Fu, I will give you the white blaze fruit. Please stop chasing me." Haha, a loud and earth-shaking laugh could be heard from the black, dim light. "If you had given me that white blaze fruit from the start, I would not have made things difficult for you. However, you are about to run out of steam. Lowering your head now is too late. By killing you, that white blaze fruit will still be mine. Moreover, I can also get all the treasures you possess. Why wouldn't I do it? After all, I won't need to use too much effort." "Bastard! I am a disciple of the Star Palace," Longya bellowed. "Don't use Star Palace, disciple, to frighten me. My Heaven Axe Divine Palace is not afraid of your lineage of star." Universe God Xiong Fu, who was within the black light, sneered. Longya's expression turned even paler. He had already reached the state where the divine power in his body was completely used up. Without sufficient divine power to last, Longya's speed decreased greatly. "Haha, Longya die." Cruel laughter resounded across the horizon, and the black light appeared behind Longya. Longya's gaze turned serious. With a flip of his palm, the white blaze fruit appeared in his hands. What followed after that was him tossing the white blaze fruit in a random direction without hesitation. The white blaze fruit. The expression of Universe God Xiong Fu, who had reached the back of Longya, changed slightly. After that, he immediately changed his direction and plunged toward the white blaze fruit. In no time, Universe God Xiong Fu caught up with the white blaze fruit, and he grabbed it with his hands. "Humph! Do you think you can escape from me, just like that?" After keeping the white blaze fruit into a Qian Kuan ring, Universe God Xiong Fu's icy cold eyes locked onto Longya, who was continuing his escape. With a flash of murderous intent, he gave chase again. It was obvious that Universe God Xiong Fu would only let the matter drop when he had killed Longya. However, at that moment, in the void in front of Longya, a black dot appeared out of thin air. Moreover, the black dot was getting bigger with a shocking speed. "Jian Wushuang!" Longya was over the moon, and he relied on his last bit of divine power to head toward Jian Wushuang. The two of them finally met. "Russell." Jian Wushuang stood in front of Longya straight away. Longya had collapsed completely, and his aura had become extremely weak. Swoosh! The black light, which had followed behind Longya, stopped as well. The dim light dissipated, revealing a cruel-looking man who wore black armor. The cruel-looking man's hands were carrying one big axe each. At that moment, he was looking toward Jian Wushuang with interest. "Longya, are you all right?" Jian Wushuang shot a glance toward Longya, who was behind him. "This is not enough to make me die. I have merely exhausted my divine power. Also, the white blaze fruit has fallen into the hands of Universe God Xiong Fu," Longya said in a low voice, and his eyes filled with flames of fury. "I have some elixirs with me. Take them immediately to regain your divine power." Jian Wushuang tossed a few elixirs over to Longya. The elixirs were obtained by Jian Wushuang from the real gods, who he had killed back in the Sky Sword prison. The effects of the elixirs were impressive as well. "All right," Longya nodded his head seriously. Without hesitation, he swallowed the elixirs with one gulp and started to recover his divine power at once. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and he looked at the cruel-looking man who was wearing black armor. "Universe God Xiong Fu!" Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly. Universe God Xiong Fu was ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. The most outstanding genius disciple of the current generation in the Heaven Axe Divine Palace. He was also acknowledged as one of the 10 monsters by the Eternal Chaotic World. To date, this was the very first expert in the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list that Jian Wushuang had come across. Chapter 1506, Soft Persimmon. Chapter 1506, Soft Persimmon. In the void, as the breeze howled, the air seemed to freeze. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold as he fixed his eyes upon Universe God Xiongfu. In Wu Bei's cave, many universe gods were fighting one another madly for white blaze fruits. The one who was killed in the fight could only blame himself for being weak. He can't blame anyone else. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. Universe God Xiongfu, if Long Ye were to seize the white blaze fruit and be unwilling to give it to you, I could understand if you were to kill him. However, Long Ye gave you the white blaze fruit, but you're still coming after him to kill him. Isn't this a little ridiculous? Ridiculous. Universe God Xiongfu lifted the corners of his lips and smiled. In this world, there's no right and wrong. There's only strong and weak, as I am stronger than him. So what if I am being ridiculous? Jian Wushuang, you should be glad that your ranking on the Universe God ranking list isn't low. I am not confident that I can kill you. Otherwise, not only Long Ye, but also you with a white blaze fruit will have to die here today. Universe God Xiongfu knew Jian Wushuang had a white blaze fruit too. However, Jian Wushuang wasn't weak. Although he was at the 9th place on Universe God ranking list, it was not definite if he could kill Jian Wushuang. If so, I am really lucky, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and his gaze turned cold too, but I'd really like to know just how amazing the 9th place on Universe God ranking list is. Why? Want to try? Universe God Xiongfu smirked and looked at Jian Wushuang in disdain. He wasn't sure if he could kill Jian Wushuang, but in terms of power, he didn't see Jian Wushuang as his match. After all, between the top 10 and the top 20 on Universe God ranking list, there was a vast difference. Just as the two of them were going to launch an attack, there was a huge crowd that appeared in the void before them. Those people were the Universe Gods who were fighting over the white blaze fruit with Long Ye earlier. But as their speed wasn't fast enough, they only caught up then. Including the Universe Gods who were attracted by the chase, there was a total of almost 100 people. With almost 100 Universe Gods, although there weren't any experts on the Universe God ranking list, if they were to join forces, it would still be a rather fierce fighting force. Universe God Xiongfu and Jian Wushuang. The Universe Gods who caught up looked at the two of them in astonishment, especially when they saw Jian Wushuang. The Universe Gods looked shocked. Jian Wushuang was holding a white blaze fruit. Then they noticed Long Ye, who was extremely weak, standing behind Jian Wushuang. Long Ye, pass us the white blaze fruit. Pass us the white blaze fruit. Otherwise, you have to die. Continuous roars were heard one after another. The Universe Gods locked gazes on Long Ye. Long Ye clenched his teeth and roared, "The white blaze fruit that I've gotten is in Universe God Xiongfu's hands." Huh. The Universe Gods looked at Universe God Xiongfu again. He's right. I do have a white blaze fruit in my hand. Universe God Xiongfu smiled maliciously. However, I'm not the only one with a white blaze fruit on hand. Jian Wushuang has one too. So, you'd better think it through if you want the white blaze fruit in my hand or the one in Jian Wushuang's hand. Or maybe you can figure out a way to make the both of us stay back. Universe God Xiongfu obviously sounded bold in his speech. The surrounding 100 Universe Gods immediately drowned in deep thoughts. One-on-one, they definitely weren't Jian Wushuang or Universe God Xiongfu's match. They definitely had to join forces. Even if they were to join forces, 100 peak Universe Gods in the 3rd heaven joining forces. Although their fighting power would be fierce, it would be unrealistic to make both Jian Wushuang and Universe God Xiongfu stay. Hence, they could only choose one. Universe God Xiongfu and Jian Wushuang. One was 9th on the Universe God ranking list, and the latter one on the 20th. Even an idiot would know how to choose. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit. An elderly in a red robe who obviously had a stronger aura compared to the other Universe Gods roared. The other universe gods looked over at Jian Wushuang at the same time, and their gazes were cold. On the other hand, universe god Xiong Fu looked at the sight with interest, but didn't intend to get involved. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. "It seems that they are treating me like a soft persimmon," Jian Wushuang muttered. "Well, universe god Xiong Fu is in the 9th place on universe god ranking list, which is a higher rank than mine. Under normal circumstances, his power should definitely be stronger than mine. Jian Wushuang, give us the white blaze fruit, and we will let you leave with Longya. Otherwise, both you and Longya have to die here." The elderly in red robe continued. "With all of you." Jian Wushuang stole a glance at the elderly in red robe. "You're courting death." The elderly in red robe was raging with anger. He bellowed, "Go, kill him!" "Kill!" The surrounding 100 universe gods instantly erupted with a terrifying murderous intention, and the figures plunged forward simultaneously. Normally, if only a few of them ran into Jian Wushuang alone, they definitely wouldn't dare to make a plan on Jian Wushuang's white blaze fruit. But then they weren't afraid. After all, there were almost 100 of universe gods, and they were all peak universe gods in the 3rd heaven. Although there weren't any experts on universe god ranking list, with them joining forces, even universe god Xiong Fu, who was on the 9th place on universe god ranking list, could only avoid them, let alone Jian Wushuang. Die. These universe gods were soaring with murderous intention. But then Jian Wushuang's face was extremely cold. "I do not want to carry out a massacre. But this time, you are the one courting death." Jian Wushuang gave a chilly glare, and a boundless soul power swept out instantly. The bolt of soul power turned into a crimson phoenix in the void directly. The crimson phoenix flapped its wings, then it turned into flowing lights and rained. As the crimson phoenix's feather turned into crimson flowing lights, they immersed into the almost 100 of universe gods' bodies without hindrance. Then they pierced through the universe gods' sea of consciousness like sharp thorns. Almost 100 universe gods were soaring with murderous intention earlier, but then more than half of them revealed a terrified expression. Then their gazes grew dim. Walala! Just like rain, out of almost 100 of universe gods, 60 of them fell to the ground straight away. There was over 30 remaining universe gods. Although they forcefully endured the soul attack, they could feel the piercing pain from their consciousnesses. Then, Blood Mountain's sword already appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand. Looking at the remaining 30 universe gods before him that were still in astonishment, there was a flash of murderous intention in Jian Wushuang's eyes as his figure suddenly became illusionary. Chapter 1507 Universe God Xiong Fu. Chapter 1507 Universe God Xiong Fu. Rustle. 9 shadows appeared at the same time. Jian Wushuang's body became like a ghost's, and he appeared in front of the red-robed old man instantly. The red-robed old man was the strongest out of the universe gods, and his fighting capabilities were almost comparable to that of the experts in the universe god ranking list. However, he was attacked by Jian Wushuang's soul attack. Before his consciousness was able to settle down, Jian Wushuang did a random stroke. The sword cut open the air and swept past the nape of the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man's head was sent flying. Following that, Jian Wushuang's body moved again, and he shuttled back and forth within the crowd. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. While shuttling back and forth, icy cold sword lights were unleashed one after another, and every sword light was so chilly that it was fearsome. In a split second, a breath's time had passed, and among the remaining 30 universe gods, 16 of them had been killed by Jian Wushuang. The remaining universe gods, whose numbers made up to less than 20, were dumbstruck by the crazy massacre occurring in front of them. Run, run. Run away quickly. He's too scary. He's not human, he's a demon. The universe gods escaped with all their might. In just a short amount of time, apart from Jian Wushuang and Longya, universe god Xiong Fu was the only person still alive and standing at his location. Clap, clap. Clapping sounds could be heard. Universe god Xiong Fu was clapping his hands and walking toward Jian Wushuang at the same time. Brilliant, really brilliant. Universe god Xiong Fu giggled. I did not expect you, Jian Wushuang, to actually be proficient in consciousness attacks. Moreover, your way of using the consciousness attacks is so impressive. This has really widened my perspective. Jian Wushuang was squinting his eyes slightly. Although he was proficient in consciousness attacks, this information was not in the universe god ranking list. Hence, there were not many people in Wu Bei's cave who knew about this trick of his. If not, the universe gods from before would not have the guts to find trouble with him. After all, numbers were the least concern of experts who excelled in consciousness attacks. Jian Wushuang's force of soul had achieved the highest level of a universe god. By using Crimson Phoenix, a soul attack with his full strength, unless the consciousness of his opponent had also reached the highest level of a universe god, he would be unable to block it. As for those universe gods numbering close to 100 previously, over 60 of them were killed in a short while, and only 30 of them, whose consciousnesses had reached the highest level of a universe god, survived. However, there were merely 30 universe gods. With Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, there was only room for them to be massacred. In addition, Blood Phoenix of the 5 Beast Soul Manipulation Act was an attack to attack a large group of people. In a 1-to-1 match, if Jian Wushuang had used the soul attack with his full power, even a consciousness which had reached the highest level of a universe god would be unable to block it, unless the consciousness of the other party had achieved the level of a real god. The people in the way have been taken care of. Now it's your turn. Jian Wushuang looked toward universe god Xiong Fu. You wish to fight? Bring it on. Universe god Xiong Fu had nothing to fear. Long Fu, please stay to one side, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. Long Yin nodded his head and retreated far away immediately. In the huge void, only Jian Wushuang and universe god Xiong Fu remained. I wish to see exactly how strong a person like you, who is ranked 9th on the universe god ranking list, is. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold and 9 shadows appeared at once. At that moment, when he moved his body, Jian Wushuang's eyes glowed with a dense crimson light. The crimson light was like a crimson sun. Its scarlet color was dazzling and extremely charming. Even universe god Xiong Fu could not help but be captivated by the crimson sun. All of a sudden, the 18 Azura hell descended. A phantasmagoria. Universe god Xiong Fu frowned. He was already in the phantasmagoria. Break. With a shout, universe god Xiong Fu broke out of the phantasmagoria immediately. His consciousness had already reached the level of a real god. Although Jian Wushuang's phantasmagoria was strong, it was unable to affect him. However, the moment he got out of the phantasmagoria, he realized that Jian Wushuang's body had already appeared in front of him. At the same time, scarlet sword light headed toward him like crimson lightning. It was the real god's unique skill that Jian Wushuang had created, crimson light. Humph. Universe god Xiong Fu gave a cold hum. He swung his right hand abruptly, and a giant axe shadow brought the power of the universe around the area. The power was so enormous and mighty, it was as if the whole universe was being oppressed. Clang! With a loud sound, a great force caused Jian Wushuang to shake and stagger. In the end, he retreated a few steps continuously. Ha! Universe god Xiong Fu laughed sardonically. He then used both his hands and swung the 2 giant axes at the same time. The 2 giant axes were swung continuously and endlessly, with every swing containing terrifying power. Jian Wushuang had already activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. He had also released his divine power fully. With that, he swung his long sword continuously to fight. However, as he clashed with the giant axes time after time, the horrifying strength shook Jian Wushuang to the point that his arms felt some pain. What great power! I have already activated the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor. However, I actually cannot match him in terms of strength? Jian Wushuang was shocked. When his divine power was combined with the secret skill of the Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor, his divine power would not be inferior to that of a genuine, real god by much. However, he was actually unable to match Universe God Xiongfu. Jian Wushuang, are your abilities only as such? The eyes of Universe God Xiongfu, who was swinging his giant axes crazily to push back Jian Wushuang, shone with a fierce light. You actually dare to fight me with this kind of strength? You are really overestimating yourself. Buzz! Blood qi burst forth from Universe God Xiongfu's body all of a sudden. His aura became even more fierce and violent. In addition, the power that his giant axes contained increased as well. Universe God Xiongfu had gotten his name due to his ferocity. His axe skills were absurd and fierce. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. He then displayed the small portion of the power of space-time that he had comprehended. Buzz! Initially, Jian Wushuang relied on martial art motion to create the 9 shadows. However, at that moment, with the addition of the small portion of the power of space-time, Jian Wushuang had created a total of 18 shadows. Secret Skill Flowing Light Phantom, Stage 3. This martial art motion secret skill was directed against space-time. At the first stage and second stage, there were not much requirement of the space-time doctrine. However, at stage 3, the practitioner had to possess a small bit of the power of space-time in order to use it. Jian Wushuang had grasped a small portion of the power of space-time. When he was moving around alone in Wu Bei's cave previously, he did not come across any opponents who were exceptionally strong. His strongest opponent was Jiu Chou. However, Jiu Chou only possessed fighting capabilities to get into the top 30s of the Universe God ranking list. Hence, he was unable to force Jian Wushuang to use the power of space-time. It was until the very moment where he fought Universe God Xiongfu that Jian Wushuang did not conceal any of his abilities. Instead, he unleashed his full power. By using the power of space-time, a total of 18 shadows were created. His martial art motion and the speed that he could move in an instant were brought to a new level at that moment. This speed, Universe God Xiongfu was astonished. He was also surprised by the speed that Jian Wushuang had unleashed all of a sudden. Universe God Xiongfu, aren't you powerful in terms of strength? I shall not compete with you in strength. Instead, I will rely on speed to kill you. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intent. Chapter 1508, Fight a Pitched Battle. Chapter 1508, Fight a Pitched Battle. Wow. A total of 18 shadows, and every one of them was as swift as a ghost. Jian Wushuang's figure instantly appeared before Universe God Xiongfu, and a crimson sword light slashed at his skull. The speed was really too fast. One who was as strong as Universe God Xiongfu could only swing out the huge axe in a flurry to block. Dang! A loud noise and the 18 shadows were cast out again. Jian Wushuang appeared behind Universe God Xiongfu again and wielded his sword at lightning speed again. Jian Wushuang's speed and martial art motion exploded. He moved around Universe God Xiongfu and constantly performed sword principles to attack Universe God Xiongfu's vital parts. Although Universe God Xiongfu was powerful, dealing with such creepy martial art motion at such speed, he could only think of ways to block Jian Wushuang's sword principle attack for the time being. He looked like he was in a fix. Bastard. There was an angry roar, and there was fire churning in Universe God Xiong Fu's eyes. However, there was a soaring rage that flowed from his body suddenly. He was like a living beast, an enormous amount of divine power concentrated in the huge axe in his hands. Suddenly, the two huge axes swung out, and the surrounding void was covered in the axe shadow. He only wanted to pressure me with force. Humph! Jian Wushuang's gaze turned cold, and he wielded Blood Mountain sword suddenly. It collided with the two axes shadows. Under the attack of the divine power, he took a few steps back. However, the moment he steadied himself, the figure plunged out again. Want to suppress me by relying on force itself? You must be dreaming. Jian Wushuang's gaze was cold. He used the power of space-time and burst his martial art motion entirely. Universe God Xiong Fu couldn't catch up to his speed at all. Hence, Universe God Xiong Fu wanted to rely on his strength to forcefully fight him off till he became heavily injured. Just like the saying, one force loses 10 strokes. However, Universe God Xiong Fu didn't know that Jian Wushuang might not be able to compare favorably with him in terms of power, but they weren't too far apart. Merely a small difference in power, and he intended to suppress Jian Wushuang. It was impossible. Plus, even if Jian Wushuang were to be fought off, he would plunge forward again the very next moment. Your martial art motion, speed, and even close combat power are far behind me. You're only slightly stronger in terms of strength. How dare you behave so recklessly before me? Just stand here and be my living target. Jian Wushuang roared. His figure moved creepily and then appeared by Universe God Xiong Fu's side. Blood Mountain's sword turned into a flowing light and stabbed into Universe God Xiong Fu's chest. Such a creepy martial art motion, such a tricky angle. Universe God Xiong Fu couldn't wield his huge axe to block, but the black armor covered his whole body, and the black armor let out a dim light. Blood Mountain's sword stabbed the black armor, and it only left a white mark on the black armor, which disappeared really quickly. Real God chaos, unique treasure. Jian Wushuang frowned. He was a disciple of Star Palace from lineage of Star. He had completed the ultimate disciple task, and he received Blood Feather Reincarnation Armor as a bonus reward. On the other hand, Universe God Xiong Fu was Heaven Axe Divine Palace's most outstanding disciple. Heaven Axe Divine Palace wasn't much weaker compared to Lineage of Star. It was only right and proper that he had a real God chaos unique treasure on him. However, even with the black armor protecting his body, part of the force contained in Jian Wushuang's stroke spread to Universe God Xiong Fu's divine body and caused him some damage. Swoosh! Universe God Xiong Fu retreated at high speed due to the impact. As he retreated, he looked over at Jian Wushuang with eyes full of rage. Jian Wushuang, I belittled you. You already have the fighting power to be listed in the top 10 of Universe God ranking list. That's really impressive. Universe God Xiong Fu roared. You and I have not much difference in power. If we were to continue to fight, it'd be meaningless. Excuse me for not keeping you company. As he spoke, Universe God Xiong Fu turned into a cloud of black light and prepared to leave. But he had yet to move, and he saw an enormous amount of blazing quicksand coming towards him. Although the formed realm wouldn't have much effect on him, his speed was affected. Jian Wushuang, you want to waste time? Universe God Xiong Fu had anger boiling in him. Waste time? I don't think so. Jian Wushuang's murderous intention soared. You have guts. You really thought I was afraid of you. Universe God Xiong Fu bellowed, and his figure shook. Suddenly, he grew to 3 meters tall. A boundless divine power soared in madness. Universe God Xiong Fu kept one of his huge axes and held another axe with both his hands. He raised it up. The moment he raised it up, There was immediately an imposing black axe shadow in the void above. The black axes formed one after another. With one glance, there were more than 100 of them. Hundreds of black axe shadows floated. Along with a chilly gleam from universe God Xiong Fu, the hundreds of black axe shadows gathered. Serene divine axe! Walala! An earth-shattering stroke suddenly swung out. The moment the axe shadow appeared, the entire void quivered. There were cracks that formed on the ground from nowhere, just like a spreading spiderweb. Jian Wushuang could feel the power that the axe contained, and he didn't dare to act recklessly. Ninth Heaven Stroke. Both were eruptions of strongest divine power, but Jian Wuzaheng was performing the most powerful Ninth Heaven Stroke out of the 3 real God unique skill that he had created. A supreme sword intention, sword and nemesis sword from above Ninth Heaven appeared in the air. It then collided with the ferocious black axe shadow directly. Rumble. There was a loud rumble, as though the sky was collapsing and the earth was shattering. The black axe shadow contained a terrifying force, obviously a notch stronger than the sword principle that Jian Wushuang had cast Nemesis Sword. Humph! To be able to die by my strongest unique skill, you should be proud. Universe God Xiong Fu looked a little pale. It was obvious that it wasn't easy for him to perform the technique. But then, swoosh! The black divine storm was suddenly pierced. A ghastly figure plunged out and suddenly charged before Universe God Xiong Fu in an instant again. How is it possible? Universe God Xiong Fu was shocked. He already saw the ghastly figure belong to Jian Wushuang, but he never thought that Jian Wushuang would be able to do such a thing. He wasn't injured at all. Universe God Xiong Fu looked on in disbelief. But he didn't know that Jian Wushuang also had a real God Chaos unique treasure protecting his body, and he had cultivated one of the secret skills of Lineage of Star, Xianmia Golden Body. His divine body could be compared favorably with a real god's. After the earlier axe stroke broke Ninth Heaven Stroke, it had already expended half of its power. The remaining power pounded against Jian Wushuang's body. After the tremendous weakening via blood feather reincarnation armor, there was only a very slight bit of power left. Jian Wushuang blocked it easily with his divine body alone. Chapter 1509, A Taste of His Own Medicine. Chapter 1509, A Taste of His Own Medicine. Even your strongest move cannot kill me. Now it's my turn to kill you. Jian Wushuang's roar resounded across the universe. His body was like a ghost, and he created 18 shadows. In no time, he appeared in front of Universe God Xiong Fu. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swift, violent, and artful sword shadows appeared one after another. Under the influence of the power of space-time, the speed of the sword shadows was extremely fast. With Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, he attacked Universe God Xiong Fu again and again. Oh no! Universe God Xiong Fu's expression changed greatly, and he swung his giant axes to block. However, in terms of speed of martial art motion, he was unable to keep up, and he was pushed back by Jian Wushuang in no time. Jian Wushuang's sword light attacked one after another, and Universe God Xiong Fu used every ounce of his strength to block them. However, Jian Wushuang would find openings during a few instances and struck Universe God Xiong Fu with his sword principles. If 1 or 2 strokes struck him, he would not be too concerned. However, as time went by, the sword principles that landed on his body continued to increase. No matter how strong his defense was, he would be unable to take so many attacks. I have to escape as soon as possible. If not, I will really be in danger. Universe God Xiong Fu understood this point, and he looked for an opportunity to escape immediately. However, it was a pity. Jian Wushuang's blaze quicksand gourd's territory was present, and he had also used the secret skill of dragon blood. Hence, his speed would be many times faster than Universe God Xiong Fu's. Even if Universe God Xiong Fu were to use all his tricks, he would be unable to shake Jian Wushuang off. Jian Wushuang continued to attack time and again. He struck Universe God Xiong Fu's body repeatedly and caused his injuries to increase unceasingly. After some time, Jian Wushuang had over 20 swords attacking Universe God Xiong Fu's body head-on. After 20 strokes, blood flowed out from the corners of Universe God Xiong Fu's mouth, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Jian Wushuang, I admit that you are impressive. I will give you the white blaze fruit. Universe God Xiong Fu shouted. White blaze fruit? Haha. After killing you, won't the white blaze fruit still be mine? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Jian Wushuang, you are too much. Universe God Xiong Fu was extremely furious. You said it yourself. In this world, abilities earn you respect. Since my abilities are stronger than yours, even if I go over the line, what can you do? Jian Wushuang sneered. Cut the crap, Dai. Damn you. Universe God Xiong Fu cursed loudly. At the same time, he was struggling against Jian Wushuang madly. He could only struggle. Escape. It was impossible for him to escape. Fight. The speed of Jian Wushuang's martial art motion had pushed him back completely and did not give him any chance to counterattack. He could only allow Jian Wushuang's sword principles to strike him repeatedly, making his injuries more fatal. As for going all out, he had already tried going all out, using his strength to stop his motion and even unleashing his strongest move. However, he was still unable to do anything against Jian Wushuang. In such a situation, what awaited him was death. No. Universe God Xiong Fu roared madly. He had already sensed death approaching him. Although he was struggling with all his might, he still had no way out. He could only look on as the number of injuries on his body continued to increase, his body gradually reaching its limit and finally collapse completely. Bam! With a low, deep voice, Universe God Xiong Fu's life came to an end and he stopped breathing. Jian Wushuang stood in the void. As he looked at Universe God Xiong Fu's body, his eyes filled with coldness. Long Ye had given you the white blaze fruit just now. However, you still wanted to kill him. And now, I am merely letting you have a taste of your own medicine. Hence, you cannot blame me. You can only blame the fact that you deserve to die. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. After that, he swung his hand and plundered Universe God Xiong Fu's Qianqun ring as well as all his treasures. While plundering his treasures, Jian Wushuang took a look quickly, and he could not help but be amazed. Universe God Xiong Fu was indeed a top expert who ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. He had quite a number of treasures on him. All the pieces of armor that he wore were chaos unique treasures that were of the level of a real god. Even those 2 giant axes of his were chaos unique treasures of the level of a real god. Hence, it was no wonder that his strength was so powerful. However, it was a pity. With the death of Universe God Xiong Fu, all the treasures on him, including the white blaze fruit, had fallen into the hands of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. A voice could be heard. Long Ye, who was recovering his divine power at a void far away, had come over. As he looked at Universe God Xiong Fu's body, which had fallen to the ground, Long Ye's face was filled with astonishment. You actually killed Universe God Xiong Fu? That's a super expert, ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. Ranked 9th. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and he wore an indifferent smile. Universe God Xiong Fu was indeed worthy of being ranked 9th on the Universe God ranking list. His abilities were certainly powerful. However, on the basis of the reincarnation doctrine, Jian Wushuang had managed to comprehend a small bit of the power of space-time. Hence, at the moment, he definitely had the fighting capabilities to get into the top 10 of the Universe God ranking list. Comparing real fighting capabilities, he was not very different from Universe God Xiong Fu. Even if he were stronger than Universe God Xiong Fu, he was only slightly stronger. However, the key point was that Jian Wushuang had overpowered Universe God Xiong Fu. I cannot say that I overpowered him. Instead, it's my martial art motion that is too strange and frightening. I reckon that most of the experts, including the Universe Gods on the Universe God ranking list, could only take a beating if they were to come across my martial art motion. The only exceptions are the Universe Gods who hone their martial art motions to an extremely high level as well and are able to match my speed. Jian Wushuang giggled. Universe God Xiong Fu had died in an oppressed manner. He was definitely not weaker than Jian Wushuang by much. However, as he was unable to keep up with the speed of Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, he could only take a beating continuously and defend continuously during the fight. Moreover, he was unable to block the attacks completely. Hence, he had died. Longya, how is the recovery of your divine power? Jian Wushuang looked toward Longya. The effects of the elixirs that you gave me are not bad. I have already recovered 10% of my divine power. Although I am unable to participate in a big battle, I'll be fine if I am just moving around, Longya said. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. At that moment, he realized that a shadow was dashing over from the void that was not too far away. It's Xian Yi. Jian Wushuang revealed a smile. When they received Lei Chao's message that Longya was being pursued, both Jian Wushuang and Xian Yi hurried over at their fastest speed. However, as Jian Wushuang was closer, he would naturally arrive earlier. As for Xian Yi, he only managed to arrive at that moment. Jian Wushuang, Longya, are both of you all right? Xian Yi appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and Longya. I am all right. I am lucky that Jian Wushuang arrived in the nick of time, Longya said. Okay. Xian Yi noticed the big pile of bodies on the ground, especially Universe God Xiong Fu's body. That's Universe God Xiong Fu? Xian Yi stared. That is indeed Universe God Xiong Fu. However, he is dead now. He was killed by Jian Wushuang, Longya said. What? Xian Yi looked at Jian Wushuang incredulously. All right, let's not talk about this now. Let's leave this place. That fight just now was not small. Quite a number of Universe Gods around the area are looking, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. Longya and Xian Yi nodded their heads simultaneously. After that, the three of them left at once. Chapter 1510, Top 5? Chapter 1510, Top 5. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu attracted many Universe Gods. The Universe Gods kept their distance and watched from afar. Some Universe Gods even took out a mirroring token to record the war scene. After Jian Wushuang and the other two disciples left, the spectators in the void immediately burst into an uproar. Universe God Xiong Fu died. The 20th on Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang, killed the 9th-ranked Universe God Xiong Fu. This is unbelievable. There was a great commotion. Very soon, the news about the battle spread like wildfire. In the Loft Palace, where the Almighties gathered, Lei Chao, your people in lineage of Star have guts. The roar containing boundless anger reverberated through the entire palace. It was a stern-looking man who roared. The stern-looking man was from Heaven Act's divine palace. Humph! The one who has guts should be Universe God Xiong Fu from Heaven Act's divine palace. He was after a disciple from lineage of Star Longya. Even after Longya gave him the white blaze fruit, he didn't stop. He wanted Longya's death. Now, Jian Wushuang has killed him, and he only has himself to blame, Lei Chao snorted. Has himself to blame. We, Heaven Act's divine palace, won't pretend as though nothing has happened. The stern-looking man bellowed. Regardless of what Heaven Act's divine palace wants to do, we, Lineage of Star will be accepting it, Lei Chao said at ease. Such a joke. The power levels of Lineage of Star and Heaven Axe Divine Palace were very close. When Universe God Xiong Fu had intended to strike at Longya, he didn't worry about Lineage of Star. So why would Lineage of Star bother with Heaven Axe Divine Palace? The surrounding experts, including the Almighties, watched the two of them wage a tit-for-tat struggle engrossingly, but didn't stop them. In the middle of the hall, there was a motion picture that appeared before long. The motion picture was the scene where Jian Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu were exchanging blows. Everyone in the hall was watching while exchanging comments. Jian Wushuang is quite powerful. He comprehended two supreme doctrine, reincarnation and space-time doctrine. Plus, his comprehension of reincarnation doctrine has already passed through the first level of Doctrine Palace. It's really rare. The most impressive thing about Jian Wushuang is his martial art motion. Yeah, his martial art motion is too creepy. Universe God Xiong Fu totally couldn't keep up. He could only take the hits and be on the defensive. The experts in the hall were highly experienced, especially the Almighties. Through the motion picture, they could clearly determine Jian Wushuang's power. However, they still couldn't tell Jian Wushuang's true level of power, let alone the fact that Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang's martial art motion, I know about this, the owner of Sky Sword Mountain spoke. His martial art motion is created by a real god with high comprehension level on space-time doctrine from very long ago. It's called Flowing Light Phantom. The real god's power wasn't very strong and was quite a distance from getting listed on Universe God ranking list, but his martial art motion was widely recognized as the first in that era. Later on, the real god passed away and the martial art motion was passed down to his descendants. Over the years of passing down, it ended up in the hands of a universe god named Long Xiu. Universe god Long Xiu was previously imprisoned in my Sky Sword prison. But when Jian Wushuang was wandering in Sky Sword prison, he killed Universe God Long Xiu. Hence, he obtained the secret skill of the martial art motion. Oh, I see, the surrounding experts nodded. A real god could be widely recognized as the first in martial art motion and speed with the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom alone. From that itself, one could see how impressive the secret skill was. In terms of martial art motion alone, Jian Wushuang should be in the first place out of all experts on Universe God ranking list. An Almighty said, he should be. Look at Universe God Xiong Fu. He wasn't much weaker compared to Jian Wushuang, but Jian Wushuang killed him straight away, relying on the martial art motion itself. With such a shocking martial art motion, Jian Wushuang's power is enough to be listed in the top 5 on Universe God ranking list. The red-haired elderly with a unicorn in between his eyebrows said. The surrounding Almighties agreed. However, regardless of Jian Wushuang's ranking on Universe God ranking list, the Almighties wouldn't bother. They were merely treating Jian Wushuang as a topic of discussion. In Wu Bei's cave, Jian Wushuang, you are the strongest. The white blaze fruit, that Long you got earlier, keep it for yourself. You don't have to give it to Longya. Lei Chao sent a message. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded. Then, he informed Longya and Xianyi about it. Longya agreed. There are many experts in Wu Bei's cave. It'd be the safest if white blaze fruits are with you. What are your plans after this? Jian Wushuang asked. My divine power has yet to recover entirely. Even if it recovers entirely, it is quite dangerous for me to wander around Wu Bei's cave alone. So, I plan to join forces with Xian Yi and move around with him, Longya said. That'd be best, Jian Wushuang nodded too. Since Wu Bei's cave had opened to the public, there was a large number of experts that had gathered there. Many experts on Universe God ranking list, including those who weren't famous but possessed fighting power of one on Universe God ranking list. Long Ye and Xian Yi weren't very high in ranking on Universe God ranking list. If they were to wander around alone, they might not be able to escape in time, even if they were lucky enough to find a white blaze fruit. If they were to join forces, they could at least coordinate. As for Jian Wushuang, it shouldn't be a problem for him to wander along with his power. If so, I shall leave. Be careful when you two move around, Jian Wushuang said. Then Jian Wushuang left. The grand fight banquet for White Blaze fruit continued and became even more insane. On the 8th day, after the battle between Jian Wushuang and Universe God Xiong Fu ended, there was a piece of news that was shared to every Universe God in Wu Bei's cave. The first ranked on the Universe God ranking list, God Destroying King, was there. God Destroying King had conquered the first place on Universe God ranking list firmly 100,000 years ago. All those years, his position had been unshakable. The top 10 monsters on Universe God ranking list, if the monsters in the second and the third place could be challenged, God Destroying King, who was first place, was an unbeatable mythology, a legend. His power was so powerful that it made one feel hopeless. He was so powerful that Zi Dongwang in second place and Demon Girl Ling Luo in third place didn't have the courage to compete with him. According to the introduction of God Destroying King to Universe God ranking list, God Destroying King had comprehended one of the 4 supreme doctrine, extermination doctrine. Also, he had only comprehended extermination doctrine. Unlike Jian Wushuang, Zi Dongwang and Ling Luo, who had comprehended 2 heaven ways. However, because he focused entirely on extermination doctrine, his comprehension towards extermination doctrine was at an unbelievable level. There was a rumor in 10 cultivation sanctuaries that God Destroying King's comprehension towards extermination doctrine could pass through the second level of Doctrine Palace. Chapter 1511, Dim Shadow. Chapter 1511, Dim Shadow. A universe God's comprehension of the Heaven Way could clear the second level of the Doctrine Palace. When Jian Wushuang saw the information of the God Destroying King, he clicked his tongue. He had completely understood the Doctrine Palace from the King of Venomous Worms. He was very clear that the higher the Doctrine Palace, the harder it was to clear. Even among the real gods, there were not many of them who did it. Only those who stood at the top had the right to clear the second level of the Doctrine Palace. For a universe god to clear the first level of the Doctrine Palace, he would be considered a super monster. As for clearing the second level, it was almost impossible. However, the God Destroying King was that frightening. Even Zi Dongwang, who ranked second, and Ling Luo, who ranked third in the universe god ranking list, were extremely terrified of the God Destroying King. If I were to come across this God Destroying King, most likely there would only be room for me to escape miserably. Jian Wushuang gasped with admiration. He knew his own abilities inside out. If he were to come across Zi Dongwang and Ling Luo at the very moment, he could still try fighting against them. However, if he were to come across the God Destroying King, he would definitely be unable to compete against him. However, Wu Bei's cave was huge. Hence, the chances of him coming across the God Destroying King were not high. Jian Wushuang continued to roam around inside Wu Bei's cave and depended on his soul power to search for the iron-winged beasts. However, perhaps it was due to there not being many iron-winged beasts left in Wu Bei's cave. His chances of finding iron-winged beasts were not as high as before. Moreover, even if he managed to find the iron-winged beasts, their bodies might not contain the white blaze fruit. Time flew by. 3 months had passed since Wu Bei's cave opened. By relying on his soul power, which gave him an advantage, Jian Wushuang killed another iron-winged beast, and he obtained his third white blaze fruit. Of course, during his process of obtaining the third white blaze fruit, there was no avoiding a massacre. A number of jealous universe gods tried in vain to team up and kill Jian Wushuang to get the white blaze fruit. However, they were all massacred by Jian Wushuang mercilessly in the end. In Wu Bei's cave, where massacres occurred all over the place as many universe gods fought madly for the white blaze fruit. Boom! All of a sudden, the whole cave shook. The frequency of the earthquakes increased continuously as well. What happened? What's going on? Could it be that this cave is about to close? Many universe gods in the cave were stunned. While they were stupefied in the void in the highest part of the cave, a dim shadow formed slowly. The dim shadow was not big. However, they existed in each and every corner of the cave. When the great number of universe gods in the cave raised their heads in succession, they could see the dim shadow. However, they were unable to see the real appearance of the dim shadow. They were even unable to sense the presence of the dim shadow's aura. After the dim shadow appeared, an extremely magnanimous yet slightly evil voice resounded within the cave. Universe gods of the eternal chaotic world, welcome to my cave. The voice could be heard from all directions. For the universe gods in the cave, no matter which corner of the cave they were at, they could hear the voice clearly. However, after hearing the voice clearly, many of them were shocked. Welcome to my cave. Everyone knew that the cave was left behind by real God Wu Bei. Hence, could the person speaking be real God Wu Bei? Wu Bei, that madman, even though he is already dead, he still left his consciousness behind in his own cave intentionally. As I guessed, this cave is not as simple as we think. Within the big hall in the sky of the island, many Almighties knew about the changes in Wu Bei's cave. At once, the big hall became lively. What does that madman intend to do? It was obvious that the Almighties did not dare to underestimate real God Wu Bei. Inside the cave, the voice of the dim shadow continued on. My cave has already been opened for 3 months. During the 3 months, the 15 white blaze fruits that I left behind in the first level of this cave have all landed in the hands of all of you. Next, it's about time that all of you enter the second level of the cave. The second level will have more white blaze fruits. There will be a total of 50 of them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the universe gods in each and every corner of Wu Bei's cave became excited at once. This cave has a second level. The first level has 15 white blaze fruits, while the second level has a total of 50 white blaze fruits. Gosh! Many universe gods were extremely enthusiastic, especially those universe gods who had not obtained any white blaze fruits previously. Even the Almighties and the real God experts from many various powerhouses within the big hall became extremely excited at that moment. The second level has a total of 50 white blaze fruits. Is that true? How can there be so many? The Almighties found it unbelievable. It should be known that in the history of the eternal chaotic world, one white blaze fruit alone was extremely precious, and it was enough to make the Almighties yearn for it. During the 3 months on the island, the 15 white blaze fruits found in Wu Bei's cave had already caused the Almighties to be astonished. At the moment, the consciousness that Wu Bei left behind actually told them that there was a total of 50 white blaze fruits in the second level. Burning with excitement. The eyes of the Almighties in the big hall were burning with excitement. Of course, even though they were burning with excitement, they were still able to retain their senses. Inside the cave, I will give all of you a month's time to either rest or make preparations. After 1 month, the second level of the cave will open. Before that, I will give all of you a reminder first. The space of the second level of the cave is not as huge as the first level. Moreover, there are many white blaze fruits. Hence, perhaps the fight would be crazier? Ha! An evil laugh echoed in the universe, and what followed after that was the dim shadow dissipating slowly. However, the universe gods in the cave were unable to remain calm. After 1 month, the second level of the cave would open, and the fight would become more intense. Jian Wushuang stood at the top of a lofty mountain, and he frowned slightly. king of venomous worms. Do you think real God Wu Bei is speaking the truth? Are there really so many white blaze fruits in the second level of the cave? Jian Wushuang questioned. No idea. However, under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to accumulate so many white blaze fruits from one white blaze fruit tree alone. Even after many years, the king of venomous worms continued speaking. Moreover, this real God Wu Bei is really a madman, and he can do anything. Hence, you must really remain vigilant. No matter how crazy real God Wu Bei is, I have to go to the second level. Even if it is not for the white blaze fruit, I have to go for the sake of obtaining the training method for an inverse cultivator. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly and said in a serious tone. You're right. The king of venomous worms also understood. He gave all of you a month's time to prepare. Therefore, you should make your preparations. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat down with his legs crossed after that. Inside the cave, many universe gods stopped fighting temporarily and started to prepare. Chapter 1512, New Universe God Ranking List. Chapter 1512, New Universe God Ranking List. In the lofty hall, various almighties were casually chatting. Real God Wu Bei already died, but he is unwilling to remain out of the limelight. I really have no idea what he is trying to do. Humph, it's a pity that the restriction is too profound. Even we have no way to resolve it. Otherwise, how could he make the decisions? I wonder who helped him in setting up the restriction. In any case, I also have attainments in formation, and I am also an almighty. But I can't do anything about the restriction. In 10 cultivation sanctuaries, I reckon that only an existence of that level could possibly resolve the restriction. That level. There are only a few experts of that level in the entire cultivation sanctuaries. They are high above, and why would they bother with us? During a casual chat, the time flew past. 10 days later, among the almighties on the higher part of the hall, Tower Master Chi Fu from Vientiane Tower suddenly spoke. Everyone, according to various universe gods' performance in the cave for the past 3 months, we at Vientiane Tower have established a brand new universe god ranking list. Take a look at it. Tower Master Chi Fu waved, and a huge list immediately floated in the middle of the hall. A complete universe god ranking list recorded 100 universe gods who were powerful. However, compared to the ranking list before, there was obviously a drastic change. On top of the list, there were 10 eye-catching names. They were the top 10 monsters on Universe God ranking list, listed from top to bottom in order. The first place on Universe God ranking list, God Destroying King. The second place on Universe God ranking list, Zi Dongwang. The third place on Universe God ranking list, White-Robed Swordsman. The fourth place on Universe God ranking list, Demon Girl Ling Luo. The fifth place on Universe God ranking list, Jian Wushuang. The sixth place on Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu. The seventh place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Luing. The eighth place on Universe God ranking list, Demon King Ice Feather. The ninth place on Universe God ranking list, Seven Universe King. The 10th place on Universe God ranking list, Universe God Mo Shou. That was the brand new ranking list for the top 10 monsters. Looking at the ranking list, the experts in the hall started discussing among themselves. Some were casually chatting, some were complimenting in silence, but most of them agreed with the rankings. The person on the third place on Universe God ranking list, because he didn't announce his name when he defeated Ling Luo, Vientiane Tower has yet to find out his true name. Hence, we replaced it with White-Robed Swordsman. If everyone agrees with this, we shall share the ranking list. Tower Master Chi Fu smiled faintly. In that instant, the ranking list spread across a terrifying speed. In less than half a day, it had spread all over Wu Bei's cave. The universe gods in Wu Bei's cave knew of the existence of the brand new ranking list. The brand new universe God ranking list put me on the 5th place. Jian Wushuang looked confused. His true power was actually not that much stronger compared to the previous 9th place universe God Xiongfu. However, his martial art motion was terrifying. The introduction of him to the brand new universe God ranking list said that his martial art motion was number 1 among all universe gods. He was listed in the 5th place because of his martial art motion. The brand new universe God ranking list is so shocking. There are so many experts that popped up from nowhere. Besides myself, among the top 10 from the previous universe God ranking list, there are 3 people who are not famous at all. Jian Wushuang was surprised. In the top 10 on universe God ranking list, White-Robed Swordsman, Demon King Icefeather, and 7 Universe King were all unknown before this. They revealed terrifying powers at the fights during the 3 months in Wu Bei's cave. Among them all, the mysterious White-Robed Swordsman was the strongest. He had defeated Ling Luo face to face, and he was listed in 3rd place. Demon King Icefeather and 7 Universe King defeated Universe God Mo Shou and then got listed in the 8th and the 9th place. Besides the top 10, the following ranking went through a drastic change too. For instance, Longya, who was in the 51st place previously, was then dropped to below 70, and Xian to lower than 90th too. Out of the 3 of them from Lineage of Star who were on Universe God ranking list, only he had proceeded to the front of the ranking list. It is only the 1st level of the cave. If there were to really be a 2nd level to the cave like real God Wu Bei said, there would be a total of 50 white blaze fruit. It definitely would stir up more carnage. By then, the ranking list would experience another drastic change again. Jian Wushuang smiled but didn't worry much about the ranking list. Very quickly he closed his eyes again. However, in Wu Bei's cave, many universe gods were shocked by the brand new ranking list. In a spacious, barren land, a cold-looking, purple-haired man sat. His facial expression was maliciously charming with a tinge of coldness. He was Zi Dongwang from the 2nd place on Universe God ranking list. At that very moment, he was paying close attention to the brand new Universe God ranking list. Still the same as before, God-destroying king is high above. No one could compare with him, even I couldn't. This God-destroying king is simply a monster. Zi Dongwang shook his head. He had no intention to compete with God-destroying king. Ling Luo, she lost to a mysterious swordsman who is unknown. That is quite surprising. Zi Dongwang frowned. According to the ranking list, the mysterious swordsman comprehended darkness doctrine and massacre doctrine at the same time. Plus, the comprehension level is extremely high and his swordsmanship is terrifying. Ling Luo already gave her all and even performed her strongest technique, but still lost. The mysterious white-robed swordsman is really powerful, and he didn't seem to be interested with white blaze fruit. He came to the cave purely to challenge experts. Now, he has already defeated Ling Luo. So I should be next. Humph, come on. Among all universe gods in eternal chaotic world, besides God-destroying king, there is definitely no one else who could be my Zi Dongwang's match. Zi Dongwang was confident. On the top of a towering tree, a shadow in a black robe sat quietly. The figure of the shadow in a black robe was scrawny, and his cold look was evil. He was giving out a unique aura. Most importantly, his eyes were a pair of extremely dark and creepy eyes that seemed to contain boundless magic power. Jian Wushuang, 5th place on Universe God ranking list. He didn't even fight with me in person. Just because he killed that idiotic Xiongfu, he is listed in the 5th place directly. The people from Vientiane Tower made arbitrary decisions. The evil-looking man in black robe had a chilly gleam in his eyes. He was the 6th place on the current Universe God ranking list, Xian Zhu. One should know that Xian Zhu was previously in the 4th place on Universe God ranking list. But because of the white-robed swordsman and Jian Wushuang, he had dropped to the 6th place. The white-robed swordsman had defeated Ling Luo face to face, and it was unnecessary to be in doubt of his power. Hence, Xanju naturally wouldn't suspect nor complain. However, Jian Wushuang, he had only killed Universe God Xiongfu, and he was listed on the 5th place directly, even higher ranked than he was. Xanju was naturally upset about it. Chapter 1513, The Second Level of the Cave. Chapter 1513, The Second Level of the Cave. The second level of the cave is about to open. At that time, the fight will be even more intense. Hopefully, I would be able to come across Jian Wushuang. Xanju's eyes were filled with coldness. A month's time passed quickly. The dim shadow appeared again at the highest part of the void. At the same time, some space passage appeared in each and every corner of the cave. The space passage to enter the second level has been opened. If you wish to get more white blaze fruits and opportunities, please go in. Real God Wu Bei's voice was evil just like before, and it resounded across the whole cave. After hearing his voice, the universe gods who had finished their preparations a long time ago headed into the space passages that had appeared in their vicinities without hesitation and entered the second level of Wu Bei's cave. In the second level of Wu Bei's cave, there was a crimson sun high in the sky. The whole sky and earth were crimson in color, and even the air was filled with a thin crimson mist. Jian Wushuang was standing in the void in the second level of Wu Bei's cave. He had already spread his soul power across the area and discovered many figures within the range that his soul power had covered. There was a total of 18 universe gods. On the second level, the universe gods are spread closer to one another, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, he also understood that the second level was not as huge as the first level. Hence, the universe gods would naturally be placed closer to one another. For the universe gods to be spread so close to one another, as soon as white blaze fruits appear and a fight breaks out, tens or even hundreds of universe gods will be able to get to the battlefield in an instant. With so many universe gods, if they were to team up, even the experts in the top 20 and top 10 of the universe god ranking list would have to retreat. Moreover, how will the white blaze fruits in the second level appear? Will it be the same as the first level where it is inside the bodies of iron-winged beasts? Jian Wushuang frowned. While Jian Wushuang was puzzled, real god Wu Bei's dim shadow appeared at the highest part of the cave and his evil voice could be heard again. The 50 white blaze fruits have already been spread across the space of every area of the cave's second level. When the time is right, they will appear by themselves. However, it will be up to your own abilities if you wish to obtain the white blaze fruits. After that, the dim shadow disappeared again. Appearing in succession, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. After that, he moved his legs and started to move around the area slowly. While moving, a number of universe gods discovered him. That's Jian Wushuang, the super expert ranked 5th on the new universe god ranking list. It is said that Jian Wushuang obtained a total of 3 white blaze fruits in just the first level of the cave alone. 3 white blaze fruits? It's a pity that Jian Wushuang is too strong. Hence, it is totally impossible to snatch the white blaze fruits from his hands. Under such circumstances where experts were spread so close to one another, they had better not think of getting the white blaze fruits quietly. Take the 15 white blaze fruits on the first level of the cave as an example. The whereabouts of every fruit were known clearly. As for Jian Wushuang, he had obtained a total of 3 white blaze fruit on the first level, and everyone had known about it for a while. However, although the universe gods knew that, no one dared to lay their eyes on Jian Wushuang. Take those universe gods who did not have the right to get into the universe god ranking list as an example. Unless hundreds of them teamed up, trying to snatch treasures from Jian Wushuang was as good as suicide. In the space of the second level, the universe gods were searching carefully. At that moment, at a lofty mountain at a corner of the second level space, boom, a strong aura burst forth. The aura disturbed the wind and clouds. In an instant, they became many giant waves which spread across the area. With such great disturbances, even if one were to be millions of miles away, they would be able to sense the commotion clearly. In a jiffy, hundreds of universe gods who were within a few million miles became alarmed. This disturbance. The white blaze fruits have appeared. It's in this vicinity. Hurry there quickly. Quick, quick. Hundreds of universe gods moved their bodies at once and rushed over at their fastest speeds. Straight away after that, an extremely fierce, miserable fight began. What had appeared was indeed white blaze fruits. Moreover, it was not only one fruit, it was two fruits. The appearance of two white blaze fruits quickly attracted hundreds of universe gods over to compete for them. After some intense and tragic killing, the fight ended. As for the universe gods at the other areas of the second level, despite not being able to make it to the fight, they had managed to get the information hastily. At the same time, they also knew the results of the fight. Two white blaze fruits appeared at the same time. Jian Wushuang exclaimed. According to the information that he had obtained, during the fight for the two white blaze fruits, more than 200 universe gods had died, and this included an expert on the universe god ranking list. More than 200 universe gods died in one fight. Moreover, all of them are practically universe gods who stand at the top of the third heaven. This is really crazy, Jian Wushuang muttered. Actually, the white blaze fruits are useless to universe gods like us. Hence, there is no need for them to go to this extent. As soon as Jian Wushuang's words left his mouth, King of Venomous Worms sneered immediately. Jian Wushuang, that's easy for you to say. You are a Star Palace, disciple of the lineage of Star, and the Star Palace treats you like a treasure. As soon as you have completed the ultimate disciple task, you will be awarded a real God-level chaos unique treasure. However, in the eternal chaotic world, not all the universe gods are treated the same way as you. For the majority of the universe gods, not mentioning real God-level chaos unique treasures, even getting top universe God-level chaos unique treasures is difficult for them. And this time around, every big powerhouse and many almighties have given their word that every white blaze fruit can be exchanged for a real God-level chaos unique treasure. Hence, how can those universe gods not be interested? Not mentioning universe gods alone, if real gods were able to enter the cave as well, you would see what reaction the real gods would have. They will definitely be as crazy as the universe gods. After hearing what had been said, Jian Wushuang could not help but be silent. Indeed, due to his identity as a Star Palace disciple, as well as his good luck, he had managed to get many opportunities. As a result of that, he had acquired and possessed many treasures. However, other universe gods were not as fortunate. One white blaze fruit could be exchanged for a real god-level chaos unique treasure. This was enough to make countless universe gods, as well as a few real gods, go crazy. After the first fight, white blaze fruits appeared again after some time. Just like before, two white blaze fruits appeared at the same time, and an insane fight took place as well. What followed after that was the third appearance, where three white blaze fruits appeared at the same time. After 3 blood-soaked fights, many universe gods in the cave, as well as the experts in the outside world, firmly believed that there were indeed 50 white blaze fruits in the second level of the cave. Chapter 1514. Huge Movement. Chapter 1514. Huge Movement. For the birth of a white blaze fruit for the first 3 times, Jian Wushuang was too far away, and he couldn't rush there in time. However, the 4th time, Jian Wushuang managed to get there in time. There were 3 white blaze fruits that came to the world at the same time. When Jian Wushuang appeared at the birthplace, there was already a mad fight going on. There was a total of 100 universe gods that participated in the fifth battle. Out of the 3 white blaze fruits, 2 were taken away. The remaining 1 fell into the hands of a universe god. Jian Wushuang knew the universe god too. His name was Universe God Taitsong. Universe God Taitsong was in the 20th place on Universe God ranking list. He was considered one of the top experts. Even when he came across an ordinary real god, he could fight head-on. But then, Universe God Taitsong was besieged by almost 100 universe gods. If it wasn't for him being extremely strong in defense, he would have been killed long ago. Jian Wushuang immediately got involved and cast 18 shadows simultaneously. Under the effect of power of space-time, he went through the crowd and appeared before Universe God Taitsong. Universe God Taitsong, pass me the white blaze fruit, otherwise die. Jian Wushuang's bellow traveled into Universe God Taitsong's ears. You are Jian Wushuang? Universe God Taitsong almost recognized Jian Wushuang. Even though he was unwilling to, he took out the white blaze fruit and threw it at Jian Wushuang. He was certain that Jian Wushuang would never come, and he could only opt to give up the white blaze fruit under the siege of almost 100 universe gods. As Jian Wushuang came, he decided to just give a favor at a little cost. Jian Wushuang extended his hand and took the white blaze fruit. The 4th. Jian Wushuang smiled delightedly. It's Jian Wushuang. The white blaze fruit is with Jian Wushuang. Kill him, kill him. The surrounding universe gods immediately redirected their focus and chased after Jian Wushuang in madness. Humph! Jian Wushuang humphed, and he traveled like a ghost and went through the crowd recklessly. Everywhere he went, he wielded his blood mountain sword and immediately killed for universe gods who were blocking his way at the front. Then he passed through the crowd. How could he? He charged out from our siege so easily. The martial art motion is too terrifying. The universe gods found it unbelievable. When they had besieged Universe God Taitsong, he couldn't even struggle. However, Jian Wushuang dashed out from their siege in an instant. Jian Wushuang! A low bellow was suddenly heard. Jian Wushuang turned around, and his gaze was fixed. Demon King Icefeather. Demon King Icefeather, the 8th ranked on the brand new Universe God ranking list. You have already gotten 3 white blaze fruits on the 1st level of the cave. Now you want to get the 4th one? You are too greedy. Demon King Icefeather's voice shook the sky. His figure caught up at lightning speed, far faster than any other universe gods. Hee, if you were me, you definitely would be as greedy. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and wasn't in a hurry to leave, but he turned to walk towards Demon King Icefeather. As his figure plunged, Jian Wushuang's martial art motion was immediately revealed flawlessly. In a short period of time. Demon King Icefeather, excuse me for not keeping you company. Jian Wushuang's voice was still reverberating in the void nearby, but his figure had already disappeared before everyone's eyes. Demon King Icefeather looked cold as he stood in the void. He watched the direction which Jian Wushuang traveled in, and he creased his eyebrows slightly. This Jian Wushuang should be around the same as me in terms of power. However, his martial art motion is too creepy. Demon King Icefeather recalled the instance when Jian Wushuang had fought against him earlier. It was mostly the speed of that instant and his martial art motion. Such a creepy and terrifying martial art motion. It could really be known as the #1 martial art motion among universe gods. Plus, he does qualify to be listed in the 5th place on Universe God ranking list. Demon King Icefeather said, and then left immediately. Very soon, on the 2nd level of the cave, many universe gods received the news and found that Jian Wushuang had obtained the 4th white blaze fruit. At the same time, they found out that Demon King Ice Feather had fought. Although there wasn't victory or defeat in the battle, Demon King Ice Feather admitted that Jian Wushuang had the fighting power of the 5th place on Universe God ranking list. A mad fight was still continuing. Occasionally, there would be white blaze fruits coming to the world. Every time the fruit came to the world, there would be a huge movement to attract all the universe gods. As time flew past, it already became the 10th day since everyone had entered the 2nd level of the cave. The breeze blew slightly and it was piercingly cold. The originally crimson space became even more terrifying. In the air, there was even a faint roar. Jian Wushuang wore a red robe that transformed from blood feather reincarnation armor. He carried his sword on his back and walked forward slowly in the void. It has been 10 days, and it has been 12 times since the white blaze fruits came into the world. Every time there have been 2 pieces or even 3 pieces altogether. Then, out of the white blaze fruits that were found on the 2nd level, there were 29 pieces in total. In other words, there were 21 white blaze fruits that would be born one after another, Jian Wushuang muttered. 12 births and 12 fights. But in the 12 fights, he only managed to get 1 white blaze fruit during the 4th fight. As for the other fights, he didn't manage to get there in time. Then, the total of white blaze fruits in his hands was only 4. To get white blaze fruits in the cave, it doesn't only rely on one's power, luck plays a great factor too. No wonder a lot of universe gods who aren't that strong still opt to enter the cave. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Just then, a fierce aura suddenly erupted. The bolt of aura shook the heavens and earth. Then, it suddenly formed into waves and spread terrifyingly. In a short time, it spread up to 100 million miles away. One should know that the birth of white blaze fruit during the past 12 times stirred a commotion each time. However, the largest scale only covered a range of 10 million miles. However, the movement covered 100 million miles this time, and it was spreading at lightning speed. This movement. Jian Wushuang suddenly lifted his head and looked at the source of the movement. There was an unprecedented joy shimmering in his eyes. It's there. It's very near to me, at most 100,000 miles away. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist and immediately plunged towards the source of the movement without hesitation. He gave full play to his speed. Not only was Jian Wushuang startled by the movement, all universe gods within the coverage of the 1 billion mile range were surprised. This movement is too great. Such a large movement, there must be a lot more white blaze fruits that come to the world. Let's go. Hurry and get over. Hurry, hurry, I must get there in time. Damn it, too far away. Countless universe gods flowed from every corner like wasps towards the birthplace. Since the 2nd level of the cave had opened, the so-called largest scale fight was going to happen. Chapter 1515. Crazy Fight for the White Blaze Fruits. Chapter 1515. Crazy Fight for the White Blaze Fruits. The commotion this time around was indeed too big. It was a lot greater than the commotion from the previous 12 times when the white blaze fruits appeared. Naturally, more universe gods were attracted as well. Among those universe gods, Jian Wushuang was part of the batch of people who was the closest to the point of appearance. He was less than 100 miles away. With such a short distance, by using his speed, Jian Wushuang managed to reach the location in a short time. However, after reaching the location, even Jian Wushuang was shocked by the scene in front of him. On a vast wasteland, the ground had split open due to an explosion. In the void above it, there were 8 floating, bright white lights spread across the area, and what was shrouded inside the white lights were the white blaze fruits. A total of 8 white blaze fruits. Gosh! Jian Wushuang could not help but opened his eyes big. During the 12 appearances, previously, 2 fruits had appeared every time. At most, 3 fruits had appeared. However, just then, 8 fruits had appeared at once. It was crazy, really crazy. All the universe gods who rushed to the point of appearance at once went insane when they saw the 8 white blaze fruits. Even Jian Wushuang's eyes were burning with excitement. Snatch! With a flash of shrill light, Jian Wushuang unleashed his fastest speed instantly, and 18 shadows appeared at the same time. In the void in the vicinity, there were 7 other people who charged toward the 8 white blaze fruits. All the eyes of the 7 universe gods were dyed scarlet in color, and they were using all their strength to head toward the 8 white blaze fruits. However, due to the differences in their speeds, for people were the fastest to arrive at the 8 white blaze fruits. Jian Wushuang was among the 4 people. Collect! With a swing of his big hand, Jian Wushuang put the 2 white blaze fruits that were the closest to him into a Qian Kun ring with lightning speed. After that, his body appeared in front of the 3rd white blaze fruit in the blink of an eye, and he was about to collect it. That's mine. A shrill voice could be heard. A purple-clothed youth with a strict expression had already lost his senses. With a swing of his hand, he snatched the white blaze fruit away. Moreover, he had also seized another white blaze fruit moments ago. This meant that he had also gotten 2 white blaze fruits at the same time. After seeing what had been done, Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. His icy cold eyes shot a glance at the strict-looking youth, and he activated his soul power. Ah! The strict-looking youth gave a horrible shriek. While shrieking, his consciousness was completely destroyed. A normal universe god dares to snatch my item. You are really courting death. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous aura. With a wave of his hand, he took the strict-looking youth's Qian Kun ring. By sweeping his consciousness past it, his eyes glowed brilliantly at once. This youth had just collected 2 white blaze fruits. In addition to the 2 white blaze fruits that he had collected as well, this meant that Jian Wushuang had gotten another 4 white blaze fruits. Moreover, it was obvious that the fight for the white blaze fruits had only just begun. Continue snatching. Jian Wushuang locked on to a black-robed, old married woman near him. His soul power had already noticed that the black-robed woman had also managed to get a white blaze fruit. 18 shadows appeared, and Jian Wushuang appeared in front of the black-robed woman at once. Jian Wushuang? Not good. The black-robed woman was shocked. Die. Jian Wushuang was filled with murderous intent. His blood mountain sword was extended like a spiritual snake, and it was also filled with a small bit of the power of space-time. Hence, the black-robed woman had no time to block it at all, and the sword light struck her body. Arg! The black-robed woman spit out a big mouthful of blood on the spot, and her aura plunged down. Not dead. Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted slightly. However, he was not too surprised. There were innumerable universe gods with impressive abilities. Although the black-robed woman looked normal and had no reputation, her abilities should be quite close to making it into the universe god-ranking list. Jian Wushuang, I will give the white blaze fruit to you. I shall not participate in this fight anymore. The black-robed woman suppressed her fear and anger. She then tossed out a white light. The white light was the white blaze fruit. Jian Wushuang extended his hand and caught the white light. The 5th fruit. Jian Wushuang was delighted. At that moment, an intense fight by the side attracted Jian Wushuang's attention. In particular, his attention was focused on a plump young man in the intense fight. The 6th white blaze fruit is with this young man. With the flash of a shrill light, Jian Wushuang prepared to head over to snatch the 6th white blaze fruit. However, all of a sudden, buzz! Quietly, the plump young man's eyes became dim. His body also became weak, and he started to fall downward. A consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned serious. The consciousness attack was not from him. Swoosh! A strange black shadow appeared beside the body of the plump young man. With a stretch of his hands, he grabbed the plump young man's Qian Kuan ring. As for the 4 universe gods who were originally fighting with the plump young man, they went on to attack the black shadow instinctively after seeing such a scene. However, in the end, the 4 universe gods' eyes turned dim quietly, just like before. What a strong consciousness attack! Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Sounds of the wind being disturbed could be heard, and many universe gods arrived. Although the fight moments ago could be said to be slow, in actual fact it was completed hastily. In a short amount of time, the 8 white blaze fruits had all landed into the hands of someone. In particular, 2 people had managed to get 1 white blaze fruit each, and had they left a long time ago. As for the remaining 6 fruits, they were with Jian Wushuang and the black shadow which had appeared abruptly. It's Jian Wushuang, who is ranked 5th on the universe god ranking list. As for the other one, it's Xanju. Jian Wushuang and Xanju, 2 experts who are ranked 5th and 6th in the universe god ranking list, respectively, are both here. When the universe gods who had just arrived saw the 2 of them standing opposite one another in the void, they were surprised. Naturally, they did not dare to make a move. Xanju! Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes and stared at the black-robed young man in front of him. The black-robed young man was handsome and cold like a demon. Xanju had an extremely infamous reputation in the eternal chaotic world. Before Wu Bei's cave appeared, among the universe gods, only the god-destroying king, Zidongwang and demon girl Ling Luo could overpower him. Moreover, in the eyes of many universe gods, Xanju was more frightening than the god-destroying king, Zidongwang and Ling Luo. The god-destroying king was recognized as the number 1 of the universe gods. He was powerful, and in a 1-to-1 match, no one aside from real gods could be his opponent. However, if he were to be besieged by a large number of universe gods, say if there were hundreds of universe gods fighting him at the same time, he would also have no choice but to escape miserably. However, Xanju was different. Xanju was an expert who was proficient in consciousness attacks. And for those people who were proficient in consciousness attacks, numbers were the least of their worries. For example, since the 2nd level of the cave had opened, the white blaze fruits had appeared 12 times. There were 2 times where Xanju had managed to make it, and he had acquired the white blaze fruit in front of countless universe gods. Moreover, he stood in his position openly and did not try to escape. As for the hundreds of universe gods near him, they could only watch him. No one dared to attack. Chapter 1516, Xanju. Chapter 1516, Xanju. The 6th place on the universe god ranking list, Xanju, who was previously in the 4th place. He's not a person to provoke. Jian Wushuang gasped with admiration. Jian Wushuang, I finally get to meet you, the cold, evil-looking young man, Xanju said. He fixed his cold gaze on Jian Wushuang. But you're quite a lucky man. There are so many universe gods who put up life-and-death fights in the cave, but couldn't even get 1 white blaze fruit. Yet you alone got 9 of them. 9. Jian Wushuang has 9 white blaze fruits. He really has 9. He already had 4 white blaze fruits previously. The 8 white blaze fruits that came to the world earlier, he got 5 of them alone. Although the surrounding universe gods had only just rushed to the place, they had seen the fight scene earlier and knew that Jian Wushuang got 5 white blaze fruits in the earlier fight. In addition to the 4 that he had had before, he held a total of 9. A total of 9 white blaze fruits was on Jian Wushuang. The surrounding universe gods looked at Jian Wushuang with burning gazes. Jian Wushuang could feel the greed in the universe gods' eyes clearly. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, there will be more universe gods that gather here. In the end, there might be 100 or even 1,000 universe gods that besiege me. Plus, Xanju is here too. Jian Wushuang's face grew dim, and he immediately made a decision. One must know just how great the movement was when the 8 white blaze fruits came to the world. There was a large number of universe gods rushing over from the surroundings constantly. Run. There was a flash, and Jian Wushuang performed the secret skill of Flowing Light Phantom. There were 18 shadows created simultaneously. Jian Wushuang gave full play to his speed and retreated backwards at his maximum speed. Wanna run? Move, kill him. Let's do it together. Let's kill him. The surrounding universe, God, launched attacks, one after another. There were bolts of fierce aura that exploded. Some universe gods charged towards Jian Wushuang to pound him, and some stood on the spot but launched an attack at Jian Wushuang from afar. The attacks flooded in at the same time at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang immediately made a huge black tortoise soar from his body as his body stealthily went through and dodged most of the attack. Even when the remaining few strikes hit him, it didn't cause him any damage. With that factor alone, they couldn't stop him. Jian Wushuang. There was suddenly a low bellow. The bellow was like a drumstick that hit Jian Wushuang vigorously. At the same time, Jian Wushuang could only feel the surrounding scenery began to change. Dreamland. Jian Wushuang's face changed, and he complimented Xanju's technique from the bottom of his heart. His back was facing Xanju, with many universe gods obstructing in between. However, Xanju cast Dreamland on him directly through his voice. Break! Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth, and an enormous amount of soul power erupted. He instantly shook off the phantasmagoria with a strong mental state. He just shook it off, and Jian Wushuang immediately noticed a large number of figures hemming him in. There were about 20 universe gods who had gathered around him, and they were launching attack against him. Courting death. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. He poured out his soul power and formed into soul thorns. They were instantly immersed into the 20 universe gods' bodies. More than half of the 20 universe gods had their consciousnesses vanish. Although the remaining few endured it, their figures were hindered. Consciousness attack. Jian Wushuang is also good at consciousness attacks, and his consciousness attacks are so powerful. The remaining universe gods looked surprised. Virum. A fierce force suddenly exploded. Jian Wushuang immediately lifted his head, but he noticed that Xanju had appeared somewhere above him. At the same time, there were 2 tall figures that had substantiated. Jian Wushuang die. Xanju's voice was cold, and the 2 tall figures suddenly moved. The 2 tall figures were 2 huge headless warriors. They were in black armor, holding long speed in their hands as they dove downwards. When they appeared before Jian Wushuang, the 2 headless warriors stabbed with the long spears in their hands and pierced 2 big holes in the void. Jian Wushuang looked solemn, and he suddenly exploded his divine power. The power of blood, feather, reincarnation armor was given full play to. Wow! Wow! The 2 lightning-like strokes collided with the long spears in the 2 headless warriors' hands. There were 2 low thuds, and Jian Wushuang's figure shrunk by a dozen zhang. Such strong power. Jian Wushuang looked at the 2 headless warriors in astonishment. After one exchange, he could tell that the 2 headless warriors were not any weaker than a real god. The 2 headless warriors joining forces were like fighting power of 2 real gods. The 2 headless warriors continued to attack Jian Wushuang with soaring arrogance. Humph! Jian Wushuang harumphed coldly, and the 18 shadows moved at the same time, taking 2 simple turns in the void, followed by a sprint. It was extremely creepy. It shuttled through the gap between the 2 headless warriors and appeared before Xanju. This martial art motion. Xian Zhou's face grew grave. Jian Wushuang was staring at Xian Zhu with his bright, sparkly eyes. Xian Zhu flung himself into consciousness attack. Disregarding that it's a consciousness attack, his close combat skill is definitely not strong. 10,000 shadows. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The strokes of sword light swung out at the same time. The sky was filled with hundreds of sword shadows at that very moment, like a sea of swords. Then it engulfed Xian Zhu within. But then, Xian Zhu gave full play to his strong consciousness powers, which combined with his divine powers flawlessly. Suddenly, Walala, strokes of black, flowing lights flashed like long spears and collided with sword lights that Jian Wushuang had cast. There was a clashing sound continuously. Jian Wushuang's 10,000 shadows were blocked by Xian Zhu at ease. You live up to your reputation of the 6th place on Universe God ranking list. Very impressive, but I have no time to play around with you. Jian Wushuang smirked coldly. Then his figure suddenly retreated. He turned around and plunged into the void far away. You can't run away. Xian Zhu let out a roar, and then there was a pair of creepy black wings that appeared from nowhere. The pair of black wings were formed entirely by Xian Zhou's consciousness power. His divine power spread Walala. Xian Zhu turned into a black flowing light and pierced the void to chase after Jian Wushuang. The speed that he was plunging at wasn't much slower than Jian Wushuang. The two figures, one running and one chasing, disappeared before everyone's eyes very soon. Chapter 1517, Favorite Person. Chapter 1517, Favorite Person. The speed at which Jian Wushuang and Xian Zhu were fighting was too fast. Moreover, the two of them were very powerful. Although there were many universe gods near them, no one could interfere. After seeing one of them chasing the other, a big portion of the universe gods followed as well. However, some of the universe gods stayed behind and chose not to follow. Too strong. Be it Jian Wushuang or Xian Zhu, they're not people that we can stop. Hence, it will be almost impossible to snatch white blaze fruits from them. There are so many universe gods. Even if Jian Wushuang is really killed in the end, the white blaze fruits will definitely not fall into my hands. Forget it. For the universe gods who did not give chase, most of them were shocked by the abilities of Jian Wushuang and Xian Zhu. However, although they did not give chase, they sent a message at once to spread the case to the outside world. In no time, countless universe gods in the cave were astonished. On the island outside the cave in the big hall, many almighties and the experts representing the various forces gasped continuously when they received the news. One person has obtained a total of 9 white blaze fruits. This Jian Wushuang is really greedy. This cannot be called greedy. We can only say that his luck is good. After all, how can one not take it when something good is placed in front of him? No matter what, this Jian Wushuang has now become a target of criticism of everyone, and he is also the favorite person of all the universe gods. Favorite person. Indeed, Jian Wushuang was a popular person. From the time that Wu Bei's cave had appeared to the current moment, quite a number of white blaze fruits had appeared as well. However, apart from Jian Wushuang, the luckiest person had only been able to acquire 3 white blaze fruits. However, Jian Wushuang possessed 9 white blaze fruits. Hence, it would be strange if the universe gods who did not acquire even 1 white blaze fruit were not envious of him. Lei Chao, your lineage of star has made it big this time round. A real god who is beside Lei Chao jeered. It is still too early to say this now. Although Jian Wushuang has obtained 9 white blaze fruits, we still don't know if he will be able to bring those white blaze fruits out, Lei Chao said earnestly. You're right, the real god shook his head as well. With 9 white blaze fruits, the universe gods in the cave will definitely try to kill him with all their might. Even the monsters in the top 10 of the universe God ranking list will want to kill him. Under such circumstances, it will be difficult for him to bring all 9 white blaze fruits out. If I were Jian Wushuang, I would be slightly smarter and give up a few white blaze fruits. With that, nothing would happen to me. Many experts in the big hall were having a discussion, and most of them had a relaxed expression. Only Lei Chao was extremely anxious. Jian Wushuang. Lei Chao had sent a message to Jian Wushuang. Remember, if the situation is dangerous, you can give up on a few white blaze fruits. To the lineage of Star, acquiring 2 or 3 white blaze fruits from this fight is considered good. We don't expect too many of them. Do not throw your life away for the white blaze fruits. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He was very clear about that in his head. If there were no choice, he would give up what was necessary without hesitation. However, at that moment, he had not reached such a state. This Xanju is really persistent. Jian Wushuang shot a glance behind him. 10,000 miles away from him, Xanju was flapping a pair of black wings that he had created using his power of consciousness, and he was still giving chase. Although he was unable to catch up to Jian Wushuang, Jian Wushuang also found it difficult to lose him. As for the other universe gods, Jian Wushuang had lost them at the back. I have already unleashed the first stage of the secret skill of dragon blood. However, this is only enough to ensure that he doesn't catch up to me. To lose him completely, I would need to use the second stage of the secret skill of dragon blood, Jian Wushuang muttered. However, the key point was that it was not easy to use the second stage of the secret skill of dragon blood. After all, it would deplete a huge amount of divine power. By maintaining it for just a short period of time, he would exhaust almost all of his divine power, and even the recovery ability of the king of venomous worms would be unable to recover his divine power in a short amount of time. In an environment like this cave, as soon as his divine power was completely depleted, it would definitely become a disaster for him. If it's just Xanju alone, it'll still be all right. However, the problem is, as Jian Wushuang was thinking, his eyes turned serious abruptly. He had sensed a powerful aura that had appeared within the detecting range of his soul power. That was a purple-haired young man with a stern face, and his aura was a lot more powerful than the universe gods, including Xanju that Jian Wushuang had seen previously. That's Zidongwang. Jian Wushuang's expression turned unusually ugly. Xanju alone was already very difficult to deal with. At that moment, Zidongwang, who was even more difficult to deal with than Xanju, had appeared. It should be known that Zidongwang was a super monster who ranked second on the universe god ranking list, and he was only second to the god destroying king, who ranked first. Haha, looks like my luck is not too bad. Zidongwang's hearty, loud laughter reverberated across the whole horizon. His eyes had already locked onto Jian Wushuang. There was also a purple, evil aura around his body which caused his speed to become very fearsome. When he unleashed his speed, it would be slightly faster than Jian Wushuang and Xanju's. Oh no! Jian Wushuang started to panic. He had seen Zidongwang's information thoroughly and knew very well that with his current abilities, he would be unable to compete with Zidongwang. To make matters worse, if Zidongwang and Xanju were to team up, he would have no choice but to escape shamefully. Zidongwang, Jian Wushuang started to speak. Let's do a trade. If I give you 3 white blaze fruits, you will leave straight away. Deal? 3 fruits. Zidongwang was astonished. He would be given 3 white blaze fruits if he left. Hence, Jian Wushuang could be said to be very generous. Jian Wushuang, you are smart. However, what I want is not merely 3, but 6 white blaze fruits. If you agree to this, I will leave straight away, Zidongwang said loudly. 6 fruits? Zidongwang, you are too greedy. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He had finally acquired 9 white blaze fruits after risking his life in Wu Bei's cave. At that moment, Zidongwang didn't need to do anything but leave. However, for that he asked for 6 white blaze fruits. This was not just greedy, it was absolutely crazy. No deal? Then don't blame me. Zidongwang laughed coldly. The distance between him and Jian Wushuang was becoming shorter. Zidongwang, Jian Wushuang is not weak. If you don't team up with me, you alone might be unable to kill him. Xanju's voice could be heard abruptly. Xanju, what are you trying to say? Zidongwang looked over. Very simple. If you and I team up, this Jian Wushuang will die for sure. After that, the 9 white blaze fruits shall be equally split between us. At the very least, you would get 5 and I would give 4, Xanju said. I have already said. I want 6 white blaze fruits. Zidongwang bellowed. You are really unreasonable. 6 white blaze fruits it shall be then, but give me the 3 remaining white blaze fruits. Xanju said. No problem. Zidongwang nodded his head. The 2 experts had reached a consensus. Chapter 1518, White-Robed Swordsman. Chapter 1518, White-Robed Swordsman. Jian Wushuang, you can't escape. Die. Zidongwang and Xanju had soaring murderous intentions, and Zidongwang was constantly approaching Jian Wushuang. Big trouble. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted, but suddenly, Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and there was delight in his eyes. He could clearly feel that in the void within 10,000 miles of him was a figure in a white robe flying over. Through his soul power, he could see the features of the figure in white robe clearly. It's him. Jian Wushuang was delighted, and he immediately switched directions without hesitation. He plunged towards the figure in the white robe. Very soon, he appeared before the figure in white robe. Duan Lingfeng, long time no see. Jian Wushuang laughed heartily. Duan Wushuang, it's really you. The man in the white robe who carried a saber on his back lifted his head to look at Jian Wushuang. Then the corners of his lips lifted into a smile too. Duan Lingfeng. He was a genius that Jian Wushuang had met in the dangerous ancient Star Sea on his way to the 10 cultivation sanctuaries back then, and they were quite close. Back in ancient Star Sea, Jian Wushuang had saved the 2 people that Duan Lingfeng was escorting, while Duan Lingfeng had forces with Jian Wushuang to resolve Jian Wushuang's crisis once. They had given a favor from one to another, and they were both geniuses. Hence, they appreciated one another. After they passed through ancient Star Sea, they parted ways as they had their own agendas. After a few thousand years, Jian Wushuang never thought that he would meet Duan Lingfeng again in Wu Bei's cave, and they happened to meet at a time when he needed help. You need help. Duan Lingfeng stood there with a faint smile. He had already noticed the existence of Zidongwang and Xanju from behind. Of course I do. Jian Wushuang broke into a smile, and he stopped next to Duan Lingfeng. The 2nd place on Universe God ranking list, Zidongwang, and the 6th place on Universe God ranking list, Xanju. Duan Lingfeng fixed his gaze on the 2 people who were chasing them from afar. There was light glistening in his eyes, and at the very next moment, rumble. A terrifying sword intention suddenly erupted and soared up above 9th heaven. The surrounding heaven and earth was drowned in a sea of sword intention. Jian Wushuang stood next to Duan Lingfeng. He was clear about the feeling of the sword intention, and his pupils contracted. This bolt of sword intention. I see. Jian Wushuang understood then. Zidongwang and Xanju, who were chasing them, suddenly stopped. Such strong sword intention. This bolt of sword intention seems to be able to tear everything down in heaven and earth. It struck fear into me. Zidongwang creased his eyebrows as he looked over at Duan Lingfeng. White-robed, carrying a saber on his back, a strong sword intention. Zidongwang and Xanju immediately knew the person's identity. You're the white-robed swordsman on the third place on Universe God ranking list. Zidongwang sounded cold. You are the one who defeated demon girl Ling Luo. Xian Zhou's face grew unusually solemn. The birth of Wu Bei's cave had led to a fight and massacre among countless universe gods. There were also many unfamiliar experts who got listed on Universe God ranking list. Among the unfamiliar experts, the mysterious white-robed swordsman was the strongest. He defeated demon girl Ling Luo head-on and got listed on the third place on Universe God ranking list, right behind God Destroying King and Zidongwang. However, it had been a while since the white-robed swordsman had defeated Ling Luo, and no one knew his real name. Even on Universe God ranking list, he was known as the white-robed swordsman. Then, the white-robed swordsman appeared before them in person. The third place on Universe God ranking list, Duan Lingfeng. That's really impressive, Jian Wushuang teased. He knew that Duan Lingfeng was a true genius back when they were at Ancient Star Sea, and even King of Venomous Worms admired him. After a few thousand years, Duan Lingfeng's power had obviously improved a lot more. Aren't you in the fifth place yourself? Duan Lingfeng smiled faintly. One should know that when he first met Jian Wushuang at Ancient Star Sea, although Jian Wushuang had showed shocking talent, his wasn't strong in power. Back then, Jian Wushuang was only a universe god in the first heaven. But then, he was one of the top few among all universe gods in eternal chaotic world. In terms of improvement speed, Jian Wushuang was slightly faster than he was. White-robed swordsman, the one that we want to fight is Jian Wushuang. It has nothing to do with you. If you want the white blaze fruit, wait until we kill Jian Wushuang, and we will share them with you. What do you think? Zidongwang looked at Duan Lingfeng and said. Duan Lingfeng looked at Zidongwang coldly. Firstly, I am not interested in the white blaze fruit. I came to the cave simply to fight with other experts. Secondly, Jian Wushuang is my friend. Ever since cultivation, I have not had many friends, but Jian Wushuang is one of them. If you want to kill him, it means that you want to kill me. The moment he said that, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and he felt touched. But Zidongwang and Xian Zhu's faces grew grave. It seems like a lost cause. We can only fight. Zidongwang said in a low voice. You want to fight? Who's afraid? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly while Blood Mountain's sword in his hands quivered vigorously. Previously, it had been only him alone. He could only run away when he was fighting against Zidongwang and Xian Zhu. But then, he had Duan Lingfeng's assistance. He wasn't afraid of the two of them. I only came here with the intention to fight against experts. Xian Zhu is only in the 6th place on the Universe God ranking list. I am not interested in him. My opponent will be Zidongwang, Duan Lingfeng said. If so, I shall leave Zidongwang to you, and I shall take care of Xian Zhu, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Duan Lingfeng nodded faintly. After they came to a mutual understanding, swoosh, Duan Lingfeng took action first. Rumble. A terrifying sword intention had flooded into the entire universe. Duan Lingfeng's figure turned illusionary and appeared before Zidongwang, while the saber behind his back was instantly out of the scabbard. The 11th. Heaven and earth grew dim. In the boundless darkness, a brilliant crimson sword light suddenly descended. Looking at the crimson sword light, even Zidongwang's pupils shrunk. He immediately brought out his divine power and concentrated on his palms. He was wearing a pair of purple gloves, and there was purple light soaring up into the sky. Purple glory sky collapse. A terrifying power suddenly exploded. As Duan Lingfeng was fighting with Zidongwang, Jian Wushuang moved too. Xian Zhu, during the earlier fight, both you and I had scruples. Now let's fight again. Jian Wushuang's voice reverberated. Humph! Who is afraid? I happen to want to take back my ranking. 5th place on the Universe God ranking list. It's mine! Exanju was raging in anger. A fierce consciousness swept out and suddenly became 2 tall headless warriors before him. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 2 headless warriors held long spears in their hands while they stepped in the void and charged towards Jian Wuxuang,